Hey chat, how is everybody doing? We are going to be in Nevada. We are going to be watching the case of Nevada versus Duane Davis, aka Keffe D. I'm excited for this because in my view, this is a trial where if we look at the state's version of events, this is a case of somebody doing the ultimate self-snitching. So Tupac was killed like over 3 decades ago. It goes unsolved for a long time. And then this guy, Keffe D, comes along in 2019. He publishes a book where he takes credit for participating in the death of Tupac. And now the state is prosecuting him for it. Now, unlike the idea of, hey, we're using works of fiction to prosecute somebody, in this case, we have the additional context of proffers. So statements given to law enforcement by Keffe D, Duane Davis himself, back in 2008 and 2009. So there's going to be a lot going on here. I'm excited to watch it. Very excited to watch it. Very excited to hang out with you guys to watch this trial. And right now there's no sound in court, but as soon as it kicks off, we'll be ready to go. In the meantime, even though the opening statements should hopefully give us a roadmap, they don't always. We do have a quick graphic. So while we're waiting, here's some dates, times, and the who's who to know. So going all the way back to 1996, September 7th, there was a Mike Tyson fight at the MGM, so in Vegas. After the Tyson fight, there was a fight, another fight, not part of the official show that everybody was going to watch, and it allegedly involved Tupac and Suge Knight and their crew, and they're affiliated with the Mob Piru Bloods, and also Death Row Records as a business, and someone named Orlando Anderson, aka Baby Lane, gets jumped in the lobby by that group. Now, Orlando Anderson happens to be Keffe D's nephew. And their group, they're associated with the Southside Compton Crips. So, it's going to be tricky. The judge said there's going to be bifurcation of some of the gang information, but I don't see how there's going to be an entire separation because it kind of goes to explaining why somebody might want to do a drive-by in retaliation for something, or why there may have been bad blood. But we'll talk more about the charges in a second. Around 11:15, so later in the evening, Keffe D, according to this book, they're in this Cadillac together. So it's Keffe D, or Orlando Anderson, I think is the most important name to know. But there's also DeAndre Dre Smith and a Terrence T. Brown. They're all in this Cadillac, and they're apparently driving by. They describe it in this book, or Keffe D and his co-author describe it in the book. We're driving around, we hear fans yelling Tupac's name, and we see Tupac hanging out the passenger side of a window saying hey to the fans, and they say, hey, circle back, run back around this block, and then they get their shot off. Keffe D describes it as locking eyes with Suge Knight, who was driving the vehicle Tupac was in. Like he was locking horns with a ram. It was a very descriptive and hyperbolic book, if you ask me, which maybe the defense is going to lean into that. So anyway, that's the story in this book. Well, Tupac, he ends up getting shot, I think, 4 times, and he's hospitalized and he ends up dying 6 days later. Suge Knight was also grazed. But we have some complications because law enforcement never finds this vehicle, never finds this Cadillac. They don't find the murder weapon. And I think there's going to be some complications with the physical evidence because, again, we are 30 years later. And I would argue that without this book, co-authored by Keffe D, called Compton Street Legend, co-authored with Yusuf Jah, who's expected to testify, they take credit for it. Without that book, I do not think we'd have this trial. So, with that being said, let's talk about the charges. So, the state's theory is that Duane Davis, Keffe D, orchestrated this whole thing. So, they're charging him with first-degree murder because he's the one that coordinated it. They're also adding an enhancement because they're alleging that he did this for the benefit or for participation in gang activity. And again, the judge has said, look, when we go through some of the information from this book that's going to come in the first part of this trial, we're going to try to bifurcate some of the explicit mentions of the gangs because it could be very prejudicial. And I'm not sure how cleanly that will play out. We'll just have to see. Next thing I think is cool to know. We had some counsel changes. The attorneys changed quite a bit here. That was some of the reason for the delay and why it took so long to get this to trial. And right now, Keefe D's attorney is Michael Sanft. He is taking this case pro bono. So I know you guys always like to ask, is this a public defender? Is it appointed? Did he hire a private attorney? Michael Sanft, he said, look, I'm taking this case. I'm going to do it pro bono. And maybe that means we're going to get some exciting fighting. Maybe there's something we don't know yet that Michael Sanft has up his sleeve and is like, I want to take this case. Or maybe he thinks that it's such a weak case without this book that it's going to just be a plain sufficiency of the evidence problem. So I'm excited to see that. We've also got the detail that everybody else in that vehicle with Keefe D that night is no longer alive. So you have Suge Knight, who was driving Tupac, and you have Keefe D, who, according to his book and some of his statements, he was sitting in the front seat, simply threw a firearm into the back seat, doesn't know what happened after that. Somebody fired shots. He thinks it was Orlando, but maybe that's not correct. Doesn't know. But nobody else that was in that car is alive to be called as a witness to tell us. So we've got that book and not much more. And it's a lot. That is a brief overview. There is a lot of discussion online about, well, what if somebody else is the one that really did it? And I'm going to hold off on diving into that because I want to see if during opening statements, the defense takes the approach of pointing that way. And I hear noise. So hit that like button. Here's Keefe D walking in.
He's present in custody with Mr. Sanft. Anything we need to address outside the presence of the jury from either party?
Nothing from the state.
I just want to make sure I have that issue with regard to the Discovery Commissioner. I just want to make sure. I think it's at 12:30.
We had moved it for that, so we'll plan on stopping in time for you to get to that.
Thank you, Honor.
Okay, and you were able to talk to Commissioner Gans and get that all straightened out?
Not directly, but through my office, yes.
Okay, excellent. Perfect.
Thank you.
And I guess, Your Honor, I think it was mentioned during jury selection, but at this point, I think both parties would be invoking the exclusionary rule.
Okay, so if we have anyone present in the courtroom who's on the witness list, you do need to step out at this time until you're allowed to come back in. Additionally, for everybody who's here as in the audience, obviously we're in court, so I expect that there'll be no outbursts or speaking audibly that the jury can hear. Otherwise, we might have to remove you. Additionally,
I love the camera view.
Make sure that your cell phones are turned off or are at least on silent so that we don't have any distractions while we get going.
With regard to the exclusionary order, because of the fact that this is being broadcast, are we instructing as well witnesses to not be watching the broadcast prior to their testimony as well?
Great point. Yes.
Okay.
Anything further? All right. Let's bring in the jury.
Getting right into it. What do you think of this camera view? I love it. You have the main, it's kind of showing the same thing right now. But a second ago, it was showing two different views. Crowded gallery. And thank you so much for all the love, everybody coming in. Hit that like button, say hello. And this is Pacific time, you guys. So this is going to be, we usually start at 9 a.m. We watch a lot of East Coast trials. But this is, if you're an East Coaster, it's going to be like 12 noon to 8 p.m. East Coast time while we run this trial. It's expected to last 4 weeks. Those estimates always kind of, we'll see. We'll do over-unders. Do you guys think over 4 weeks, under 4 weeks? The attorney, Michael Sanft, here has a flower brooch, I think. I think I see someone in the gallery drinking a Celsius. Everything in this courtroom is very blue. Like, the seats match the outfits that 3 people on screen right now are wearing. All right, Corky's predicting under 4 weeks. Kristen says cat withdrawals. My bad. We are back. We are so back. BMAC, thank you for the love with the super sticker. Much appreciated. This courtroom is very quiet compared to, like, I don't hear doors slamming. I don't hear a cough. I don't hear someone stapling papers. Or maybe that was a stapler, real quiet. Hear the whispers. I think they lowered it. That was some clear whispering. Hey, I'm not in Vegas, but shout out to everyone in Vegas watching this Vegas trial with us. Hey, Shannon, thank you for being a member for 22 months. Holy moly. Says, good morning, KNW and Slime Crew. Happy Monday to you, too.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hopefully you were able to get everything situated over the long weekend, and we look forward to proceeding with trial. Before we get started, we do need to have you sworn, so if I could have you all stand and raise your right hand, we'll proceed with that.
Here we go.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
All right. Thank you, Jessica, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we're going to turn to opening statements. Mr. Palal, are you ready to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, they attacked him. That attack was captured on video.
Oh. Stomping him out.
Then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac in an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Duane Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Duane Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Duane Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Duane Davis himself. But To understand what happened on September 7th, 1996 on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles, but in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles were occupied by over 30 gangs claiming its territory. And important to this case, there are two gangs, Mob Piru and the Southside Compton groups. Let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Mob Piru. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite, or maybe because where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members as part of Death Row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts, on behalf of Suge Knight. But Death Row in the mid-1990s was one of the most successful record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies in critically acclaimed roles. He has, at times, been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip-hop artist associated with the Mob Piru. Now, the other gang that's important to know here is the Southside Compton Crips. And when it comes to Southside, Duane Keefe D. Davis
The animations of the
was
PowerPoint.
the leader of the Burris Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood due to the money that he was bringing in through the music industry, Duane Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And you will learn that that is how one moves up in the world of gangs, by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn is that Orlando Baby Wayne Anderson was his nephew, and also a highly respected member of the Southside Compton Crips. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name. Eric Zip Martin. Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York. He's involved in the drug trade and knows Duane Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. Duane Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin from the East Coast. And one of the connections that Duane Davis gets through his association with Zip Martin is with Sean Puffy Combs, who was then the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment. Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast. He was worried about Mob Piru. He was worried about the members of Death Row Records. And so Duane Keefe D. Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west. In order specifically to ensure there are no problems with Mob Piru and Death Row Records. And this took a rivalry between Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips and escalated it. And those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996. There, you'll hear that Trayvon Lane, a member of the Mob Piru, associated with Death Row Records, was there with other members of Mob Piru in order to do some shopping. Lakewood Mall was a mall nearby Compton. You'll also hear that baby Lane Anderson, Orlando Anderson, the defendant's nephew, was there. Now, Trayvon Lane that day was wearing a chain with a death row medallion. And there was a fight that occurs between the Mob Piru group and the Southside Compton Crips. And at one point, that chain is pulled off Trayvon Lane's neck. Now, what happened to that chain is an issue of much dispute. Not everybody agrees with it. But the act of disrespect of pulling the death row chain and the brawl that occurs further escalates this heated rivalry. And what you'll learn is that these two men, Trayvon Lane and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they encounter each other again. This time in Las Vegas. So that brings us back up to September 7th, 1996, here in Las
Big
Vegas.
fight.
Again, Mike Tyson is fighting Bruce Sullivan. He disposes of him in less than a round, in a round. Doesn't take a full round. And then after the fight, Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and the people that are here with, they leave. And among his group is Trayvon Lane. And that is why this fight occurs. Trayvon Lane and the death row group sees Orlando Anderson standing by himself, and they decide to attack him in retribution for what happened at the Lakewood Mall. You'll see Orlando Anderson's on the bottom of that group. You see security coming, trying to break this up. And then you'll see Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and that group exit the MGM Grand. Now, Orlando Anderson was by himself because when Duane Davis purchased the tickets for the Bruce Sullivan fight, he got them through a scalper. So everybody that came with Duane Davis were seated separately throughout the fight. And so Orlando Anderson was, at that time, by himself. You'll see that Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, and his group leave the MGM Grand. And you'll see that Orlando Anderson, after being held by security, is questioned for a bit, asked if he wants to press charges. He decides he doesn't want to participate in any type of prosecution, and that he doesn't need medical attention. Duane Davis hears about this beating. And what you will hear is that in his world, there is no question that a response is required. And you will hear from Duane Davis what happens next. Because what happened over the next 2.5 hours is something Duane Davis would later describe himself in the secret 2008 interview from his attorney's office with the federal task force. And we'll talk about that interview and the circumstances surrounding that later. But we'll hear about what the next 2.5 hours was. So,
Remember, guys,
what we
no
learned
self-snitching.
is that Duane Davis is upset about the beating of his nephew. And frankly, that's not an unusual response. What's unusual is the next steps Duane Davis takes. Unusual for the normal person, maybe not unusual for in-gang culture. Duane Davis decides he is going to organize a retaliation, that this beating cannot go unanswered. Then he runs into a person named Zip Martin. Remember the Zip Martin that was a connection with Bad Boy Entertainment from New York? And Zip Martin tells him that he has a gun and that he can come help him out.
Hey, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right now? You tell Zip, hey, we're going to go handle this shit or whatever?
Yeah, like, if y'all want us to come, I'm like, you know what I'm going to do that? They was telling that they going to get 662 Club.
Who's saying that?
Everybody.
Everybody out there?
Yeah, everybody. You want to come?
Well, how do you know that Zip's got a gun? Does he tell
It
you?
was in the lobby, in the lobby. I got one.
Did you ask him? Do you have one, or just tells you, hey, I got one?
Yeah, that's when they asked me, we need some help. I got some things. Like, yeah, okay, cool.
I don't know what he gave you.
Yeah.
So later, Duane Davis organizes 2 vehicles to go over to the 662 Club. Before that, he gets the gun from Zip Martin. He goes out to his Mercedes-Benz, gets the gun from Zip Martin, and then after some time, he assembles 2 cars to go to 662 to violently confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight for the beating of his nephew. And you'll hear that Duane Davis wasn't initially in the white Cadillac. He goes into a van, and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they go in a white Cadillac, and they go to Club 662, waiting for Tupac Shakur, waiting for Suge Knight, waiting for this violent confrontation. And what you'll learn is that Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight don't show up while they're there.
We went up to 626, they didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes, they didn't show up. So, it's like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out of the van there and jumped in the Cadillac.
So what you hear Duane Davis say is he got out of the van and goes into the Cadillac. And the plan at that point is to go to a liquor store, get some booze, and then go back to the Las Vegas Strip and party. What the original intention was before Orlando Anderson was beaten at the MGM Grand. But on the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Duane Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre Dre, or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson.
And just real quick, remember, none of these 3 other passengers are alive today, so they cannot be witnesses at this trial.
And that Duane Davis himself, Keffe D, is in the front passenger side. And this is how Duane Davis explains the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yeah. There's a little liquor store right there. Then we came up Harlem at the Long Lake Boulevard. And shit. Here they come in that BMW and they get car. And bros, Tupac. I was like, there you go. Made the U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make it. Just wanted the U-turn. They was in a little lane. We just pulled up on the side and checked every car to see where they was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girl shouting at Tupac?
Tupac! He gave his son away. Otherwise, they would have gone away. He always got quick. You know how they do. They would have gone.
You did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You guys are in the car. Have you already handed the gun at this point, or at what point have you handed him the gun?
I thought he was going to go on my side. You know, that's one of them that going to the out for him. You know, he pulled on his side.
So you were fitting the blast if you had to, or you were just...
Yeah, we would have been on my side, I was there.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat?
Yeah.
You can hear Lane?
I gave it to Dre. Dre was like, no. And Lane's like, dude, fuck, dude.
So what you hear Duane Davis admit, that as they see Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight driving to Club 662, Duane Davis, along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, decide to make a U-turn, confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. Duane Davis has the firearm. It's a firearm he got from Eric Von Zip Martin, and then he passes it to the back. Duane Davis says that if they were on his side, if Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight were on his side of the vehicle, he would have shot them himself. But because they were on the other side, he handed it to DeAndre Smith. DeAndre Smith, according to Duane Davis, did not want to shoot at that time, so Orlando Anderson shot into that car. Duane Davis explains this over and over again.
Literally, on the street.
Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you.
Yeah, he was
Are you looking at this?
I just told he does something to say, you know.
When he looks over at you, and then, Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out
In the
of
back seat or something.
Yeah, what do you see happening inside
And
there?
I see the bullet going through, yeah, I thought he was dead. I thought he was dead. He must have scraped him or something in the head or something.
A piece of glass went into his neck right here.
And he had the thing in the head.
A little great.
I thought he was dead.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, did you guys stop and shoot up? Did Bono stop the car and let him get off?
Yeah. And we made the right.
Okay, but he stopped what you said, why you cool, let off, get it off.
And we made the right and, some all the seabreed and phones. Stupid bitches. We shot their window around and they stopped.
So Tupac's trying to jump in the back seat. And what should we do?
Ducking. He couldn't really duck because he was too big, you know. Yeah.
One other thing Duane Davis talks about during the murder of Tupac Shakur is that there's a car full of women. I think he calls them broads at one point. Car full of women who are there as well. And you're going to hear from one of those women. And what she's going to tell you is that she disagrees slightly with Mr. Davis's rendition of facts. They were, in fact, communicating with Suge at Tupac's car, but they weren't talking to Tupac, they were talking to Suge. And what she says is she hears gunshots, she sees the white Cadillac flee, and then what Duane Davis interprets as them chasing her, she'll tell you is them just panicking and trying to get away. But she will say they inadvertently follow Duane Davis and the other people in the white car as they are fleeing. After Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur's vehicle is shot, Suge Knight makes a U-turn and heads back to the Las Vegas Strip. The car ultimately can go no further and stops. Police arrive, medical arrive, and you will hear that Suge Knight was grazed in the head and had some glass going in his neck. He ultimately survives those injuries and is released fairly quickly. You'll also hear that Tupac Shakur was shot multiple times, that he was brought to UMC, and that 6 days later, he succumbed to those injuries. And within 24 hours, the Cadillac and the assailants are back in Compton. They stay the night, and they drive right home as though nothing happened. But a war followed them back to Compton. Because while
The graphic.
people were afraid to come forward to...
All right. I won't be a Posy McPoserton, but is this PowerPoint like imitating a ripped page of a book? How do you guys interpret this little graphic?
police, the police knew, and the streets knew that Southside Compton Crips were responsible for this murder. And the war that follows at Compton is a bloody one. You'll hear that Mob Piru and Southside Crip members start shooting at each other. Within 10 days, 3 people are killed. A number of people are shot, including an 11-year-old girl. And what you'll also learn is that none of those cases were prosecuted. Why? Because in this context, in the gang context of this, the combination of gangs and guns is scary. And in this world, silence means survival. The one person who has a hard time being silent is Duane Davis. You're going to hear from 1998 to 2023, Duane Davis has given a number of statements regarding this case. So, as early as 1998, Davis spoke to the FBI. He admitted he was in Las Vegas during Tupac's murder, but he denies being responsible.
He's denying it now that
Then
he
in
was in
1990,
Vegas.
Davis speaks to the FBI again, And these aren't interviews that are focused on the Tupac Shakur murder. These are interviews regarding drug transactions and drug trafficking. But he does say that Tupac does come up, and Duane Davis admits to being in Las Vegas for Tupac Shakur's murder. Says he wasn't involved, but he was mad about the fact that Orlando Anderson was beaten, and that his plan was to handle it in Compton had Tupac survived. Then in 2008, the interview of clips we've heard today, in a secret interview with the federal task force, Davis admits to his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur. And we do need to talk a little bit about this 2008 federal task force. Because what this task force is investigating is not the murder of Tupac Shakur. What this task force is investigating is another rapper's murder. A rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace. Somebody who is known as Biggie Smalls, so the notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace got murdered 6 months after Tupac Shakur was killed. And there was some allegation that the LAPD might have been involved. So a federal task force was formed to determine what happened to Christopher Wallace. And the interesting thing about the murder of Christopher Wallace is that Christopher Wallace is killed leaving a party in LA. Also at that party, Duane Davis. Christopher Wallace there was a suspect vehicle that involved a Chevy SS Impala, and Duane Davis happened to own a Chevy SS Impala. Now, as a result of that, the task force decides, well, let's look at Duane Davis. And the thing we know about Duane Davis is that he trafficked narcotics. And so they were able, through a CI and an undercover, to have a drug transaction with Duane Davis. And as a result, Duane Davis now has a case, a big trafficking case. And so the federal task force approaches Duane Davis and his attorney, and they say, hey, look, we want information regarding the murder of Christopher Wallace. That is what we are trying to investigate. And what
Shaking his head. Davis is shaking his head.
I don't have any information about that thing. But I can tell you about what we did. I can tell you about Tupac. And that's what he does. He tells a federal task force that that's about his involvement, what you've heard, his orchestration of the murder of Tupac Shakur. That secret conversation, that proffer, was secretly reported and released later. In 2009, Davis is being so helpful to federal authorities that he actually flies out to New York to try and get Zip Martin to implicate himself in the Tupac Shakur murder. Zip Martin at that time was dying of cancer, was out of the game, and really did not engage with Duane Davis. In 2009, though, Duane Davis gives an interview to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Detective Dan Long. Now, Duane Davis is more guarded in that interview. It is a different setting than the interview of 2008. It's not a secret proffer agreement. But Duane Davis does admit a number of things. That he was in Las Vegas, that he was mad about Orlando Anderson getting beaten, that he was the boss, that he was in the white Cadillac, and that he procured the firearm that ultimately killed Tupac Shakur. Then, in 2011, the landscape changes. Because in 2011, Greg Kading, the guy who was leading the task force in 2008, the guy who organized the secret proffer between Duane Davis and the federal task force, he leaves law enforcement and decides he's going to publish a book about his investigation into Biggie Smalls, the guy who was killed 6 months after Tupac, and Tupac Shakur. And what he puts in the book is that Duane Davis confessed to the murder of Tupac Shakur. The book tells the story about Davis' admission, about himself, but it also tells the story of Duane Davis telling about his nephew's involvement in the murder, about Big Dre's involvement in the murder, about Terrence Brown's involvement in the murder. And this is a problem for Duane Davis, because that meeting was supposed to be secret. And now his cooperation with federal authorities is open to the world. Not only that, Greg Kading is now profiting off Duane Davis's life story. So, in 2017, Duane Davis decides to go public. He's approached by the producers of a show called Death Row Chronicles that appears on BET. And this is just a small portion of what he says is his motivation for appearing.
When I in TVD days, I was popping, kingpin, drug dealer. I'm the only one alive that really can tell you the story about the Tupac channel. People have been pursuing me for 20 years. Newspapers, magazines. I'm coming out now to tell the story because I got cancer. I got nothing else to lose. All I care about now is the truth.
Duane Davis says, all I want to do now is tell the truth. And in the 2017 public interview, he's a little evasive, but he admits to being the boss. He admits to being in the white Cadillac. And he admits to be part of the murder of Tupac Shakur. And when he says he's the only person that can tell what happened, he's right. Because by 2017, Terrence Brown is deceased. DeAndre Smith is deceased. Orlando Baby Lane Anderson is deceased. Terrence Brown was murdered in an unrelated incident. Orlando Anderson was murdered in an unrelated incident. And DeAndre Smith died from health issues. Remarkably, in 2019, Duane Davis then decides he's going to publish his own book. And with regards to the book, it is certainly a lot of self-aggrandizement. But again, the core remains. He was mad about Orlando Anderson about the beating of Orlando Anderson, his nephew. He was in Las Vegas. He got the gun. He was in the white Cadillac, and he handed the gun to the shooters. And what you'll notice is a constant thing that always goes through these statements is Duane Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur for putting hands on his nephew. In the book, he says, them jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their ass. Then, Duane Davis decides that he's going to do public interviews regarding his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
So you ended up getting in the car with Baby Lane and them? Yeah, the car was on me, yeah. We ran into them, went to the light on Sunset and Bingo, and dude, we acted like he was in a parade or something, that nigga, and that BMW hanging out with us, hey, it's Tupac, it's Tupac. And them bitches, they was hollering for him. Yeah, they were that motherfucker. They came up on the side of him. Shit.
Davis's public admissions mirror his private life. He admits to being a leader of Southside Crips. He admits to the significance of the fight over the death row chain at the Lakewood Mall. He admits to being in Las Vegas the night of the fight. He admits to being angry that Tupac stomped Orlando Anderson at the MGM. He admits that he was hunting down Tupac and Suge, first going to 662. He admits that he got a Glock 40 from Eric Zip Martin for the purposes of hunting Tupac. He admits that he was in a white Cadillac with his gang members looking for Tupac. He admits to seeing Tupac in a black BMW and then changing directions, making that U-turn to confront Tupac and Suge. He admits to putting the gun he obtained that night in the back seat of the vehicle so the shooters could shoot. And again, what remains, even as late as 2020, 2021, 22, is Duane Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur.
He is not necessarily jumped over fucking Tupac. Come on, man. Tupac was wrong with two motherfucking shoes. I mean, don't you get me wrong? Honestly.
I mean, yeah, I think you could, reacted in a better way.
You, listen, you don't think that man is wrong? He could have reacted in a better way, I guess. I mean, I'm talking. Vlad is his fucking biggest fan. He admitted that man is wrong, man. I mean, yeah, man. I mean, he's wrong, man. That was only done out of loyalty, man. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. But he never jumped. My nephew didn't jump on him. He jumped on my nephew. A kid, man. My nephew was a fucking kid. He was a grown ass man, dude. You know what I'm saying? He was a fucking kid, dude. That's why he had on the channel. He's a fucking kid, dude. You know what I'm saying? They was wrong. My nephew never jumped on him. They jumped on my nephew. My nephew didn't throw a punch, man. Shit was wrong, dude. Jumped on the fucking kid, dude.
And this anger is not just demonstrated publicly, but you will hear as recently as 2024, privately, in a conversation with his son, he talks about his feelings about Tupac Shakur, nearly 30 years after the murder.
What I do is I'll way out in for him, dude. So he is doctor and put him on. Oh, he is a little faggot. You know what I'm saying?
My God.
He's fucking ass. Little kids, always fucking single. That dude's a piece of shit. Yo.
Way well, but yeah. Somebody died now. What?
28 years later, that is the visceral anger that Duane Davis had for Tupac Shakur. It did it in 2.5 hours. He took care of what he thought was the proper response. And 28 years later, he still is angry about what Tupac did. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur publicly, on camera, participated in a humiliating beating of Duane Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson. Duane Davis knew that in his world, that required a response. And over the years, in private interviews, in public statements, and even in private calls, Duane Davis has repeatedly told us, over and over again, about the anger he felt and his own role in the revenge drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. And now, nearly 30 years later, we're going to ask you to finally hold Duane Davis accountable. Thank you.
All right. I think that was a clean...
Mr. Sanft, do you wish to give your opening statement?
I think that was a clean opening statement. I started this video with some context because we've watched so many trials where the prosecutor gets up there, opens up, and they're like, oh my God, so sad. Here's a picture of person who died, cry for us. And then they don't actually tell us the who's who, the dates, what they plan to show us. I do think that was a good roadmap of the state's case as they're going to present it. So it kind of made my video intro a bit redundant. Let's see what the defense does. Are we going to point to other people? Are we just going to say it's a sufficiency of the evidence? They can't prove it. Are they going to argue that Davis wasn't even there that night? I think we can pretty much assume they're going to say that the book was just fiction. He was writing the book to make some money. And they're going to have to address why he was saying these things to law enforcement in the late 90s and the 2000s. If what he's writing in a book in 2019, he either doesn't know about or it's just fiction for money. So let's see. I'm excited. And remember, Michael Sanft, the attorney here, is taking this case pro bono.
At this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Wait just a quick second.
Of course, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Yeah. I think this is the HTML little.
You got it, or do you want IT to assist you?
I think I got it. This is it, right?
Shuffling his papers. I love the chat rating the self-snitching on a scale of 1 to 10, and everybody's off the scale. We even got the infinity symbol.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. We spent a lot of time, I think, when we were picking a jury to determine who would be the right jurors for a case like this. Obviously, we want people who are going to reserve judgment until the end, but really look at the evidence with a critical eye. Now, what the state has just told you what they believe to be the evidence in this case. But really, at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself if what they're saying is really truth or fiction, fact or fiction. I don't know if some of you recall, but I had asked a question specifically about what you were holding in your hands. And right now, for instance, you're all holding notepads and pens. That would be a fact, right? And in this case, for instance, I had asked before about the idea of, I can just do this, right? Microphone.
Oh.
I'd ask some of you, if that microphone was buried and dug up 30 years from now, would it still be a microphone? The answer is yes. And the reason why that's important is because in this case, what they are telling you, they're representing to be a fact when it really is fiction. And it's up to you to determine what the facts are in this case. Now I'm going to give you a timeline here for you to understand just a little bit of how this is going to work, because there's so much evidence in this case that we have to sort of compartmentalize some things. And what I've done is really just sort of focused on the 3 detectives that work this file from beginning to now. First detective you will hear about is Detective Becker. He works the file, he's the original detective on the scene. Detective Long takes over the case for about 15 years or so, and then it ends with Detective Mogg, who presents this to the grand jury in 2023. But why this timeline is relevant is because you have to see the span of time for yourself. 30 years. And ask yourself this, what facts do they have after 30 years? Now, Detective Becker does what every homicide detective does when he arrives on scene. He's assigned to the case. He starts his investigation. At that particular time, though, Tupac Shakur was not dead. He was critically injured. He was at UMC. And it isn't until 6 days later that he passes away. But Detective Becker starts his initial investigation because it's pretty serious, and as a result, he just takes over the investigation. What he will testify to is that Flamingo Cole on a Saturday night, in the middle of a fight between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon, it was very busy when he arrived. And he arrived at a time where he was able to determine cartridge casings, .40 caliber, that was found at the scene. That's another fact for you. But at some point they're going to learn, he learns that potentially it was a Glock 40 that was the actual firearm that was used in this case. And then when crime scene analysts arrive on scene, they document the evidence. And they document the cars. That will be important, and you'll determine at some point why the cars are documented. And with regard to Detective Becker, what he'll tell you is police officers write reports. Critical. Hugely important. Why? Because at some point in the future, like in this case 30 years later, Detective Becker will not remember details like he would if he had, what? His report in front of him. And that's going to be important for you to consider in this case. Now, what Detective Becker does, though, is because of the outcry, the attention, the media focus on this case, he took his file and he secured it in his office under lock and key. Because he was worried about leaks in Metro, leaking information out to the public, because so many people wanted to know answers to the question as to what happened and who did this to Tupac Shakur. Now, what you're going to find is, when Detective Becker testifies in this case, that a lot of his reports are now missing.
Uh-oh.
Which is Metro's responsibility to hold and to pass on to the next detective, and then finally to the next detective. Now, Detective Becker also did not trust Compton PD. Why is that important in this case? Because there's an individual by the name of Reggie Wright Sr. He was a lieutenant.
There you go.
Working in Compton, in charge of the gangs in Compton, in terms of investigations. His son is Reggie Wright Jr. He was the head of security for Death Row Records, the same security that was here in Las Vegas on the 9th of September 7th, 1996. Death Row Records was affiliated with Mob Pyru Blood, and detectives Ladd and Brennan from Compton answered directly to Reggie Wright Sr. Becker did not trust Compton PD. And the one thing that he really didn't trust is that most of their information came from confidential informants that were not reliable. And he'll tell you that. And because of his intuition, Compton PD was shut down in September of 2000 due to internal corruption. They just evaporated that police department, and the sheriff's department for LA County absorbed the responsibilities for the police department in Compton because of the corruption that was there. Now what facts, right? Just like the pads of paper that you have in your hand and the pens that you have in your hand, what facts can we determine from Detective Becker's efforts? First and foremost, we know that Tupac was shot multiple times. That's a fact. That can be proven. We know that it was with a .40 caliber firearm. That's a fact, due to the cartridge casings. On the corner of Flamingo and Cobalt. That's also a fact. Right? We're on board so far? We know the date, September 7th, 1996. That is a fact. At 11:17 p.m., we know that to be a fact as well. And then finally, that he was in a vehicle during rush of night, and that Tupac died 6 days later. Those are facts that will not be refuted by anybody in this courtroom during the time we spend together. But here's the one thing. There are no facts to point to Keefe D. Not one. And you're going to hear about this over and over and over again. No facts like the microphone in your hand or the pad of paper that you have that you write on. Detective Long takes over the case in 2002, and he has it from 2002 to 2017. He was, interestingly enough, on the gang unit, and at the time of the shooting, he was in gangs, and he had been one of the first to arrive on scene. He will testify and tell you that every time he did something on this file, he wrote a report. Because that's important. That's what we do as a police officer. And he conducted follow-up interviews, and he made some travel to Compton. He will tell you those things. That's his role in all of this. But here's the thing. Detective Long also encountered some challenges in this case. They had to hide the case file with Metro because people were still accessing the file in Metro, and they weren't authorized to do so. So they changed the case number so that people couldn't find the file. In addition to that, what you're going to learn is LAPD reached out to him, called him up and said, hey, Detective Long, we have the gun. And we've tested it, and it matches back to what you're looking for in terms of the weapon that killed Tupac Shakur. Detective Long goes to LAPD, gets the gun, transports it back, gets it tested, and it comes out as not a match. LAPD tells him after, we gave you a fake gun to test you out. This is the level of, I don't know how to put it, that was going on during this time period between Metro, LAPD, and Compton. This is what's happening during this time period. Leads, according to Detective Long, became very scarce and stale, meaning that it was just taking a long time for him to follow up with people. Witnesses became unavailable. Why do you think that is? Because of time. So as a result, memories started failing because of that time. So Detective Long had these challenges. But here's what Detective Long does. He interviews Keefe in 2009. Sits him down, has an interview with Keefe, just like the state said. And guess what happens? Detective Long doesn't even know that Keefe had actually spoken to a task force the year before. How is that possible? Metro is the agency responsible for the investigation of Tupac Shakur's murder, and they don't even know about this. No one in that room in 2008 told Detective Long or Metro what was going on. And you know who was in the room in 2008? You had FBI in the room. You had the DEA in the room. You had LAPD in the room. You had the United States Attorney for the Central District of California in that room. And Detective Long does not know about any of that. What you will also learn is out of all those people in that room, not one person verifies what Keefe D tells them. That the FBI, the gold standard of investigation in our country, did not go out and follow up on what was said. Now, one of the things the state showed you was a picture of a car and indicated there was 4 individuals in that car. And he tell you that at some point, 3 of those individuals are dead and Keefe is the only one that's remaining. But at the time that he gives his statement to the task force in 2008, there's another individual that's still alive. They never interviewed that individual to verify if that information was true. Why not? Because the FBI just fell asleep? That the LAPD just didn't care? Keefe was never charged for any of what he said during that time period. And it's because they knew he was full of crap. Otherwise they would have. Why wouldn't they? When Detective Long comes back to Las Vegas, he goes and he talks it over with the Clark County District Attorney's Office. And you know what happened then? They didn't charge the case either. In 2009. Ask yourself the reason why that is. It's because they just didn't care about Tupac Shakur or his life? Or is it because they looked into it and realized, we can't verify this information, we don't believe this to be true? Why would the Clark County District Attorney's Office not charge it in 2009? Now, what facts do we get out of Detective Long based upon what he did for those 15 years? We don't know facts. Outside of statements made,
There's none on the
by
screen.
TV and other people, we don't have anything to verify any of that information. Not one single thing to corroborate the statements made by that man in 2008 or 2009. Not only by Metro, but by the FBI, by LAPD.
Shout out to Kristen with the 5 gifted.
By the United States Attorney's Office. No one corroborates any of this. So, 2017 comes along, and an entity called the Center of Investigative Reporting, they file what's called a FOIA request with Metro. And what that means is, FOIA is the Freedom of Information Act. It allows or requires government agencies to give up information if you ask for it. That's the point. It's to be transparent. And people wanted to know what was going on with the murder files. This is 2017. This is years after any of the statements that were made and anything else. Where's the investigation? What's going on? Well, Metro said, no, we're not going to give it to you. So in 2018, the Center turns around and files a lawsuit against Metro to force them to give them the file, to show them what work had he been doing over, at that particular point, I don't know, what's that, 20 years? That's when Detective Mogg enters the picture. What you will learn is that Detective Mogg basically says, I'm here just to close out the case. He's not here to solve the mystery of who killed Tupac. So with everything you have in front of you, that you're now hearing for the first time in terms of the statements that were made in 2008, 1998, 1990, whatever, Detective Mogg comes along and says, I'm just here to close out the case. That's his role. And what you're going to learn is, Detective Mogg received a copy of what's called the Death Row Chronicles in 2018.
That's the BET program.
It's not testimony under oath. It's edited, and it's done for experiment purposes. He receives a copy of it. You know what happens when he receives that copy of the interviews that the state has basically shown you in this case? No charges filed. Why?
Detective Dennis 2.0.
Keefe writes a book, allegedly. Right? Allegedly, he writes this book called Conference Tree Legend in 2019. You know what happened with the book? Right? Even he confesses to it. What you find is, no charges filed. what is going on? District Attorney's Office doesn't want to charge the case. No charges filed when the interview happens. No charges are filed when the book is written. What is going on? 5 years goes by, and nothing is going on with the case. But Detective Mogg says he's closing it out. Detective Mogg turns around and applies for what's called a search warrant. Now, what a search warrant is that in July of 2023, around that time period, a search warrant requires a police officer to get permission from a judge to basically violate the sanctity and privacy of your home. Right? There's got to be legal reasons for it. He's got to go through that process, and he's got to ask permission from a judge in order for him to get that. And what he does in that search warrant application is he assures the judge, hey, what we are looking for is in the home. The thing that's going to help us solve this crime, who killed Tupac, is in the home. And he signs an affidavit, and that's important. I want you to remember this. He signs an affidavit attesting to what he's saying to this judge to be true and correct. What he says is, I think we have evidence in Keefe D's home that will solve the murder of Tupac. So up until this point, they've got all these statements, they can't be corroborated. So now they're saying, we have evidence in this home that we think probably is in the home. And as a result, we're going to find this evidence. It's going to help us solve this case. What I'm going to tell you right now is that you don't find it.
Mr. Mogg.
And in the meantime, Detective Mogg retires. He now becomes Mr. Mogg. And Mr. Mogg goes to the grand jury. And in the grand jury, it's a secret proceeding. We're not there. The defense, isn't sitting like we are here. It's just the prosecutors. There's a panel of people called the grand jurors, and you have people come up and they testify under oath. And there's really no way for the defense to challenge any of it because it's done in secret. We don't really know about it. But in this particular case, Mr. Mogg is sworn to testify truthfully. And you know what Mr. Mogg does?
Uh-oh.
He just reads pages of the book into the record. He doesn't do any more in terms of an investigation than read pages of a book into the record. He never documents in any of his efforts any verification of the book before he reads it into the record. He walks up, gets on the stand, and reads the book as if it's the gospel truth. And that's what he does. He treats that book like it's fact. Now, what you're going to find out about Mr. Mogg is that he never wrote a report. So when he took over the case in 2017, all the way up until when he retired in 2023 and was in front of the grand jury, he never wrote a report. Not one time. Not like Detective Becker, and not like Detective Long, and not like any other police officer who does their job. This man never writes a report. In fact, what happens is he transitions, right? He's a Metro detective, he retires, and then he gets a job working as an independent contractor for the district attorney's office as an investigator.
Oh,
and as
man.
an investigator, he doesn't have any police power. He continues to work as a lead detective on this case. Even though the procedure is you hand your file and your officer's report to the next detective in line. That's how this works. But he keeps the file for himself and he starts billing against the file after he retires as a detective in Metro. Because now he's an independent contractor. That's important to know. Why is that important? Because what the evidence is going to show you is that he backloaded his work. And when he finally writes a report, it's not an officer's report, it's an investigative report that spans
5
from
weeks ago?
2018 to current, and we just received it about 5 weeks ago.
Oh, that's when they received it. What?
The importance of capturing
What?
everything you do, the accuracy that you would need to be able to be in court on a murder case, not some type of college paper that you forgot to do and then the last second just put something together and, get it out the door. Mr. Mogg does not do any of that. That's going to be important later for you to consider. Because according to that report that he submitted 5 weeks ago or so, he never verified the book. According to that report, he never investigated any of the alternate theories that were out there, and you're going to hear about those alternate theories. There are people who have developed over time answers to the question, who did this and why? He never looked into any of it. Which I think, at the end of the day, don't you want to see what's out there to help you with your investigation? And according to his work, his report, he did more on the case after he became an investigator than he did before when he was a detective. What I'm going to tell you right now is what you're going to find when you listen to all the evidence, that his work was biased, sloppy, and incomplete. Those are the three things you're going to determine for Mr. Mock. Now, because of the fact that in terms of the evidence itself, he doesn't have much, the state's going to lean pretty heavily on their witnesses. And I'm going to give you a sampling of the type of people you're going to run across in this trial based upon their witness list in this case. First person is this guy named Reggie Wright Jr. He's remember, the security company for, thank you, for death row records.
Death row. Who said thank you? Who told him?
Is a felon. Second of all, you're also going to find that he's a former Compton police officer. He worked for Compton PD for about 5 years, and apparently he got disabled. At some point, he becomes a felon. You're going to learn about that. And
Just
his
at some
father,
point.
like I said before earlier, Reggie Wright Sr. was the head of the Compton PD gang unit. What you're also going to learn about Reggie is that, once again, he was supposed to be protecting Suge Knight. Where was he the night of the shooting? In addition to that, he orders his security team to not carry firearms the night of the shooting, before the shooting took place.
What?
What you're also going to learn is, he wasn't even around when the shooting occurred. So the principal, meaning the person he should have been protecting the most, would have been Suge Knight, the head of Death Row Records. This man was nowhere to be found. He was sitting at a club called 662 down the street, waiting for Suge to show up, while he left his people that were working for him unarmed in the vehicles behind Suge Knight. And when push comes to shove, he orders his people to lie to police during their investigation. That's going to be called by them. That guy's going to be called by them. In addition to that, when everything was said and done, Suge Knight went to prison because he was not supposed to be in a fight in Las Vegas. He violates his release. Guess who takes over Death Row Records? Reggie Wright Jr. Now, the state is also going to bring in other people with unreliable positions, including criminal histories, financial motivations, and inconsistent statements. That are the people and the quality of the evidence that you're going to listen to in this case. Just to give you another example, there's going to be an individual by the name of Devonta Dirt Walkley. Who is he? He's been a paid informant for years.
We've got the
You're gonna
whole
hear that,
combination.
They have paid him to be an informant. He will, of course, say whatever he needs to say to avoid his own criminal actions, but his testimony will be inconsistent. And that's what you have to really rely on, is what exactly is he going to say, and can you even believe it? In addition to that, you're also going to learn about a disgraced LAPD detective by the name of Greg Cady. The state told you about him. He wrote a book. He benefited off of what was happening with regards to Keefe D. Now, Greg Cady, he stole the file. What you're going to learn is he actually stole the file. He took the Tupac and the Biggie case files and walked out the door. This is an LAPD detective that they are using, or one of the people that they're going to be focusing on to establish their case. He writes the book, and then he holds himself out as the person who solves the murder. That's Greg Cady. That's the LAPD detective. Now, what you're also going to learn is Greg Cady, when he was a detective with LAPD, was basically caught manipulating witnesses. And because he was caught manipulating witnesses, it led to cases being overturned as a result. There was a court finding on this issue. A judge determined that. And there we go. That's Greg Cady. That's a witness in this case from that. Now, your challenges, right? I mean, gosh, we're sitting here, there's cameras in the room. I mean, things going on. but it's really timed. Like, how do you, as jurors, try to figure out time on this case? There's been so much time. Delays. By who, though? And there's corruption. How do you look at your information that you're receiving with anything more than just like skepticism? Like, you're going to look at this stuff and be like, well, I mean, you have a motive to lie. You have a motive to tell or deceive. And it's because at the end of the day, there's not actual facts. When you get past all the talk and me talking, just look at the actual facts. What facts do you have to support any of what Keefe D said or any of his interviews or in the book? When you look at this relevant timeline again, and you see the length of time, ask yourself, what facts do they have to even put Keefe D in a car in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996? What facts? When you look at the video that happened at the MGM, look for them. Try to find them in there. Try to find any of the other individuals. Remember, he said there's 3 individuals in the car with him and Orlando Anderson. Orlando's in the video because he's getting beat up. Find any of the other individuals on the videos of the MGM. Look for evidence that shows that Keefe D was even in Las Vegas on the night of the fight. Receipts, credit cards, a picture of him standing next to somebody else, maybe watching the fight from another casino. Something. Give me something. In the book, you're going to learn that Keefe says that he was at the fight. He was sitting on the second row. He was sitting with all the celebrities, and he's dressed in his finest gear. There's not one iota of proof that he was ever at that fight. But you know who does show an iota of proof that he was at the fight? Suge Knight. Suge Knight was raided, and at some point, there is a ticket stub to that fight, the Tyson versus Selden fight with Suge Knight's possession. Because he went to the fight. And you would think, a fight like this, you want to show everyone that you were at the fight. There's no evidence at all that man was even at the fight. When we say fact versus fiction, really at the end of the day, what you're going to hear from witnesses that will testify to this is that Keefe D was known to do this. That's the testimony you're going to hear in this case. That's what you're going to hear about that man right there. And so you have to ask yourself the question, if I just say things, is that going to end up being one of those things where I'm going to be hemmed up for a murder if I just keep repeating a fiction? If I keep repeating that? The answer is no. You have to corroborate everything I say in order for it to be true. Otherwise, it's just that. Or fiction. And at the end of all the time we spend together, what you're going to find is that the state cannot prove to you beyond reasonable doubt the claim that Keefe had anything to do with a first-degree murder with use of deadly weapon. There's no facts to that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanft. State, at this time, are you prepared to proceed with your case in chief, or did you need a brief break?
Just need a break to bring the evidence in, so maybe give the jury a few minutes.
Sure, we can do that.
They want a
All
break.
right, ladies and gentlemen, at
Maybe
this
they
time,
need
we
the
are going
break.
to take a 15-minute break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is finally submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11 a.m. Please rise for the jury.
All right, so they're going to take a break. We've got a little bit of skip time. Remember, they are Pacific time. This is spicy. All right, so there's the. I know I said I liked the camera earlier, but this has been blocking everything, so I changed my mind. I don't like the camera angle thing anymore.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Is there anything we need to address outside the presence?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you guys are just going to work on marking those exhibits so it goes a little smoother.
I'm just going to bring the box in. We've already given our list and marked. and then I just need to grab the exhibits for the witnesses today.
Sounds good. All right. And then we'll give you about an hour, or when we return about an hour and 15 before we have the break.
We're still on the record, so everybody still needs to remain quiet.
I have to stop at 12:15 to let you know.
No, I'm just saying, we may be done before 12.
Oh, got it. Please, Mark. We'll be in business.
She is controlling the courtroom. Did you hear that? So she said, hey, we're still on the record, keep it down. She also said, hey, can you get the exhibits up here? That way we can keep it running smoothly. This is, look, we've been at this for an hour and 20 minutes. I was not bored during either of those opening statements. I feel like I was listening to every word. And really the only distraction was if I was like quickly taking a note or something. I didn't expect that this would be this spicy. And to be fair, I say that about every case we get together to watch. I don't know if it's just whatever we pick ends up being a time, always. This is messy. This is messy. And there is a really good point the defense made that the state did get ahead of. So the defense kind of laid out this, look in that video, look with your own eyes. You can't trust anything. He had this slide, Michael Sanft put up this slide where he's like, how do you reconcile the time? How do you reconcile the corruption? How do you reconcile there being no facts? I want you. There's none of these things. So how are you supposed to find somebody guilty with what you're given to work with? And then I want you to look at this video, your own eyes. All eyes on the video. It's just Orlando Anderson visible in that video. Look for Duane Davis. Look for the other guys who were in that vehicle. Do you see them anywhere? And that is a strong argument. The state did try to get ahead of it in their opening. They said, oh, they were seated differently and Orlando was alone because they scalped tickets. Keffe D scalped tickets. They don't say he scalped tickets, though, because he was planning this ahead of time, knew Tupac would be there, and they were trying to plan an ambush. What I think is a hard problem for the state to get around is, on one hand, they're trying to say that ahead of time, Keffe D grabbed this Glock from Zip. Right? You do that ahead of time. But they're not moving forward with the claim that this going to the fight and the way they were positioning themselves was all orchestrated and planned out. They're treating it like he randomly gets jumped, Orlando randomly gets jumped, and then they happen to be driving and they go, oh my God, that's Tupac, let's spin the block, let's shoot up their car, and let's go back to Compton and get out of here. They'll never know it was us. And to me, that doesn't really reconcile. It would make more sense if the theory was that this was planned well in advance, every detail. But the state said in opening, trying to get ahead of this, what they knew the defense was going to say, hey, Davis isn't in this video. The excuse they gave has nothing to do with premeditated plotting, anything of the sort. And I think that's a major conflict for the state to have to deal with. I think that's a major conflict. And if you guys are new to this channel, welcome aboard. We watch trials here. I think it's important to look at things in multiple ways. I think it's important to consider different ways people can see different things. And I think it's also important that you can have your own perspective that you're willing and open to change. And you can also have a prediction of what you think a jury is going to do, right? Two different things. You might think somebody's guilty or innocent, and the jury could think the exact same. They could think the exact opposite. The jury could hang. All those sorts of things. So here it's one big open discussion. And when we get to a case like this, and the defense attorney comes out in opening and is able in their opening statements are not evidence, but there are typically arguments before trial where there are restrictions, motions in limine, things that you cannot just blurt out there. Unless you're going to be allowed to show something for it once you're calling witnesses or you're cross-examining somebody else. And we're hearing a lot from the defense about the corruption, the missing reports, the sort of like reignited origin story where Detective Mogg, who's now Mr. Mogg, and the technique of renaming him and calling him Mr. Mogg, I think is very effective. It's making me I don't know what Mr. Mogg looks like, but in my head, I can pull all the details relating to Mr. Mogg in one place because that name is sticking out to me. He doesn't document anything. He doesn't make any reports. He gets an interest in this case after watching a BET program. in 2018. And when he has to testify because an organization is suing for public records and they file a lawsuit because the law enforcement agencies won't turn over these records in response to their public records request, they file this lawsuit, and Mock testifies during that proceeding that his goal was just to close the case. Now, I'm not surprised by that because I do think that's the goal of many detectives. And I do think that's what a lot of superiors, the bosses in these offices, want their detectives to do, just close the case. And it leads to a lot of problems because you're just trying to find something to close up the box and say you got somebody for it. But to hear somebody say that that was their goal, and then to know that what they worked with according to the defense, we'll see if the state can contest this. I think Mr. Mogg is going to be the type of witness I run to the screen when I hear him being called if I'm like out doing something else. He doesn't make a report. He just reads this book into the grand jury record. And you might be thinking, well, there's a lot in that book. Keefe D's own words tell it all. To me, personally, that's not enough for the government to meet their burden. No matter how much it might have been stupid for Keefe D, if he really did all this to put it all in a book and do the ultimate self-snitching of putting something in a book, for a detective's grand jury testimony to just be to read that thing, and according to the defense, not do any corroboration, not present anything that, oh, I did this investigation and I documented this physical evidence that matches this other thing. You just read a book to a grand jury. That is not the government doing their job. And then there's no reports until 5 weeks before trial. When the number one thing I'm seeing in this chat, in discussions about this case, is, wow, it's finally happening. It's been 30 years. And now we've got the detective that secured the grand jury indictment not having a single report until 5 weeks ago. And that's why if you see a story where it's like, worst person in the world has their conviction overturned because detective did XYZ. We should never tolerate that in our system. And now this guy's retired. This guy, Mr. Mogg, is retired. And to me, him retiring kind of gives weight to the idea, the picture that the defense is painting. That he was under criticism. He wasn't doing great at his job. He was just doing the bare minimum to close cases, was relying on the investigative work of entertainment companies, and just got out of there before he had any repercussions of the sort, and then got hired as a contract worker for the DA's office. Not an official employee, which could be subject to more scrutiny, but as a contract worker, which could be a little bit more under the radar. I don't know. I think there's so much to unpack here. And I'm shocked. I am shocked there's so much to unpack here. But hey, everybody, what are you guys thinking? That's enough of me and my soapbox. Let's get to the chat. So this was supposed to be a short break. Then they're coming back for about an hour and 15 minutes, I think she said, or an hour and 45 before they take their lunch. Because remember, they are Pacific Coast time. So, hey, we got Florida Defense Team in the building. If I can pull it off, guys, we might do a double feature this week. You guys know Lisa Figueroa from Florida Defense Team. She is in trial this week. And if there's footage, it's supposed to be like a 2-day trial. Jury selection is today. If there's footage, I would love to do a night watch with you guys. Or maybe a morning watch because this trial's starting late. So send good vibes, send good vibes. And I can't wait to see how that goes and talk about what you guys are doing. Can't wait to see it. His airness is like, oh my God, is Keefe be in this? I don't know. Has anybody... Maybe that's not the right question to ask. It's not really a question of shifting an opinion. But is it just me? And it's fine if it is just me, my own bubble. You guys don't have to agree with me. But is anybody else feeling like, okay, wow, this is new information. This is a strong argument. A little bit different than what I expected. Because that's kind of where I'm at. And if you feel differently, please say, please say. Yeah, His Airness, a BET program. Death Row Chronicles. And I think they did a great job. You know, I started the stream by saying, look, I don't want to speak on, you know, a lot of people in the discourse about this case are discussing, well, what about Reggie Wright Jr.? You know, he could have had this motive. You know, he could have wanted to run Death Row Records. He could have wanted Suge Knight to take a hit, be locked up. I didn't really want to get into it because I wasn't sure if the defense was going to go down that route. And they did, and they explained the relevance of Reggie Wright Jr., in addition, his father's role in the corrupt LAPD gang unit, right? That's an interesting detail. Interesting detail. And then quickly moved into maybe a more important detail of how Reggie Jr., not only affiliated with death records, has this dad who's in law enforcement in a sketchy agency, a suspiciously sketchy agency. But he was supposed to protect Suge Knight. And Suge Knight gets grazed that night. He's not the one that ultimately dies. We have two witnesses, according to the state. The state in their opening said the broads don't remember anybody yelling Tupac and that they were actually shooting at, or that they were actually speaking to Suge when the shots fired. And the state seems to think that that helps them. But what I thought of when the defense attorney said, well, Reggie Wright, he's now a felon. He was supposed to protect Suge Knight. He told everybody don't carry firearms that night. And the state just told us, hey, these girls weren't screaming Tupac, which would mean that Duane Davis's details are made up, if you believe the two female witnesses, the broads. But they also said they were standing near Suge Knight. And then we have this weird switcheroo with the supposed, hey, we pass a gun around in the vehicle because someone didn't have a good shot. Was it even Tupac that was the target? Was it Suge? And if Suge was the target, does that make Reggie Wright a more viable third-party culprit? And the defense didn't really need to go that far into detail. They kind of just spelled out some basic details, and it gave me a lot to think about. And I am just shocked. I am just shocked that I'm sitting here with this platter of different pieces. I thought it would be more cut and dry in the sense of they're going to rely on what's on this book. There might not be much to challenge it, but we're going to say, look, it's been so many years and all you have is this book. And people can lie and make up big stories because they want to get paid to do interviews. They want to get paid to publish some book. You know, not everything just because it's published and someone puts their name on it is truthful or fully truthful. Maybe it's somewhat true, but it's embellished in large part. But this is kind of different. This looks like you have Tupac. The type of event. I was really young. I was still a kid in 1996. But a lot of people who are even just a couple years older than me are I remember where I was when this happened. It was such a big event that people can associate that day when they heard the news with where they were, what they were doing. And then you have these detectives who don't take notes. What do they do for regular people? What do they do for regular people if we can't write a report for Tupac? And it doesn't even need to be for a good means of oh, everybody cares about this place. Let's help because we heard that they're trying to get the investigate, the public records lawsuit. That's in recent years. That's 2017. They try to get the records. They don't get access and then they file a lawsuit. So the public is still interested in this. And yet we still don't have people filing reports. The public is so interested in it that BET is making these programs. And then the detectives go, oh, I'll just read this material to the grand jury. It's just wild. So if nothing else, unless the defense attorney cannot connect anything that he said in opening to some type of testimony at trial, I am already disgruntled with the way this investigation was handled. They're speaking, but they're not. There's no audio. Also, let me show some proper love here. We had Destined to Be here early in the building. Super, super supporting with the 26-month membership. Guys, that's more than 2 years. That is more than 2 years. It's how long we've been waiting for this trial to actually happen once we heard there was a search warrant. And then the search warrant, by the way, was months before he was actually arrested. I think it was 4 months before they actually arrest Keefe D. But 26 months is about that time frame. Says, I miss y'all. Work has been crazy. Well, if you were in the bushes still, thank you so much for coming in, popping in, and hanging out with us. I'm sure we all know that feeling of when you really want to be watching something and then you're stuck in the bushes. You are always missed. You are always missed. Thank you for coming in. We have BMAC, thank you for the super sticker and the kind message saying, you're my fave person to watch. Have a great day. Thank you so much. I'm like ranting, hooting, hollering, and rambling. I'm already worked up about this trial. But it's all with love, because when I see this happening in a high profile case, it just makes me think of all of the appeals that I read. And we hear these stories where like, hey, guy who was in prison for like 20, 30 years, turns out someone else did it. And the detective was lying.
Back on record
I
and
just
state
hate to
first,
see it.
Davis, anything we need to address before bringing the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring him in.
All right, we're getting the jury. This is Carli Kierny. It's almost like she knew her face was being blocked. She just scooted over. While they bring the jury in, big thank you. Paulette with the kind super chat says, hi, Cat and Chat. Glad to be back together. Same. Also, I love your icon because I've never seen a GIF or video of a panda that didn't crack me up. They are hilarious. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the support. For always, forever, for life. Thank you for number 2 years also. We have the 2-year gang in here. It says, everybody that goes on Vlad goes to jail. And I started this off like, why are you self-snitching? And now I'm like, why is that all the investigators have? It's like, they flipped my coin. Huh. But I agree, you shouldn't be out here self-snitching, even if something is entirely fictional. There will be a detective like Mr. Mogg who will try to bring a case against you, even if you're making something up. Good vibes only. Love the message. Good vibes for sure. Thanks for becoming a member.
Hey, 30 years later, we'll figure out the facts. Don't worry.
We'll get there. As long as they're facts.
All right, hold on. We're going to listen to the hot mic. He's saying 30 years later and something about facts, and then look at the gallery's facial expressions.
Hey, 30 years later, we'll figure out the facts. Don't worry.
He said, only 30 years later we'll figure out the facts. Don't worry. Oh my God. Wow. Look at Sam's face. Oh my goodness. Also, we had J Money popping in. Always good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being a member 11 months. 11-some. Time flies for real. For real. Does anyone else measure time by like, where was I? Oh, this is when this trial was happening. That's what I was doing in life. YSL is a big time relic in my lifespan. Thank you, J Money.
Maybe seated. All right, state, you may call your first witness.
Garry Dale.
Right, Garry Dale.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Garry, Garry. Last name is Dale, Dale.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Giacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, back in September of 1996, how were you employed?
I was working for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at that time.
And how long did you wind up working for Metro?
25 years total.
September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to a bike team on bicycles on the Strip, Las Vegas Strip area.
Is the uniform similar to the ones they have today where you're wearing the yellow shirts or were you wearing something different?
Yellow shirts and black pants.
Direct your attention to right around 11 p.m. What part of the strip were you working?
I was working the little bit further south end, south of Flamingo.
Did you have a partner?
Yes, I did.
What was his name?
Richard Golgart.
While you were working on that area of the strip, did you cause there to be some sort of car stop of a vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the purpose of stopping this vehicle?
I initiated a car stop on a black BMW that had no license plates.
May I approach the judge?
You may.
First, I'm going to show you what's been marked in State's Proposed Exhibits 1 and 2. Now, there's some obvious markings on here, but these appear to be two aerials of the Las Vegas Valley from well, generally around the time period of the 2096 area.
Yes, sir.
Accurately reflect kind of the locations that they're describing on there. Flamingo, Harmon.
Yes.
Move to admit 1 and 2, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted. You may publish.
I'm going to start with exhibit number 1. And right next to you, don't click it, but there is a mouse that you can roll around with a pointer. Can you generally tell me where this car stop occurred?
It won't work because you're doing it off of your computer.
I have it plugged in. It works.
There it goes.
It will work.
Trying to wrap around the boulevard here.
So if I told you that red dot's Harmon and Flamingo, or sorry, Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes, sir. A car stop was right around, I believe it was right around this area.
So just south of Flamingo on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes.
When you approached the vehicle, did you recognize the occupants?
No, I did not.
Why did you stop this vehicle?
It had no license plate on the back.
When you approached the vehicle, did the occupants communicate with you?
Yes.
And did you, at that point, did you learn their identity?
They told me who they were, but just as identifying them, not.
Did you know them?
No, I
when
didn't.
they told you their names?
They told us their names because we asked them their names, but I didn't know them. I had no knowledge of them before that. We ID'd them.
As you sit here today, do you recall who they were?
Yeah, Tupac Shakur and Marion Knight.
May I approach?
May.
Showing you grand jury exhibit number 3. Is that how the two of them appeared to look that evening when you approached them?
Yes.
In particular, Mr. Shakur is wearing or has on a very large gold necklace.
Yes.
Did you talk to him about that necklace?
Yeah, we talked to him for a few minutes out there, and I just remarked to him, "Wow, man, that's a huge piece of gold or something like that he had around his neck."
Would you describe your interaction with him as congenial?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask them about the license plate, why their vehicle had no license plate?
Yes, I did.
And what was the response?
They stated that they were filming a video, so they had taken the license plate off because they were filming a video going up and down the strip.
Move to admit 3, Judge.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And this large gold medallion is what we're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did that interaction with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur end?
We told them that they were going to have to put the plate back on their car, and we warned them and released them.
Did you remain down on the strip, in the strip area after they left that car stop?
Yes, sir.
We'll fast forward about, let's say, 10 minutes later, something unusual happened. What happened?
We were continuing riding on the strip area. We were heading southbound on the boulevard, and we heard some calls come out about a vehicle. Can't remember exactly what was said, but heading up towards Harmon, we saw the vehicle that had been described in the median of the road. It looked like it had ran up on the median and was stopped there in the middle of the boulevard.
What do you do when you see that?
We approached the vehicle.
Is it you and Mr. Goldberg? Or Officer Goldberg?
Officer Goldberg and I.
And do you see either of the two people that you saw earlier in the vehicle?
Yes.
And who is that?
Marion Knight was outside of the vehicle, walking around, talking, and Tupac Shakur was being removed by EMS people.
As Marion Knight is talking, do you recall anything he's saying?
He was telling us to take care of Tupac Shakur. He had Marion Knight had a chunk of shrapnel or something in his head. He was bleeding, and when I went to talk to him, he was adamant that we needed to go and care for Mr. Shakur.
Did you then go to Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then what do you do? What's your responsibility as it relates to Mr. Shakur as the EMT's working on?
I was trying to talk to him to find out what had happened. Excuse me, gather information to see who had fired at them.
Did you wind up riding anywhere with Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I rode to the hospital in the ambulance with him.
During that time period, between the time you get to Mr. Shakur and the time period he gets taken into the hospital, are you able to have any sort of communication with Mr. Shakur?
He was still talking, and I was trying to convince him to tell me the name of whoever his assailants were.
And did he ever respond?
Yes, he responded, no, we'll take care of it. So, something like that.
No, we'll take
care of it, something like that.
And that's the only thing you were able to gather from Mr. Shakur?
Yeah, I couldn't get him to talk to me any further than that. That was repeated a couple of times.
I'm going to approach with a few photographs. Obviously, when an incident, well, let me back up. When an incident like this happens, there's first responders, but then there is detectives, crime scene analysts, everybody who's called out. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Showing you what's been marked as grand jury exhibit number 4. You recognize the individual who appears to be inside that vehicle at that time?
Dan Ford.
Do you know what he did for Metro?
At the time, he was a detective. I was not there when that photograph was taken. But at the time, he was a detective. I'm not sure what he was, homicide or general assignment or...
Could he be a crime scene analyst?
Crime scene analyst, yeah, CSI.
Okay. And then I'm just going to show you a few other pictures of the vehicle itself. Showing you stage proposed exhibits 5 through 8. Just flip through those.
Just fighting with the tissue box over there.
Okay.
Is that how the vehicle appeared to you when you first arrived on scene? Obviously without people in it.
Right, on the scene of the, where it stopped in the middle of Harmon Boulevard.
Move to admit 5 through 8.
Any objection, Mr. Sanft?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And then finally, while you were at UMC, did you collect some personal items off Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as stage proposed exhibit number 33. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the objects I removed from Tupac Shakur. I impounded those into evidence. There should be a property report for those.
Let's talk about that large gold chain we see in that photograph right there. The second time you came across Mr. Shakur, was he wearing that gold chain that's around his neck?
No.
Until you weren't able to recover that from him at the hospital?
No.
Judge, I'm just going to put up a few of these photographs.
Okay. The clerk's letting me know that 4 was not admitted.
Move to admit 4.
Any objection, Mr. Sanft?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you 4. That's Mr. Ford appearing like he's inside that vehicle.
Okay.
5. That's the front of the vehicle. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, she's typing down everything, so you got to answer yes or no.
Apologies.
That's the rear of the vehicle without the license plate still.
Yes.
Number 8 is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And oops.
Mr. DeGiacomo,
I know, I
33
put the
also
wrong
not
one up,
admitted.
Judge.
Okay. Withdrawn.
There you go. 7. That is what the passenger side of that vehicle looked like.
Yes.
Finally, for you, 33. Those are the items you were collected off Mr. Secure at the hospital.
Yes.
As Mr. Sanft has requested, and I've agreed, to also offer Dan Ford's CSA report, as Mr. Ford is not physically capable of coming to court to testify.
So that'll be admitted via stipulation?
Yes.
What exhibit did you want it to be?
I guess we could just make it next in order, which I believe is 143.
All right, that'll be admitted via stipulation as 143.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. I think 33 has been withdrawn. I think it's not in front of it.
And based upon that agreement,
This is 33. 33 is also not admitted.
move to admit 33.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And based on that agreement that we've reached with Mr. Sanft, I believe he has no objection to the rest of Mr. Ford's crime scene photographs at this particular scene, which is state proposed exhibits 9 through 32.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, 9 through 32 will be admitted via stipulation. You may publish.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay.
Okay, cross. The prosecutor was Mark DiGiacomo. That was just doing the direct. Gonna break out the projector.
And you are Mr. Dale.
Yes.
Well, welcome back to the courtroom.
Thanks.
So let me ask you this. So how long had you been working for Metro until you retired, basically?
Like 13 years?
I see. And at the time when you were on the bicycle on September 7, 1996, how long had you been working for Metro at that point?
Yeah, I thought that's what you asked to begin with.
Oh.
I started in '83, so it would have been, right around 13 years.
I see. And obviously, when you are first a police officer, you go through an academy before you become an actual police officer.
Yes, sir.
And you learn skills and techniques and things to help you become a successful police officer.
Yes.
One of those things I would imagine would be writing reports.
Yes.
Knew it.
Now, fair to say though, in this particular case, what you had seen, or what you had done was basically you saw a license plate that wasn't on a vehicle, you stopped them, you asked for their ID, and at some point you just allowed them to continue on their way.
Yes.
So there was no need to write a report about that.
No.
Okay. Did you write a report and with regards to that stop?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were present at the scene and you saw the vehicle stop, do you know of any other vehicles were behind it?
No, I did not see any other vehicles behind it, so I don't know.
So there wasn't like a caravan or a line of vehicles behind the black BMW when you stopped the BMW?
No.
Can you describe for us a little bit about what the area was like on the night of September 7th, 1996?
It was pretty average night for the Strip as far as the amount of traffic flowing and things like that. Not particularly crowded or packed or anything like that. The area we stopped him in had some lighting, but it wasn't like right in front of a hotel or something that cast a lot of lighting on the area or anything like that. But,
I see.
you know, nothing out of the ordinary.
So there was nothing out of the ordinary as to that particular date and time in terms of any special events going on in Las Vegas at that particular time?
I'm sorry, there was always something going on the Strip, so I heard that things were going on that night, but I was really aware of them.
Were you ever aware that on that particular night there was a championship boxing match between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon that was being held at the MGM?
Yes.
All right. And I would venture to say that that would be something that would have been briefed to all the police officers prior to you going on your shift for that night.
No, we didn't really talk about it.
All right. And then with regards to the amount of traffic, you're saying that even though this championship fight had taken place, in your opinion, there wasn't a lot of traffic on the Strip?
Not more than ordinary.
Okay. And when you say not more than ordinary, can you describe for us what that means exactly?
So the Strip is always pretty crowded, or was at that time, so you know, that's why they had us out there on bicycles, was because we could get in between and out of cars. So I guess when we conducted the car stop, there was enough traffic that we felt comfortable that he was going to have to stop and pull over, that he wouldn't be able to just take off on us.
Right.
I mean, that's the best description I have. That's why we rode bikes out there. So, but there was always traffic in that area. So it's always congested over there.
Okay, and that's probably the best way to put it, right? It's still congested for Las Vegas.
Yes.
But it's normal for Las Vegas to
Yes.
be congested.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it wasn't like, for instance, I don't know if you were around Las Vegas in 2020 when you could just take your bicycle and just ride down Las Vegas Boulevard with like no one around, right? It's not that kind
Right,
of
it's not like that.
All right. And when you say congested, meaning that cars could not go very fast because there's always cars around in that area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had arrived on scene, and then at some point you're actually in the ambulance with Mr. Shakur.
Yes.
Being transported to the hospital.
Yes.
And the hospital you were going to was UMC?
It was UMC.
Okay. Now, when a police officer first arrives on scene, is that police officer considered to be the primary officer until such time as they are relieved of that duty?
Ordinarily, yes.
Were you the primary officer at that particular scene? Were you the first officer on arrival?
I don't really remember. There were so many of us that showed up like at right around the same time. There's just a lot of officers showed up there pretty quickly.
Right. Now, I mean, you have a pretty clear memory of this. Did you review any records or have any meetings with the district attorney's office prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I did. I reviewed the records.
Okay. And once again, you do that so it'll help you refresh your recollection as to what occurred 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Even though this might be something that's unusual, right? You have a celebrity who's shot on the Strip, you still have to refresh your recollection in order for you to remember things.
Some of it, yes.
Yeah. And once again, you're doing that so you make sure that for this jury that you're accurate about what you recall 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you were shown a map, and I'm going to show you again here. This is State's Exhibit number 1. See this?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me, this map, do you know if this map was the actual map in 1996 of the Las Vegas area?
No.
You're smiling.
It's just a long time ago. It changes so much down there.
Yeah. So we know that this is a map of Las Vegas.
Yes.
But you cannot tell us, for instance, if this is 1996.
No, I cannot tell you.
Okay. So, for instance, on the top over here, this doesn't look like the sphere, does it? Does it?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then down over here, does this look like T-Mobile or anything like that, as far as you can tell?
No.
Okay. Now, and once again, I just want to make sure I'm clear for this, for the jury. This particular map, as it sits here right now, as it's here, for instance, we have what looks like down here at the bottom, I'm pointing where the MGM label is right here. Do these look like walk bridges over the streets?
I can't really tell.
Let me just scroll here real quick. Does that help you?
Yeah, they do look like walkways.
And fair to say that those walk bridges in 1996, people were still walking on the streets crossing like pedestrian crosswalks, right?
I'm trying to recall. I couldn't honestly recall. I remember them taking the crosswalks out and putting those walkways in.
Right.
I remember when they did that, but I don't remember the year they did it.
And once again, I'm not trying to, it's not a catch-up moment.
No, I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't want to say something that I can't be sure of, but I remember when I was down there working, they no longer allow traffic to cross on foot across the strip because of all of the accidents that we had. So they put those walkways in when I was still working.
Right. Okay. Now, and just finally here, with regards to the, when you're riding on the strip and you're riding with your, with the other person that's with you, you said at some point you were made aware that there was a shooting that had occurred, and the radio traffic indicated that the vehicle you had stopped was potentially the vehicle that was being involved. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us just really quickly here, based upon State's Exhibit number 1, and once again, we're not looking at it in terms of an accurate 1996 view, but just in terms of the streets. Can you tell us where you were at when you took off to wherever the vehicle was? And I'll just pull that here real quick so you can.
Thank you.
Sure.
I couldn't really tell you where we were because my memory serves me, it was called out right around the same time as we were rolling up on that vehicle.
Okay.
There was shots fired call and vehicles involved, and then we rolled up and saw that vehicle in the middle of Harmon.
And when you, okay, and when you rolled up and you saw the vehicle, can you tell us other vehicles that were behind that vehicle? Were there any other, like vehicles in an entourage behind the black vehicle?
There were several vehicles stopped all over the strip. It looked cluttered with cars, so I couldn't tell you if they were with them or not.
Sure. Did other police officers aid in terms of securing the scene and making sure that anything of evidentiary value was going to be kept in that area?
Yes.
Because I would imagine it wasn't just you by yourself.
Right.
Your partner, other officers arriving on scene would have started to help as a team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect examination, Mr. Bujacno?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? If you do, please raise your hand and I'll walk you through the process.
Yes, jury questions.
Seeing no hands, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Dale. You are excused.
Thank you.
I love when the court allows jury questions. They didn't have any for this witness, but
They may call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Ingrid Stokes. Yes.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Ingrid Stokes, INGRIDSTOKES.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
is she a witness?
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Palal, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Stokes.
Good morning.
Back in 1996, did you have a different last name?
It was Johnson.
Okay, so you went by Ingrid Johnson back then? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you come to Las Vegas on the weekend of September 7th, 1996?
Yes.
Who'd you come with?
My best friend and some girlfriends.
Okay, can you tell me who they were?
Shalane, Tanisha, and Lauren.
And why'd you come to Las Vegas that weekend?
Well, when you live in LA, you go to Vegas all the time. It's just a party city. So we decided to go for the weekend. We were all off work. And so we went to come hang out, have fun.
And were you aware, okay, well, first let me take a step back. So you guys were living in LA at the time?
Yes.
What part of LA?
I may have been living at my dad's, which is Carson.
Okay. And then and you came out for the purposes to party. Were you aware that there was a Mike Tyson fight that weekend?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. There was always a Mike Tyson fight. But we were coming because my friend knew one of the managers or coaches, I forget what they're called, and we had planned on going to the fight.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
What happened?
Women in the bathroom, 4 women in the bathroom did not work. We took too long. We missed the fight completely.
And so, where were you staying that night?
I believe we were at the Lexor, or the Rio, but I think it was the Lexor.
Okay. And then, did you ever actually make it to the MGM where the fight was?
We made it to the let out, is what I call it, because the fight was already over, so everyone was kind of hanging out. So we went to see what was going on for the night.
And did you hang out there for a while?
I don't remember, but it would have been enough time to run into a few friends and say hello and hang out, and maybe drink or two, maybe.
So, what did you do after hanging out at the MGM Grand?
Well, we had met one of my friends, and they had mentioned there was somewhere they were going to go. So we decided, okay, we'll go there first and see what's happening before we decide, where we're going to end the night. So we all got back in our car, the rented car we took from LA, and drove.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a convertible Supreme.
And did all 4 of you go into the car?
Yes, all 4 of us were in the car.
And what happened once you guys started driving?
That's a loaded question. A lot happened. We got in the car. I believe we left the MGM parking lot, and then we went to the main street, Las Vegas Boulevard, I guess. And we were driving, and I believe we were, I don't know, about 10 minutes after leaving the parking lot, and then we ran into Suge and Tupac in the car.
And when you say you ran into them, what'd that look like?
Well, we were driving, hanging out in the convertible, and my girlfriend Lauren at the time, she knew Suge, and she told us, "Hey, there's Suge. Pull up next to him. I'm gonna ask them what they're doing." And so Shalane was the driver, and she slowed up close to them.
And so you said Shalane was the driver.
Yes.
Where were you seated?
I was a passenger in front.
In the front passenger? So Shalane's driving, you're in the front passenger, and the other 2 women are in the back seat?
Yeah, Tanisha's behind me, and then Lauren is behind the driver.
After all these years, you still remember that, huh?
Well, yeah. Some things you don't forget. That one.
And so then when you start driving, when you see Suge and your friend starts talking to Suge, what happens?
They were talking, and she was like, "What's going on? What's happening?" We look over, and next we pull up to the car, and we kind of nod or say hello, that kind of thing. But we were in our own little world. While she was talking to him, he said, "Hey, we're all going to the club. Why don't you follow us? Get behind us. You can go with us." And so that was decided. We'll go there first and see what's happening before we go anywhere else.
So do you follow, do you remember who's driving and who's in the passenger side?
Suge was driving, and Tupac was in the passenger seat.
All right. I believe States Exhibit 3 has already been admitted. We're going to publish that. Is this kind of the way they look at night?
Yeah, that was just like this.
And so, you decided to follow Suge and Tupac to the club?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
That's okay. And so, do you recall the name of that club?
It was an area code, so I remember it was 662 or 702, but now I know it's 662.
And then what did you do? Did you guys start driving over to Club 662?
We got behind them, and we start driving down the Las Vegas Strip. And it was weird because there was a car behind us, and they kept going around us trying to get in front of us. It happened quite often. It was really annoying. We didn't understand what was going on. And then at one point, we were getting ready to turn to go on the main street. I guess Flamingo was on. Or Flamingo, I think is what it's called. When we turned that way, I was like, what the heck's going on? People keep getting in front of us. I know how to get to the club. Let's figure out our own way. I can drive them. We can meet them up there. And so our plan was to get out from behind them.
So you were confused about the way the cars were moving?
Yeah, I didn't understand in hindsight, I know now, but I didn't understand there was entourage. I just thought, they were going to a club. We didn't think about it.
And then at some point on Flamingo, do you stop at a light?
Yeah, so when we get close to the light, I tell Shalane, pull over, I'll drive. I know where I'm going. I've been there before. So we pull from around them, and then we stop at the light, and
before this, that's my fault, not yours. So before, when you guys are stopped at the light, where is your car relative to Suge Knight's and Tupac Shakur's car?
So I believe there was 4 lanes, a turning lane, the lane next to it, the middle, and then there was one for like the outside lane. So they were on the 3rd lane, I believe, and when we got off the lane behind them, we got out and we went past, and I think we were a car or 2 on the 2nd lane from the light.
And so were you behind or in front of Suge Knight's car?
We were in front.
So you're in the lane next over, a car, or maybe 2 in front.
Yeah, exactly.
Then while you're waiting at that light, does anything happen?
Well, me and Shalane were going to change seats. I was going to drive. I'm the more aggressive driver, and after what, she was nervous with them coming back in front of us so much. So me and Shalane were literally head down, taking our seatbelts off when we heard the gunshots, when it's all hell broke loose.
And to be fair, you didn't see those gunshots.
No.
And then what do you do when you hear the gunshots?
I freak out, and I scream, what the hell? I said, what the hell? And then Shalane is kind of half up, half down, and so I grab her head to bring her down. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And then she has her hand on the wheel, but she's like frozen. And so I don't remember how many gunshots there were, honestly. But I know I put the car in drive, and I told her to get the hell out of there and drive. And so I may even grab the wheel. Like I said, I'm very aggressive. And from that, she tried to drive off.
And then did you see the color of the vehicle?
Yeah, so we almost hit the car. When we were trying to drive off, there was a car in the lane, that last lane, that was the turning lane. And it was a white 4-door. Can't tell you what combination, it was like white-ish. And we almost hit it when we were trying to get away.
Were you trying to pursue the white car?
Hell no. Just want to get away.
And then where did you guys go? Did you turn off? Did you follow them turning off? Or?
We turned off. We turned the only way you could turn because it was a light, a red light, which was down that first street past. And then when we turned right, we were just driving fast. There still might have been gunshots. I can't speak for anyone else in the car, but there was a lot going on. There was a lot of adrenaline. And then the first street we saw that was on the left, I was like, turn left. And we just turned down a random street that had like apartments on it.
Now, it's fair to say you didn't see who was in the car, right?
No, didn't look.
But did you go back to where the shooting occurred?
Yes, I did.
Were you nervous about talking about what happened?
I didn't think I had anything valuable to say, to be honest. So I wasn't nervous initially because I just was like, we came back because we wanted to know what happened. Because we left, so we didn't know. We didn't look around. We didn't see anything. We just left. And so when we came back, we saw there were a lot of police presence. And I wasn't a big fan of the police at the time, so I wanted to stop and talk to them and offer my help. But I also wanted to make sure if I could help, I would help. So when we went back, we told the officers we had been there when something happened, what happened when we left. And so he made us stop the car and get out the car. The police officer made us sit on the ground, on the sidewalk, in front of everything. Cars are still, I think, may have been passing. So it was kind of an odd situation where they were like kind of rude to us. And then they're treating us like we're suspects. We really didn't know what happened though. And so they said, well, we need you guys, eyewitnesses, we need you guys to come downtown or in a van for you guys to come, and had us sit there. I kept asking a lot of questions, but no answers.
Now, I noticed some of your friends aren't going to be here. Is there this fear about talking in this kind of case?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Snitches get ditches, I'm saying. Not the coolest, but yeah, talking to police is not a thing we do in our culture anywhere in LA. It's not a normal thing. So there was that. especially in the 90s and the 80s. There was multiple reasons why. But I didn't see anything, so I was kind of limbo. I didn't see anything. I didn't think I'd be beneficial. And then, I don't know, I was going to offer some assistance, what I could, because I may have had more memory back then. I may have heard the number of gunshots. I may have had, more. But the police treat us so bad that I just we start shutting down, because we're like, if someone did it, they could come by and sitting on the ground. They can see we're sitting here telling people, even though we're not saying anything. So this was a really bad situation.
And is it fair to say that that was something that also would scare you, is that if somebody was seeing you talk?
Absolutely.
Objection, Honor, to leading.
What's your response, Mr. Palal?
I'm just following up on your question, and then she's going to lay the foundation too.
I'll sustain if you could rephrase.
Okay. Is it fair or unfair to say that you are concerned about people seeing you talking to police?
Yes.
All right. No further questions, please.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sanft.
Thank you, Honor. Hi, Mr.
Hello.
Obviously, I would imagine you've never testified before about this particular situation.
No, I was in the grand jury.
Okay, so you were at the grand jury. And with regards to your testimony, when you were in front of the grand jury, did you meet with the district attorney's office prior to giving that testimony to the grand jury?
Not except outside the door when I got to the courthouse. I mean, the door of the grand jury.
I see. And with regards to that testimony, did you review any documents, records, anything like that in preparation for your testimony in front of the grand jury?
No.
All right. Now, asking you again for today, did you review any documents in preparation for your testimony here in front of this jury?
I looked at the grand jury testimony that I said, but other than that, no.
Okay. Now, when this thing had occurred, I would imagine it would have been a very traumatic experience for you.
Yes.
And at some point you go back to LA?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's all right. It's just for the record. When you go back to LA, did you ever just sort of keep on top of it, like in terms of like articles that would come out in magazines, anything like that at all?
No, we didn't talk about that night for decades. We just didn't talk about it.
Okay. Now, did you ever at any point capture what you had remembered in a journal or anything like that?
I did a documentary, a couple documentaries. Yes, years, like 20 years later.
I see. And in preparation for those documentaries, what did you use to refresh your recollection back then?
Talk to my girlfriend. I mean, more talk and try to remember pieces that I could.
Right. And your girlfriend was also present in the Sebring when it happened?
Yes,
as well?
she was driving.
I see.
That is.
Now, just to describe us a little bit that night, you're driving in a convertible Sebring.
Yes.
And I'd assume that the top was probably down.
The top was down. Yes.
Okay. And the weather that night, was it raining?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what the weather was like that night?
It was Vegas in September. It probably, I'd be guessing, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't raining. It could have been a cloud in the sky, but I wouldn't remember that.
Was
I
it
just know
cold?
it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. We didn't have any jackets. We had designer clothes. That's why I was mad. I had to sit on the curb. But no, it was a nice, cool evening. So I would probably say in the 80s, 70s, 80s. I have no idea.
All right. But obviously, among the four girls, no jackets or anything that would indicate that it was cold that night.
Yes, no.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had pulled up alongside Suge Knight's vehicle at some point.
Yes.
Now, I noticed that you weren't given a map. Did you ever have an opportunity to kind of envision exactly where this had occurred?
I didn't forget that part.
Okay. If I were to show you a map, would you be able to point out for
Yes.
us exactly?
Much as I can. Yes, absolutely.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked in there. This states exhibit number 1.
The jackets thing is kind of important for one of the points of the defense, that the book has a provable misrepresentation of a New Year's Eve photo where Duane Davis and Orlando Anderson are wearing jackets, but the book represents it as being a picture of them together at the MGM
Just for the
in
record,
Vegas
I'm
that
showing
night.
you States exhibit number 1. It's just an overview of Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Does that help you at all?
No, not really, but I see the streets. It's what I thought. I'm assuming the red dot is Vegas Boulevard.
And we say red dot, there's a mouse that's right there in front of you. You can use that to sort of move that mouse over to where, no, that doesn't do that. 'cause it's-
I can point it, but
Now, let me do
Only
this.
when you're on our computer can you do that. This doesn't
you can point it now.
All right, so would this be, and
Yes,
I'm using my
that's-
Sharpie, that's
yes,
the dot?
yes.
Okay, so yes, that would be Las Vegas Boulevard. Now I'm going to point over here. Do you recognize this particular area?
Yeah, that's where it happened.
Okay, and this, I'm pointing now, once again for the record, Flamingo, and it looks like this would be Koval?
Koval, that sounds about right.
Now, you were describing for us a little bit about where the cars were. If I were to give you a piece of paper, can you draw for us just a little bit better so we can have a better view? And
I can try.
Okay. You want me to approach?
Yes, you may.
Is EJF in the chat today? I feel like she would love this with the directions, the maps, the drawings.
And what am I drawing exactly again?
If you can draw for us where, on that night, where Koval was. And just for the record, you're writing Koval, is it for the horizontal line or the vertical line?
It is the horizontal line.
Okay, so that's Koval. And then can you draw for us where Suge's vehicle was when you pulled up to it?
Well, we were behind it.
Okay.
So it would have been, I'm just going to make lanes and like, don't quote me, I could be off by one, of course. So I'll say this was Suge and we were behind. So this was, I'm going to put I for me. And then we moved and went right here. So this is where we end up parking. I'm not parking, but stopping at the red light.
That's fine. And just for the record, you have made a mark that looks like an S, and I would assume that would be for Suge's vehicle?
Yes.
And then there's another I, it looks like right there, and that would be for your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you have an arrow pointing to the next lane over where the I is now at.
Yes, that's where it ended.
Okay, great. And then when the shots, when you're, I guess, trying to change seats, can you tell us where you were at that particular point?
You mean in the car? Or-
Well, not in the car, but
Oh.
where the car was?
It was here when the shots happened.
Okay.
And when we were trying to flee, we were trying to get in this lane to go around to get the turn.
I see.
And that's what we ended up doing eventually.
I see. So when the shots were fired, you were still in that I,
The I, yes.
and then you pulled off onto Koval.
Yes.
Okay. Now this area right here, what is this? What street is that?
What do you mean? This Flamingo? No, is this Flamingo, I'm assuming? I'm guessing. Like I said, I'm bad at direction on places I still go today.
That's right.
And then here was like a gas station or something right there. And then here was where we turned off right, which is where that first left was. So I don't know the name of the streets or anything.
No problem. I'm going to show this. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. Your Honor, if I could have this marked as defense exhibit, opposed defense exhibit A,
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
and move for admission.
Any objection to its admission?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admitted. Did you want to publish?
I would like to publish it.
Okay, feel free.
All right, I think we get to see it. Also, shout out to Sheriff Chuck with the 5
Now,
gifted in
showing you
here,
what's
sneaking it in
marked
during the drawing.
and now is defense exhibit A. All right, and I will just explain this for the jury again. So where you have Koval is actually the street Koval, is that right?
Yes.
And you have Flamingo, which would be the other street that's going vertical down the defense exhibit A.
Yes.
And then on the corner, it would be one of the corners, there's a gas station.
Yes.
Now over here, this S, that would be what you would call a Suge Knight's vehicle.
Yes.
And you were directly behind that vehicle at some point.
Yes.
And you pulled up, and that's the arrow pointing up to the next lane over, and that's where you were at, right next to Suge's vehicle.
In front of, not next to. That's why it's a little above.
I see. So you're slightly in front of Suge's vehicle. Was there another vehicle over here in front of Suge's vehicle?
I'm assuming yes, because we weren't at the front of the line. So yes, maybe 2.
I see. Maybe 2 vehicles, but presuming that there would be at least a vehicle in front of Suge's vehicle.
At least 2, I'd say, because there was one in front of me.
Okay. And then this lane over here is, what lane is that?
That's a small lane that you can turn off.
Turning lane?
Yeah, it didn't say, but yes.
Yeah. And so at some point when the shots were ringing out, you just immediately just gassed the car and made a right-hand turn on Koval.
Yeah, into the turning lane.
Okay. And your testimony here right now, for instance, is that the top was down, but you didn't see.
No,
Yeah.
I was looking down because I was initiating changing my seat. So I would thank God I was all face down.
Okay. And when you pulled off and you made that right-hand turn, did anyone shoot at you?
Probably. I honestly don't know. There was a lot of gunshots.
Sure. Did any, after the event had occurred, did you ever observe any bullet holes in your vehicle?
There was no bullet holes in my vehicle.
Was there any shattered windshield as a result of, anything
No.
happening on the scene?
No.
Okay. And then with regards to where you were at, when your testimony was that you were talking to Shug was saying, hey, come to 662. Is that what was happening?
Yes.
And during that time period, you said, and I want to make sure I'm clear, that while there was a conversation about going over to Shug's place, but it seemed like everyone was sort of talking. Like it was like the girls in the back seat maybe were having a conversation or something like that. Is that-
No. Lauren was the only one talking to Shug because she's the only one who knew him.
I see.
So nobody, we were just like, oh, okay, looking like, because it wasn't our conversation.
Right. And when that was happening, did any of your people in your vehicle yell out, Tupac, anything
No.
like that?
Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, it's Tupac.
No.
Okay. Now, during that time period, as you're over here behind Shug's vehicle or next to it, did you ever see, can you describe for me what Tupac was doing in the vehicle?
When we pulled up on the side of him and she was talking to Shug, he was relaxed, like sitting in the chair, sitting in the passenger seat. And Shug was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
Okay, so as you're sitting there and you pull up, Tupac was not hanging out the window and doing something out of the window?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay.
No.
His torso was not sitting on top of the window yelling to his fans, Tupac, Tupac,
No,
anything like
there was
that?
no fans around. They were just driving in the car listening to music like we were.
All right. And during that time period, when you were here during this time period, there's a red light
Yes.
preventing you from moving forward. And once again, going back to Defense Exhibit A, there's no green light allowing traffic to move in the direction of Koval.
No,
Okay, so everyone was stopped at that particular point.
everyone was stopped.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
We're going to get some
Thank you.
redirects.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
No?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We do have one. Okay, so what I'll need you to do is write your juror number on the question and then write the question on a full sheet of paper and then hand it to my marshal when you're done.
We're getting a jury question. And the state didn't redirect on questions about observing people yelling Tupac's name or Tupac hanging out of the car window, which is how Keefe D describes that this environment was when they pulled up. Also, major love in the chat. We have Kristen and Sheriff both throwing it down. Kristen gave 5 earlier and then another 5 for 10 total. So big thank you to Kristen. And she was one of the first
Any
ones here.
questions from anyone else? Okay, perfect. Can I have the party's approach?
All right. So it sounds like the way they do it here, they review the question and then we get to hear it. So I'm so curious. Like, nothing else is going on in my brain right now except for what is this question? What does this juror want to know? Oh. It looks jovial. It looks like a jovial interaction.
All right, one question from a juror. Could you gauge what direction the shots were coming from?
No.
No? Any follow? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm gonna say it was just
You're
too,
okay.
it was too chaotic, and you're not, thinking about that, but no.
Okay. State, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You are excused.
That's she could have given an answer that would have been harmful
State,
to
any
Davis.
purposes, are we prepared to take a lunch break at this time?
Lunch break, sir.
Okay, sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch break at this time. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have everyone back here, let's say 1:15, so that everybody has enough time to get everything done over the lunch break. We'll see you guys back at that time. Please rise to the jury.
All right, we'll let them clear out. We'll see if they have any housekeeping. And then we can rant, rabble, talk. Look back on some rewinds about this case.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be in recess. We'll see you guys back right around 1:15.
Thank you.
If you need any more time, just let us know.
It'd be super.
He did indicate that you could go over whenever, and so if you want to go over now, you can get.
Oh, they muted us, I think. Right? You guys don't hear anything either, right? It's not just me. All right, then they're moving to the exit sign there. So I assume they turned the sound off. And why I was saying that question, the answer, there could have been an answer there that hurt Keefe D. Maybe not significantly, but if she was like, hey, it came from the direction that we're saying this white four-door car was in, that would point to that vehicle that they identified as being the one where the shots were fired from, and that might match a description where Keefe D says, hey, we're in this four-door white car. But she can't even place a directional on it. And so as far as we know, they never recovered this car, right? The law enforcement agencies, none of them have ever found and recovered this white four-door car and been able to take a look at it. What they have to work with is Keefe D's words in his own book, and maybe some of the description started to come into play in the earlier, like the 2008 and 2009 statements to law enforcement. But we don't even know if this white car, if these four individuals were in it, if any of those four individuals were in it, or if shots were fired from this white car. So for her to not know, it's something that if she had a different answer, could have been harmful. But they didn't get it there. And a juror wanted to know that question. That was a question that the juror specifically asked. So, all right, guys, if you have any questions right now, if you were a juror, what would you want to know based on the witnesses we've had so far? We had an officer who was on bike patrol that night for LV Metro, and he also rode in the ambulance with Tupac Shakur to the hospital. He tried to ask him questions, but he says, and it could have been his own words, the way the cop was relaying what Tupac was saying, but his recollection is that Pac was telling him, we'll take care of it. Didn't give any detailed, specific answers to any of his questions. And then the next witness we had was Ingrid Stokes, who was saying was an eyewitness, was a fact witness. She didn't actually see, she didn't look around and see where shots were being fired, but she's an eyewitness to the extent that these were the vehicles, this is kind of the arrangement, here's why we were going in this direction, and as far as we know, why Suge Knight and Tupac in the car that they were in were also going in that direction. So for those facts, she is an eyewitness. She's a fact witness. And that's where we are. We're 2 witnesses in so far. And I have questions. So, his 773 Pisces says, Keefe's really concerned with who's in the gallery. I want to see too. Yeah, you saw him turn around, like turned his whole body to look around there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, His Airness says, what did you guys see? What did you guys see? Corky says, so they have to call Suge, right? I tried to listen for indicators from the state's opening that, you know, they were going to say something like, you know, verbiage that indicates they're going to call someone. They're going to tell you. Or when so-and-so, she's going to say. And I didn't hear them use that phrasing for Suge Knight. So, I don't know. I'll tell you right now, I want to see him called because I just have curiosity. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Brooklyn, I'm not really sure I can just like play Vlad interviews here, but guys, that is probably a good one to check out, and it's a bit longer. If you want to check out, there's a few different interviews out there, but that's probably a good one to first start. Yeah, His Airness doesn't get that impression from opening, and I'm not gonna lie, if, like, in closing, I would not be surprised if the state has to say something like, well, they could have called Suge Knight too, if the defense doesn't end up calling him. But at the same time, me personally, because I watch a lot of trials and I feel like it's the state's burden, even if the defense can do something, me personally, it's going to be a point against the government if the only other living eyewitness to this incident, as far as who was in these two alleged cars that were involved in the shooting, isn't called by the state. That's a minus point for the state for their presentation, because it's their burden, it's their investigation. Michael Sanft, the defense attorney here, in 1996, he didn't have the capability to go show up on Flamingo and go speak to Suge Knight himself. But the law enforcement agencies did. And if they don't call him today, or this trial, not literally today, but present day, why not? And that why not is going to reflect negatively, in my view, on the state. So, yeah, His Airness says, Suge told more stories than Keffe D. Imagine if they both end up testifying. Brooklyn says the Fox 5 interview from last week was wild. Yes, one of the Fox 5 local stations that is following this case, the reporter, I forget her name, but she's doing great work. She interviewed Michael Sanft. We might look at some quotes from that interview. Michael Sanft believes his client is fully innocent. I know some attorneys, it's not uncommon for an attorney to say that, but it's also not entirely ubiquitous that every defense attorney is willing to proclaim their client innocent. They're just saying, wait till trial, wait for the facts to come out. It seems to me like Sanft really believes in Keffe D's innocence, and again, he took this case pro bono. So, I don't know if the jury's going to hear that. I'm sure they won't, but I'm on the outside. I heard it, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of interesting. But last week, Fox 5 did an interview through a jail virtual call with Keffe D. And Keffe D in this interview is, I didn't even read this manuscript before the book was published. I don't even know what's in it. And he kept repeating over and over that this book it's not true. The stuff in the book cannot be true because the stuff in it is contradicted. And there was a part of Stokes' testimony where she began discussing it was nice outside. It was so nice we had the drop top down in the convertible. We didn't have any jackets. It was already nighttime at this point. Weather is beautiful. It's warm enough that we are not wearing jackets. We are girls and we are not cold. And one of the things that Keffe D kept emphasizing in this interview from last week, it's almost like he had a mission to keep repeating it, if you ask me, was something is so disprovable in this book that you've got to know it's fiction. In this book, and the reporter asked about it, there's this picture of you in Las Vegas at the MGM. That's you in Orlando. And she shows the picture. And he's like, that's not from Vegas. That's from a New Year's Eve party. That's from a New Year's Eve party. So maybe we could pull that. Let's see. Let's pull that clip up. We'll watch that during the lunch here. And in the description, I did a longer primer conversation with potentially criminal LawTube Sean. And mostly we looked at some excerpts from the book, but we also watched more of this interview. So if you want a deeper discussion on this that would be longer than the lunch break, go check that out. It was a fun conversation. And it was a really good primer, I think, prepping for this trial. But let's get that relevant. Let me show you that picture. I'll pull it up as soon as the ad runs through. And while we're doing that, we're going to say this is sponsored by Kristen and Chuck, who are throwing it down in the chat because Kristen dropped the 10. Big, big thank you. All the love in the world for your support, Kristen. Thank you so much. KP saying, guys, 22 months here and still it's innocent until proven guilty. I am all the way on the board with that because if we think it's okay for the government to convict somebody just because our gut instinct is also that somebody is guilty, think about how many people will get convicted and there really isn't a proven case. The government doesn't need to put forth a proven case if we allow that to be the standard. So to me, innocent until proven guilty is the standard. It's an important standard. It's what I think makes our justice system, as much as I criticize it, it's a very strong foundation. And it has its moments, a lot of moments, where that foundation seems to be ignored at times. But as voices of the public, I think if we keep an eye on it, we can improve the weaknesses, the shortcomings. And it would be a great system if that's how it worked consistently. So thank you for being a member. Thank you. It's good to see you, KP. I feel like, you're hardworking. You don't always get to pop in here. And I know sometimes what you do for work makes it difficult for you to be in the chat with us. You have to be a lurker. So I'm glad you were here and able to chat today. And thank you so much for supporting for 22 months. 22 months. And then Chuck coming in here. Hold on. We got some math going. We got 15 gifted. So big W's and love in the chat for Sheriff Chuck. He's got his own emoji. So if you just got gifted a membership, use a Chuck emoji. Say thank you. Big thank you. Super generous and so appreciate it. Now let's get this interview. We got the nice ad for the Spider-Man movie here in the corner. And maybe I could just find this on YouTube where I can, I don't have ads on YouTube, so maybe that'd be the smarter move. Okay. Box 5 exclusive. All right, here's the better one. Also, this might not help saying it out loud. The court feeds, I don't see any with closed captions. So for the trial itself that we're watching today, I have my stream on like a 1-minute delay. So I won't see your reactions quite in real time, which sucks. It's a little bit of, sometimes I'll get confused. But the reason I did that is so I could enable closed captions on my end. So when we flip back to the trial, if you need those closed captions and things are hard to hear, you have to click it underneath this video. But this video here has them. So we get to put these on for the first time today. And let's scroll. Let's find where she holds up this picture. I think it's right here. We'll listen to what he says right before. Start here.
I do want to mention, you had said that you were not in Vegas the night that Tupac died when there was the Mike Tyson fight. Again, I read your this book, every single page. You included a picture of your sister and yourself at the fight.
That wasn't no fight. Why would I wear an overcoat in September? That's what, I had no fight. Why would I wear an overcoat and a hat? I had a suit on and an overcoat. That was a New Year's party.
So it says over here, me and my sister at the fight.
I didn't author that book. That dude just put that stuff in there. He ain't had no fight. But September the 7th, it'll be 115 degrees. What I want to wear a suit with an overcoat on and a hat. Don't make sense.
So
Go back and look at the degrees that September. You think I'll wear that in September 7th? Come on now. A suit with an overcoat on and a hat. That was at a New Year's Eve party. And you see Orlando, he got the same floor.
Yep.
He had on September.
So when I watched this over, I think it was Saturday we did the primer stream. Or was it a week ago already? It might have been a week ago. I don't really remember. But in any case, when I was listening to this conversation about the jacket, it's like, well, you know what? Maybe he's onto something. But on the other hand, just because you're wearing a coat and it happens to be hot outside doesn't mean it wasn't hot in the venue, or you didn't just like, have you guys ever like walked outside and you're wearing a coat, but then it's actually a really hot day and you're like, oops, and now you're sweating. You're stuck in layers and you're sweating and it's horrible, but you did it. So just because you're wearing something that might not fit the weather doesn't mean that picture wasn't necessarily from that place and time. But what stood out to me, knowing this context, which we haven't gotten into it in trial yet, but in opening statements, we have the video. We have the video where it's just apparently Orlando Anderson visible, and the states, they're pretty much stipulating it's only Orlando Anderson getting stomped out. He's the one getting stomped out. Is he wearing the same outfit in that video that is maybe visible in this book, and hopefully at trial we get a better, clearer picture of it, like projected right on the screen rather than held up the way it's being held up here? And secondly, were they together or not that night? When were they together? When were they separated? Was the sister also at the fight? Because if the sister's part of these pictures, but wasn't at the fight, that would go to these pictures not being from fight night. And if these pictures aren't from fight night, that's a +1 for the argument that, hey, this book is fiction made to sell and make money. Does it get over the idea, jurors could be sitting there going, why would you ever claim such a thing? Why would you ever make such a thing up? I don't believe somebody would write that just to make money. I don't know who's on the jury. But I do know a lot of people who tell a big lie to go viral, to get some likes, to sometimes to make money, but not even for money being a factor. People will tell tall tales. So for me, I could see either possibility. I don't know which way it's going to be argued and where I'm going to sit at the end of this trial. But I do think that we now have this testimony from someone like, it's so nice outside, we had the convertible, no jackets. It's a +1 for the defense's point that these pictures probably aren't from where this book is saying they're from. I don't know. But in any case, maybe the state won't rely on this part of the book at trial. It's still not going to make me walk back from my criticism of Mr. Moggs, who apparently sat and just read this book to the grand jury. And if this book has something that's disprovable, if these pictures are New Year's Eve, there's people in these pictures that were not at the MGM fight for the Tyson fight on September 7th in 1996. And did Mr. Moggs do anything to corroborate what he was hearing in BET programs and in other interviews and maybe in this book when it eventually came out? It's like, as much as it looks bad for someone to either be self-snitching or lying about something that would be very criminal, it's not any better that an investigator didn't investigate anything. So, oh my goodness. My goodness. Yeah, Sabata says this argument's a non-starter. I think the weakest part of it was hearing how many times during just this interview itself, in this bubble before watching day 1 of the trial, I'm like, look, he is hyping on this so much that this is his one thing. His one thing that he's going to point to, and that's his entire argument, to say everything else he said is a total and complete lie. Is it possible that the other details he was able to provide because he heard a little bit enough to make it make sense? He knew Orlando was there that night, and he could take that detail and put together a story. Or is it too difficult to believe that somebody could give these details to law enforcement closer in time to the shooting? And when it's repeated in these books, it's being repeated because that's actually what happened. His Airness says September starts getting cool. September's that tricky month, though. September is the exact type of month where you might be like, hey, it was cool yesterday, so I'm going to wear a jacket. And then you're like, walk in and you're like, oh, it's hot. It's hot all over again. Not rotund. Guy Vermectin says Keefe D is a big boy. Yeah, that's true. And that can make a difference if you're wearing like an overcoat and the layers. Jake Caroline says the Outlaws, so with Tupac, were in the car behind Tupac. I wonder if any of them will testify. Yeah, I'm still interested to see, because just because somebody is mentioned as a witness before trial doesn't mean they're actually going to be called. And I think it's going to be interesting to see who is called, who calls them. I mean, we know that some of the witnesses are unavailable because they're no longer alive. For example, in addition to the individuals who were purportedly in the car with Keefe D, there was also an attorney that Keefe D did some like consulting or got some advice from in relation to this book that was going to be published. And that attorney, that counsel, is no longer alive. So I believe, I would expect, I can't imagine how I would feel if we get to closing and the state's like, we rest, and they don't call the co-author, Yusuf Jah, to the stand. I would say throw the case away, right? That's a witness I expect. I feel like it's strong speculation, but it's very strong speculation. It's a good guess that we'll hear from the co-author, Yusuf Jah. But there's some other witnesses that it's like, I don't know. Dustin TV says, I'm still at the part where he read pages of the book into the record. And I really had a perspective this two Saturdays ago where I was like, look, I'm not a fan of fiction coming in at trials. I don't like when like a lyric about like they were in a drop top. Oh, and we think a drop top was used in a shooting, so this lyric is obviously a detailed confession of the crime. Like, no. For me, if you want to use something that's a form of expression and use it to say that this is somebody like confessing through lyrics, words, a movie, a screenplay, whatever, it needs to be highly particularized. It needs to be detailed. It needs to be specific. It can't just be like somebody was driving and the crime was a drive-by. Like it just doesn't work for me. And so where I was, okay, well, if there's stuff in this book that matches statements from back in the day, I can see why a judge would let it in. I don't think it's that weird that this judge made a decision to allow parts of this book to come in. And from my understanding, she is limiting some of the discussion. She's not going to allow the state to go too far into details that mention, any gang backstory, although of course bits and pieces of it are going to have to come in. You can't remove the context entirely. But I wasn't surprised to hear that the motion to suppress was denied and that this stuff is going to come in. But at the same time, I'm on high alert for the state to put forth corroboration with physical evidence. And what's going to be interesting about that is the defense's argument seems to be they have no facts. So if the defense attorney is giving a good faith representation about this case to the jury, his view of the case is they don't have this physical evidence that's going to corroborate the details in this book and their theory of the case, because their theory of the case is based on the verbatim book reading. And that's why you shouldn't have an investigator read a book onto the record. You could start with a book. You could investigate and be like, well, this is all smoke and mirrors, but these little details, there's actually truth here. Or actually, in the book, they changed the color of the car, but this is the color the car they were actually in. There'd be nothing wrong with going to a jury and saying, like, they wrote about this crime and they switched some details so they could still make it look like fiction, but we were able to corroborate these different details. But I don't think we're going to get that here, because it sure doesn't seem like this investigator did much of anything if, in his years investigating this, he didn't turn a report over until 5 weeks ago. And for the grand jury testimony, he read the book. It's just a lot. Yeah, and also good advice. His Airness says, don't write the book. Just don't write the book. Don't write the book. End of day, I mean, I totally agree. It makes no sense. I don't even like, sometimes we do hypotheticals to illustrate a point. We have discussions. And I don't like saying something that if you clip it out of context could sound crazy, right? Because you just never know if some a wackadoodle investigator is going to be like, oh, I'm going to take that clip and run with it and ignore all of the rest of the context. So whether you did something or not, I would say especially if you did something, but also very serious caution, even if you plan to do something completely fictional, if you are going to present it as being truthful, because you want to sell it as a real story, because real stories could have a little extra flair. They could have more selling power. They're sexier. People want to hear the true story behind XYZ thing that happened that everybody's waiting for answers to. So if you market it that way, you are going to be able to sell more copies. Could be some risk there. Could be some risk there. And usually we don't get here with things that end up being prosecuted as criminal trials, but I think that's frequently a vehicle through which we see civil litigation, defamation cases. Hey, this person published, this biography. It's supposed to be their true life story, and they had this part about me in it that is slanderous. It's libel. It's not true. It's defamatory. And, these writings, these works of fiction packaged as a documentary of some sort tend to spark civil litigation. Here we end up in a criminal situation, criminal trial. And it's a lot. It's a lot. It's just a lot. So, yeah, DJ King Seed, she did say that they had the top down. It was I've always said Sebring. Maybe it's pronounced Sebring. So, I don't know. Me and my pronunciations, don't trust my pronunciations. But yeah, it sounds like they had it down. And maybe you're not driving too fast once you're in the city because you're not going to be, it's not like driving on a highway. So maybe it's not going to be as cold. It's easier to have the top down. Or maybe because you want to be on the scene and show off that you're in a convertible, you'll deal with it being cold, even though you're in like your cute let's go out outfits that might not be as warm, because you want to look cute and be seen in your nice convertible, right? So there's it's not the be all end all with the weather and the pictures, but it certainly seems like the defense is leaning into that point as a way they can say that this book is not the real truth as Keffe D marketed it as. Because Keffe D's marketing was that this book was the real truth, the real story. So, let's see. Okay, Sheriff Chuck says daily weather. Wait, is that like right now? Or average or a date? Yeah, and Tiberius with the ultimate question. Does he realize his temperature records for that day publicly available? Has anyone in chat looked that up? I mean, I really wouldn't be surprised if the defense looked it up and the state didn't until they got wind, like a eyebrow was raised because the defense or Keffe D was saying something about it somewhere else. And I just think that's a problem. I just think that that's a problem. If they're relying on this book and the investigator didn't even do the basics to check the weather. Because it goes to looking like it's a careless investigation, even in a high-profile case. Does it necessarily prove guilt or innocence? No. It's really not. It's really not a substantive detail for guilt or innocence, more so than it is a substantive detail about the quality of the investigation. So I'm not sure, but I'm pretty certain we're going to hear about it at trial at some point. Perhaps when Moggs takes a stand. Did you go back and look at the temperature records? Cross-examination of Moggs is probably going to be one of the most interesting in this case. KP, thank you for the super. Says, I feel like people wear coats and furs to major events. Yeah, like show off your status. Especially fights to show off your status. It's been done since the mob days. It's still done now, but what do I know? Yeah, that's true too. And I mean, if Orlando's not wearing the same outfit, like where he's standing in the hallway, I mean, maybe there could have been a coat check. right? I would imagine places like that have a coat check. Did he check a coat? Did they get footage of them walking in that night? Like, this footage of the fight, but did anyone preserve other footage? Are we going to see more footage than that fight? A lot of food for thought. A lot of food for thought. And again, it's the kind of thing where I'll be disappointed if the state doesn't close these loops, right? These are loops that the state could close. Will they? It's yet to be seen. What would be really bad for the state is if the defense is able to come in and show something that the state never went and obtained and didn't know about until the defense had to provide it in discovery right before trial or right before they introduce it. And then they're like, oh. And it's like something that comes from CCTV. Like something you would expect that law enforcement should easily obtain and include as part of their case and part of their investigation in a high profile case to find out that they don't do it. I just have this feeling that they didn't really turn over the stones at all. So, but we know that Bike Cop was so tuned in with details around him that the one thing he made sure to do that night was go up and ask about that gold chain. It's quite the gold chain you're wearing there. Who remembers that? That's the type of detail that stood out. So, okay, and Chuck says that was today, and DJ King says on Google it keeps saying it's like 96 degrees. Okay, so you're saying Sebring? Like, I've never said it as Sebring before. And then median, like, I say median. Let's see. Ah, Destined to Be says thank you for the case notes. She appreciates your research, Chat. Oh, His Airness, I totally agree, especially if you're looking for celebs on the strip. Yep. You're gonna have that top down, you're gonna be looking good. And honestly, like, I know she said they were busy getting ready, that they missed the fight. But sometimes people go to the area of where a big event is because they just want to go to the after parties. They want to go to the events that follow. They want to go to what I call the quote unquote let out, right? And that's the perfect scenario to have the drop top down, be seeing around who's in the cars. And then imagine if you are these ladies and you drive by and you see Tupac and they're like, yeah, we're going to this club tonight. Like, I don't know, just seems like people living life, unaware of what was about to happen minutes later. So let's watch a little bit more of this while we're on lunch.
September, he had on a Dan Marino jacket. Dan Marino shirt that night. In September, didn't he?
You're saying that
Raise it up again. Show me again. Do that look like a Dan Marino shirt? Come on now. Think about it. He can change that quick. He can change up that quick.
Why was this picture included in the book soon after your description?
I did not write that book. A ghostwriter wrote that. He just put that on there.
And he never ran anything by you.
You think I would run, wear a suit, a two-piece suit with an overcoat on? Come on now, cashmere overcoat.
Well,
Orlando can change his clothes that quick.
I watched some of your other interviews. You came out with a few. There was a Vlad TV interview as well.
They paid me money to say that stuff.
You were publicizing the book. Were you publicizing it knowing that you didn't write it?
I was just trying to make my family some money. That's all it is. But you get where I'm coming from? Why would I wear a suit with an overcoat on and a hat September the 7th? Come on now. Think about it. Orlando can change clothes that quick. He can change clothes that quick. Honestly. You think he's a magic man? He got the clothes in the lobby. He can change up clothes that quick. Lando was a kid, and that picture was 2 years later. That was on a New Year's Eve party. I did not write the book. That's going to show you that I didn't write the book. Why would I have on a suit then? You know what I'm saying? I did not write that book.
But the book has been a center of
I'm also confused about the 2 years later because it's my understanding that Orlando Anderson died in 1998. So I don't think that's enough time for it to be 2 New Years after September of 96. Because I think he died like before December of 1998.
discussion in prior court proceedings, and it seems like it may be brought up in trial. Your name's also associated with it on the front cover.
One more time?
I said that the book has been brought up in prior court hearings, and it could be brought up in court as well. Your name is on the front cover. So why not stop the book from being published if you knew it was going to be published, if you didn't write it?
I didn't know that. I never read it. I didn't know that book was going to be published. They gave me money. I just did for money. That's going to prove that I wasn't in, that wasn't no fake. Why would I, September the 7th, you know what I'm saying? Why would I wear a suit, overcoat, and a hat?
All right, we're doing a vote in the chat. This was like 2 weeks ago. Not even, I don't think. When was this published? Let's see. 10 days ago it was published. So I don't know exactly when it was recorded, but it was published 10 days ago. Rate this on a scale of 1 to 10. How smart was it to do this interview before trial? I would hate this if I was his attorney. I would hate this. Because first of all, if there is some gotcha moment where the state didn't know that this picture isn't really from the night of that fight, and maybe we can prove it by having like the sister testify or some other way, you just showed your hand. Do you think the prosecutors aren't aware of what you're telling this reporter is your, like, here's my alibi, or here's how I can prove this book is fake? Why would you show the state your hand? Second, I don't know if we'll see it, but some of what he's saying here could be used against him at trial, especially if he takes a stand. Hey, didn't you just say in this interview like 10 days ago, this, that, and the third? like it's so stupid. Like, the book, kind of stupid enough. The defense here is, my client's a liar, that book was a lie. He lied to make money, but he didn't actually orchestrate the shooting. Right? And I could kind of see a scenario where that could be true. But when you keep doing stuff like this, you go and make these public statements, you make it harder for it to just be that. Because now it looks like you realize that you're about to get caught, and now you're trying to come up with other lies to get you out of that mess. And so now you're lying to defend yourself in a case, and it's no longer you lied in the book. And it's just not wise. It's just not wise. 773 says, keep talking. Corky says this was the clearest he's ever sounded. Yeah, on this potato phone too, of all things. But he really did sound like, in some of the interviews that I've seen, garbled, mumbling. But here, even though it's on this like crappy connection through the little like cord, he's enunciating. And that's where I'm saying I got that feeling that when somebody is lying, they might intentionally try to highlight the same detail, the same gotcha over and over and over. No matter what question the person will ask them, they're going to circle back to that big thing they think is the free pass out of it all. So that's kind of like him being clear in this interview led me to that, like, hey, well, maybe he's like clear because he's trying to repeat the same thing. So that way, if you say it enough, it's true. So, Yeah, we're not getting very good ratings here. Very good ratings. Not smart at all. Adventure Aaron says, I'm back and I want to know what is wrong with him. Shanta's a 1. C. Mish says 10. We have Brooklyn with the 0. Justin Tabee says, I never read it because I'm illiterate, will be his claim. So I'm wondering how much will come into play with, with the co-author. Co-author takes a stand. If the co-author's asked, like, the research you did for this book, did you do research? Did you get input from Keefe D? Or did you just pull it out of a hat and embellish? Like, I could imagine a co-author saying, like, hey, we put some juicy parts in there, but this other stuff are details that he provided to me. And it also matched what I saw was available elsewhere. So, I did more work than Mr. Moggs when I was writing this book. Can you guys picture a scenario where we get the co-author of this book and Keefe D is going to try to put it all on the co-author, right? You're writing fiction to sell money. You had the creative licensing and you took it. It's not my words. But the author's going to be like, no, I actually did my research. And it ends up seeming like Mr. Moggs, the investigator, the detective, did less research than the co-author. And then we get this weird triangle. Oh my god, this is just such a good trial. Just such a good trial. Oh my goodness. My goodness. All right, so we're going to keep watching a little bit. We have, let's see, like 30, 35 more minutes of lunch. So we'll get through a good part of this.
You can check out, it was 100 probably 100 degrees on September the 7th. So think about it. Why would I wear that? Orlando, he's a magician or something, he can change his clothes that quick? Come on now.
So if you
That
didn't,
was on New Year's Eve.
if you
That was a
weren't,
New Year's Eve party, and we're going to have somebody come and tell you that was a New Year's Eve party. That wasn't at no fight.
if you weren't there that night, how did you know the details to write about in
I
this
did
book?
not write that
Or where
book.
did these
Okay.
vivid
If
details
you
come?
ask me one more time about on the end of the interview, I swear.
Okay.
You ask me one more time. We're not here to talk about that book. I'm here to tell you how my family's life is in danger. I'm here to tell you about there's a bunch of lies going on. I'm not here to talk about that book. It's like a gag order on that type of stuff anyway. You know what I'm saying? So.
A lot of the stuff that's been a judge ruled that the 2008 police interview can be used against you. I noticed in court you were very upset when that judge denied your defense's motion. What was your reaction? What was going through your head a couple of weeks ago in court?
What's going through my head? She act like she was there. She wasn't there. She act like she was there. She was in junior high school or something. She wasn't there. She was in like high school. You know?
Do you regret giving that 2008 interview?
What's that?
Do you regret giving that 2008 interview to police?
You know, to me, I'd save 48 people from being federated. They was going to give her like 700, 800 years. And my lawyer gave me a script to read. He said, this is the only way you're going home. And I just came back and read the script. And he told me we practiced that stuff before they even came to his office. And she said, the judge...
So he's talking about 2008 here, not talking about his current attorney and this trial. He's talking about the proffer where it was the FBI task force and some LAPD were present.
Said that was at a federal building. That wasn't at no federal building. That was at the lawyer's office. They act like they know everything. They don't know nothing. They wasn't there.
And you didn't know.
There. The judge wasn't there. The DA wasn't there. They act like they know everything. They wasn't there. It was at a lawyer's office. That was at a federal building, so that's covered. No, it wasn't at no federal building. It was at my lawyer's office.
And you didn't know that interview was going to be recorded?
Not at all. They don't record. They do not record. It's the 302, and that dude did that just to make money. My lawyer, they gave me 2 months to come back with my decision. It was going to take 40-some people to jail. And he said, this is the only way you're going home. He gave me a script to read, and I just came and read that script. That's what happened.
Now, do you think it's possible he was lying when he gave this proffer?
Then she said it was at a federal building, that's why it's covered, baby. It wasn't at no federal building, it was at my lawyer's office.
You
She acted
were
like she was there. She wasn't there. Giacomo wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? And another thing, this place is Jim Crow. They don't have no black people that work at the DA's office. Vegas is a monopoly of people. You got blacks, Hispanics, whites. They got Mormons. They got Filipino. The DA office consists of that type of atmosphere. It should be, but it's all whites. There's no, and they using what's the name? That Indian man that's blackface.
So who he's talking about right now is the prosecutor that did the opening statements that we watched today.
They're using him as blackface. You know what I'm saying? It should be a makeup of the people that the community is, but it's all white people. You know what I'm saying? This stuff out here is Jim Crow, and it's crazy.
you were promised. You gave that 2008 interview. You were promised immunity. Were you under the impression that that would also protect you?
I'm not should be not talking about that. I told you. You know what I'm saying? I wish you could have came and did it face to face meeting, like the other lady did.
Would you have still answered my questions if I was there face to face?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the best we could do at this moment before.
But like I say, they don't have no black people in there. No blacks. They don't got no Hispanics, no Filipinos. It's all white people. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna get a fair trial because the DA, every time I go to court, he goes out in front of the thing and do his little speeches. He's tainting the jury pool, and it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's wrong. I'm not worried. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the Lord got my back. I survived cancer and all that type of stuff, and I survived the streets. And the Lord got my back, so I'm not worried about it. And that picture was January the 1st, 1998.
Coming back to that picture.
Why would I wear a overcoat with a suit in September in Las Vegas?
So your trial starts Monday here in Las Vegas, just miles away from where Tupac was shot. What do you want the jury to know about you before they walk into that courtroom?
That I didn't do it and I'm an innocent man. And my nephew didn't do it either. He was at the hospital when they pulled up. My nephew was at the hospital when they pulled up. He didn't do it. They gave me a script to read in order to go home. My lawyer said, this is the only way you're going home. And,
So, another thing on the radar. If Keffe D's story is that Orlando was in the car, and there is some discrepancies with different witnesses, it seems like even though some of the statements previously have been from Keffe D, that Orlando ended up taking the shots because Big Dre didn't have a vantage point or didn't want to take the shot. It seems like to me that the state leaned on Dre not wanting to take the shot. There was another witness that came about around the time of the grand jury presentment that ended up saying, well, it was the other way around. That's what I had heard. So, but that still keeps the group in the car and the gun is just in somebody else's hands. And the state is prosecuting this under the theory that he orchestrated this and put the gun in the back seat. So maybe it's inconsequential. But if the story is specifically that Orlando's in the car and could have been one of the shooters, but then Orlando is provably somewhere else during that time frame and could not have physically been there, does the state have a problem? Does the state have a problem? Or is he just throwing stuff out in this interview just to say it, get it out to the public, but there is no actual reason to believe that Orlando was in a hospital? State said in opening that Orlando didn't want to press charges and he turned down medical treatment. Which one's it going to be?
when they came in that building that
asking what to say, to go home. They said, they don't want you, they want Buff Daddy. So he gave me a script to read, and he gave me a code word to say to them when they came in. And I said the code word, letting them know that I was down with it. And they already were pre-planning this stuff because they had his murder book there, Tupac's murder book there. All was framed and set up.
Puffy's name is mentioned a lot.
They let a guy kill 3 people at a Lamourado Mall. I mean, at a Starbucks. Put him in the trunk. Then he came and brought drugs for me. You know what I'm saying? They let him go. His name's Devontae Lee. They let him go.
That's Dirt Rock Lee.
3 people.
Well, we only have a few minutes
He got my
left.
drugs for me. He's supposed to be one of their star witnesses. And it's wrong.
So Dirt Rock Lee is when we heard in openings about the paid informant, the guy that's a paid informant for years. This is the defense attorney's opening statements, not arguments, opening statements. Devontae Dirt Rock Lee, paid informant for years. He has inconsistent testimony. So that's how the state's going to corroborate that what Keefe D said in his book was true, is through this guy.
Mr. Davis, Puffy's name is brought up a lot through the book. Can you talk to me about the relationship between Puffy and Tupac back in the day?
I don't really know. I wasn't there. You know? Like I said, my lawyer gave me a script that he said this you can save all your friends and your family. And I came and read that script to them in 2008. After they left, he high-fived me and everything. I told you, big dog. You know, they knew, that lawyer knew me, because they came in my garage one morning, that morning and said, if you hire Edie Fall, then we got to take you to jail. They told me what lawyer to hire and everything. Dude had a motive to make money this whole time. His name Greg Caden. He had a motive to make money the whole time.
Did that really anger you when you found out that the recording you gave has been released and Detective Kading has been broadcasting about it?
Yeah. He put my life in danger, put my whole family's life in danger. And they came and asked me, do I want to be in a witness protection program? I'm like, no, you know. They like, protect your family at all costs.
After this is all over, how would you want to be remembered?
As a good man and a good father. And, you know, and it's wrong, you know what I'm saying? They got an innocent man in jail. All they had to do was just put a lie detector on me, and I would have passed with flying colors. I ain't killed nobody. My nephew ain't killed nobody. They had a script already ready, you know what I'm saying? And that guy, he's the worstest person on earth.
So
go around, kill people. The guy, Devontae Lee, he can go around, kill people. You know what I'm saying? Then they said my son put a hit out on him and $5,000. My son can't put a hit out on a goldfish. And it's wrong. They gave him $5,000 to move. My son ain't going near nobody that's going to kill somebody and get away with it for free.
If you're saying that you didn't do it, Orlando didn't do it, who did it?
To me, I think Reggie Wright did it because he on all them lies, he get on the internet and just go crazy every day. What? I set Keefe D up. I set him up. Stuff like that. Then he told my son threatened his life. And he said, your daddy know how my trigger finger is. So that's why he's suffering from COVID right now. He came and wiped his butt. You know what I'm saying? He came and feed himself. That's why he's suffering from COVID right now. I survived cancer. If I was a bad person, the Lord would have took me out. You know what I'm saying? The Lord would have took me out. I'm not worried about these people because I understand through God's hands, I understand tall through it all. You know what I'm saying?
We've got 3 minutes left. It's going to be 30 years since Tupac Shakur was murdered here in Las Vegas. Does his family deserve the truth?
Yeah. Yeah, his family do. And it's going to come out. And the interviews, I was paid to say that stuff.
You're saying the truth will come out in trial?
Yeah. Not
trial is gonna come out once it if I lose, I'm gonna send my stuff to a bigger court.
So you plan on fighting this till the very, very end?
To the very, very end. And I feel I'm gonna win because they don't have no evidence. They don't came. I'm not in. I wasn't even in Las Vegas, so I'm not worried about them. They little Mark Giacomo. He can say all that stuff he want. All these.
So he's talking about the other prosecutor who we saw doing, like when we had the witnesses called, he was doing the direct. That's Mark DiGiacomo.
He was tell lies. Just like last week, Agent Tolliver ain't a such agent, ain't a such person. Agent Tolliver, Agent Tolliver. I ain't never heard of no Agent Tolliver. Ain't no FBI agent, ain't no Tolliver. He just says he do a lot. He tell a lot of lies. They using that Indian man that like he black face. You're not black. He's a gang expert and a hip hop expert. He's an Indian. He's not black. They using him as black face, and it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? The DA office should be made up of the community. They should have some blacks in there. They should have some Latinos. They should have some Filipinos. You know what I'm saying? But they don't. All they got is, you know what I'm saying? And it's wrong.
So are you saying that you're being targeted?
Just like January 2024, he get on the front of the newspaper, in front of the TV, the rest of the year. Steve Wolfson, the rest of the year. He's taking the jury pool. You know what I'm saying? And it's wrong.
Well, we got 1 minute left. Anything else that you want to add, Mr. Davis?
No, but I'm an innocent man, and the Lord's gonna set me free. Like that Devontae Lee, he's the scum of the earth. He kills people. He go around snitching on people, setting people up and stuff like that. Then he pays them out of $5,000. You know what I'm saying? You heard him the other day. He get on TV and do an interview. Woo, 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 woo. What's the man, the Indian man? I asked him his name before. I ain't got to tell you, young man. Sir, I ain't got to tell you. That's not professional.
Changes his impression.
Do you want to test? Do you plan on testifying? Do you want
If I
to?
have to, I will. Yeah.
All right, we got 9
I'm an
seconds
innocent
left.
man. That's all I can tell you. I'm an innocent man, and the Lord will set me free. And if I don't win in this court, I will win at the next level.
All right, so then the jail call time cuts off. The call ends because it's time limited. So there was most of his interview. There was a little bit in the beginning. We didn't watch. It's linked in the description. And there was a longer discussion I did with Sean Martin, or potentially criminal, last weekend, not this weekend. Like 10 days ago almost, right after this came out, over on his channel that's also linked in the description as well. So I think some interesting stuff there. And some of the stuff he's saying here is stuff that his attorney alluded to, referenced. The situation with Reggie Wright, the situation with the jail informant. He's calling him just Devontae, but Michael Sanft in his opening was like, he goes by a Dirt Rock, right? And his last name's Lee. So it's Devontae Dirt Rock Lee. You know, some of these things the defense attorney seems like he's going to discuss and ask people about, ask witnesses about at trial. It's not just completely baseless, unearthed, and uprooted from anything that's in this case file. Maybe not all of it, and maybe not the way that Keefe D is presenting it here. But it seems like we're going to get some information about benefits conferred to this jailhouse informant. It seems like we're going to... I don't know what's going on with this notion that the prosecutor was going on the steps and parading about all of the stuff that Agent Tolliver found, when it seems like Agent Tolliver really didn't have a role in this case. Maybe that's just a way for the state to distance themselves from somebody like Detective Moggs, who might have some issues. I don't know. So that's on my radar to hear that name Tolliver. Who is that? Did they really have a big role in this? What is going on? And then, is there proof besides his own words, that he was in Vegas that night? Was Orlando somewhere else, and thus could not have been in that vehicle when Keefe D's words, his story, his statements put him there? Or is there something in the report that was turned over 5 weeks ago that finally corroborates that, yes, Duane and Orlando are both here. They were both in this vehicle. They were there. Which one is it going to be? Which one is it going to be? And then, of course, the defense also mentioned both Reggie Wright Sr. and Jr., and it seems like we're going to hear quite a bit about them if one of them doesn't take the stand themselves, at least through other witnesses. But I think we might have at least one Reggie called to the stand in this trial, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Sheriff Chuck says this reporter is about to hang up on him. It was so funny to me, like, when he would have a moment of pause, when she would jump in and like, okay, so let's go back to a question again. It was interesting to watch. 773 Pisces said, I would pay to watch him testify. Me too, but doesn't that kind of go to the sentiment that, like, that type of thing sells? Right? It's like kind of a conundrum in my mind, because my desire to see him testify proves his point. It goes to his point. It supports his point that, like, I just said that to make money. Aaron's like, shut up, stop talking. Jaso says he's always been like this too. Yeah, Trayvon Lee, we got to hear from him too. We'll see. And we'll see who calls him. So, yeah, 773 says they were there. They were in that car. And I mean, I think it could be enough for a jury that somebody claimed so in these statements and in this book. Maybe they don't need the corroboration at all. The other article, we've got 15 minutes. I have this queued up. Is a little bit from the attorney and why he took this case pro bono. And we've got this nice, we should go here, guys. We've got this ad on the side. Prime rib dinner featuring peel and eat shrimp. Let's go. Group trip, South Point, wherever that is. This came out, we'll go to the reader mode. This was August 6th. So let's see. We've got Michael Sanft represents Duane Keffe D. Davis, the only person charged in the 1996 killing of the rapper. And the defense attorney for the only man charged in the 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur said he took the case pro bono and believes his client did not commit the crime. Michael Sanft represents Duane Keffe D. Davis, who was arrested in 2023, nearly 30 years after Shakur was shot and killed in Vegas. Sanft, a criminal defense attorney with 25 years of experience, said he was contacted by a colleague after Davis's previous attorney withdrew from the case. Sanft said he was not familiar with Davis when he received the call. There's a quote. I did not know who Keffe D was. I just didn't keep up with it. All right, so he wasn't like, ooh, I heard about this case and I want in, according to him. All right, so Sanft says he agreed to take the case without a retainer, in part to avoid financial constraints that he said may have contributed to the departures of prior counsel. And he said, I didn't want to be hemmed up for payment. By not being tethered to a financial expectation by the family or by Keffe, it allowed me to just run free and just do it the way I needed to get it done. When Sanft joined the case in April, discovery stood at approximately 2,000 pages. Does that include the book? He said that the number has since grown to 14,000 pages. Huh. That's interesting. So the case is already in progress. They had all this time from the search warrant. They had months. They get the search warrant, they execute the search warrant, and then more months pass before they even arrest Keffe D. He goes through a set of attorneys. Counsel withdraws. He ends up getting a new attorney. And then when this new attorney comes in, the discovery suddenly goes from 2,000 pages to over 14,000 pages. I think that's kind of interesting. And they said this includes LAPD, the Compton Police Department, and the FBI. Sanft said a team of 4 has been working around the clock since April. Sanft said he refused to push back the trial date, which had already been set by previous counsel for August 10th, because he did not want Davis to remain in custody any longer than necessary. And a quote here, when I had looked through what I had in the beginning, I believed Keffe didn't need to be in custody a minute longer than he needed to be. As part of his preparation, he traveled to Compton to walk the neighborhoods where events connected to the case took place. He said that the city, which is a 10 by 10 miles, contained between 50 and 53 sets of Crip or blood gangs operating in close proximity. Walking sort of the neighborhood where these competing gangs existed side by side tells you just how compact this whole thing was. Sanft has also attended the funeral of Davis's father in Compton early in the case. He said he went partly for research purposes and partly out of respect for his client, who was in custody and unable to attend. So he says, I felt like it was important as a representative myself to step in there and be there on his behalf for his father. All right, talking a little bit about jury. Sam said he expects the trial to last 5 to 6 weeks and that jury selection will involve standard questions about financial hardship. All right, so a week of this time was already eaten up by last week's jury selection. So there, he was planning to ask the jury about financial hardship, which is standard, familiarity with law enforcement, also standard, and knowledge of Tupac Shakur, which is specific to this case. I would expect if the question is asked, does anyone know the name Tupac Shakur? I think pretty much everyone's going to raise their hands. It is whether or not you can be fair and presume that the man sitting there accused of the crime is innocent until such time they prove otherwise. Sam said he sought to have the jury sequestered, citing concerns about media coverage during the trial. That request was not granted, but he said the court agreed to other protective measures, including having jurors enter through private elevators, remain in the jury deliberation room during breaks, and have lunch brought to them each day. And he said that there's no way around it. When you walk out of that building, you're going to be bombarded with things. Yeah, I mean, sounds about right. Sounds about right. And then on the book. So Sanft said Davis's published book, Compton Street Legend, has become a centerpiece of the prosecution's case, but declined to say whether it supports or undermines his client's defense, noting the matter would be decided at trial. On the question of whether Davis would testify, Sanft said the decision remains Davis's to make. And he says every defendant has the right to testify on their own behalf. They do. I cannot force someone to either testify or not testify. And that Davis has been kept informed throughout the process and describes his client as hopeful ahead of the trial. And says he's relieved that we're moving at the pace that we are. So there we go. There's some insight from the attorney, like how they entered this case and why they decided to do it pro bono. Let me pull up court because they should be filing back in soon. All right, there we go. Make sure we're live time, and they're still out for lunch. So there we go. There we go. Totally, floor is open to you guys. Thoughts on that video? Thoughts on what's happened so far on day one? Thoughts on the attorney's statement? Thoughts on the idea? I honestly haven't really seen the prosecutor give speeches on the front steps, but because of the high profile nature of this case, it wouldn't surprise me that that was happening. So, but I just haven't seen it specifically to comment. But if you've seen it, please share your thoughts. Let us know, give a quick summary if you could. Were those statements kind of just one-liners? Was it bombastic? Was it run-of-the-mill? Let us know. 773 said he forgot the Woody recipe. He forgot to mix the lies with the truths. He forgot. Chuck says he got his lies mixed in with his lies. And that's the thing, if you're going with the defense that my client is a liar, there's still got to be a threshold of believability. Because not necessarily everything is going to be a lie. So where is that line drawn? Where's that line drawn? He should testify so he can do his impressions. They all sound the same. His impressions all sound the same. The broads yelling Tupac's name sound like the prosecutor that called him a young man or sir. Right? I think they all sound the same. They sound like the Devontae Dirt Rockley. They could all be the same person based on his impression. And that's how my mom does all of her impersonations the same way. Everybody gets the same impersonation voice. So some people just do that. Some people are just like that. Yeah, DJ King Seed says, is his sister still alive? I have no idea. I don't know. That'd be someone that could answer some questions, I think. And maybe she'll answer questions. Maybe you could think hey, maybe she's just protecting. her family member. Maybe she's not being completely forthcoming here. Maybe she just doesn't remember because it's so long ago. Or she could get up there and be like, yeah, that's from New Year's Eve on a different day. Maybe not 2 years later, but maybe that year. But it's not from that day, and thus it doesn't place Duane Davis there in person. And if it's credible, it's not really good for a prosecution theory that relies on this book is the truth and this book is what we presented to the grand jury to bring these charges in the first place. So, KP says, bro, I'm a whole liar is a very wild but valid defense. Couldn't imagine watching this defense be put on with anybody but you guys. Oh no! Callie Kickson says they should have Tupac's hologram testify. Oh my gosh. There was a case like a year ago already. We could just probably pull up an article real quick. It was victim impact statements. And it was like a generated like virtual avatar of the victim, of the deceased victim, delivering a generated victim impact statement. That's not like a figment of my imagination, right? I gotta like Google this just so I don't sound crazy up here. All right, here's a random article. Let's see if it seems like the same case. Deliver an impact statement. Oh my god, is this a clip? All right, let's see. Yes, okay, this is it. Let's watch a quick clip. So this is generated.
In another life, we probably could have been friends. I believe in forgiveness and in
Forgiving the Shooter, scripted. My version, Forgiving the Shooter, scripted by Stacy.
It is a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances. In another life, we probably could have been friends. I believe in forgiveness and in God who forgives. I always have, and I still do.
I love that AI. Thank you for that.
The state.
Just, we are in changing times. We are in changing times. But yeah. So, okay, wait, Guy Vermectin remembers, says, and the defendant got more time because of it. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, this was my exact reaction. And I guess my reaction is still like, I'm still feeling the same reaction because I just questioned myself. I'm like, was that really real? Like, sometimes you have a dream, but the dream is really realistic. And it's like, you just do something normal, like you make a sandwich, you're walking around, like you're not doing anything spectacular or fantastical in your dream. So it kind of blurs with real life. I just had a moment where I'm like, did I make this up? No, this is a thing. This was a whole thing. Whole thing. Oh my goodness. Oh wait. I haven't talked about politics at all on this stream, so I think we're a little lost, but that's okay. Everybody's welcome here, even if they're lost. But yeah. KP bringing up the Casotis case. Another case where there was not exactly a book, it was a short story posted, so literature, still literature, posted to the No Sleep subreddit. And the No Sleep subreddit, the concept behind No Sleep is you kind of want to come across to the reader, like if someone accidentally stumbles upon something posted to No Sleep, that it's like real enough that they feel like they're reading a real story. And so Casotis, who was tried, he was convicted, wrote this story like, my mother-in-law is trying to poison me, and I think I know why, or something to that effect. And he wrote this short story and like used the actual name Betsy of his ex-wife's mom. That was her real name. And his wife ends up, she's missing for several years, and there's this wild story of how she went missing and nobody seemed to really realize it. And there was a story about it, and Netflix wanted to give him a deal for the story because at that point they just thought it was like a fictional short story, like creepy horror story. And goes to trial. He takes a stand. He takes a stand in his trial. He's ultimately convicted. But at some point, it was just a story. And people even reacted when they heard that he was arrested. They're like, oh my gosh, I remember reading that story on Reddit. That's crazy. I do see them filing back in to court, some people in the gallery as well. So we'll get back over here. I'll drop a link if you want to come up. Because you sound kind of wild. It could be kind of fun. Like, I have no idea where you're coming from. Like, nobody's talking about politics in here. Nobody. Nobody. So... so 773, so there's conflicting stories, and I think part of that's going to come in when Lee speaks. When Devontae Lee, Dirt Rock speaks. Right, so there's going to be a discrepancy, an inconsistency between who actually had the gun in the backseat, who had the vantage point, who switched the gun and took the shot for whatever reason, the shots. And we'll have to see how that plays out. But again, as far as the charges, it's first degree murder, but he was helping facilitate it. State says he was the shot caller. So just because somebody else was the shooter and another person wasn't the actual shooter, that in and of itself isn't going to change what they're allowed to charge him under. But it might come into play and challenge the idea of, well, can we really rely on this book as a confession and take it at face value? Or is this book not even getting critical details right, and thus it can't actually be a confession? So that's the question that both sides are playing tug of war with in this trial. So... And I like cases like that, because at the end of the day, the state still has to prove it, even if it sounds so fantastical. Yeah, sounds drunk. It's quite early for that, so I hope not. I hope not. You know, no shame against day drinking, but it is a Monday. It is a Monday. And I always wonder, like, when people come into the chat and they're just, like, unhinged, like, what is the real actual issue? So they're panned out right now in the court, but you can't really... Since it doesn't look like everybody's back from lunch, you can't really see, like, who all might actually be there watching when court's back in session. Yeah, actually mine too, factual. I mind going to Pitbull Barbie. And Miranda's a really hysterical name for that, because her last name's Miranda. Yeah, so how does he know if he wasn't there? I don't know. I mean, I think that's that particularity issue, right? You said these things, if these details are so specific previously, and his theory is his lawyer gave him a script to save himself and save everybody else. And he gave this big number of 40 other people. Because what the task force and the LAPD, they were initially questioning him about, like, drug charges. And I believe the charges, obviously they were questioning him with weight over his head about what they would charge him with as far as drug possession. But in that conversation, there were other cases brought up, or other people were, hey, were they involved in certain activities that were illegal? Right, so we get this mention of 40 other people. Whether his retelling of it is precise, I don't know, but I do think it's undisputed on either side that this initial meeting with the law enforcement agencies back in 2008, where, you know, that gave birth to this proffer, like, it was something where they were initially questioning him about these other charges unrelated to Tupac, and that he comes in with this sort of queen for a day or king for the day type of offer. Say anything you want and we won't prosecute you for it. And he argued before trial that he believed that, you know, those statements should be suppressed, either because it wasn't voluntary and or because he was given immunity, and neither of those arguments flew. And based on opening statements, it seems like we're going to actually hear some stuff about that. Some trials the attorneys aren't allowed to get into like other procedural matters, or if they do, they have to like walk the line very carefully. They'll say very vaguely like, hey, at a prior proceeding, did you ever say such and such thing? But they don't get into detail about the context, and they keep it to that. But here it actually seems like the door's a bit more open, and we're going to hear, and I'm sure the sides are going to dispute what was going on in these earlier statements. It seems like they're going to get into that with the witnesses. So, what if it was Judge Miranda? I would hope not. She better be busy putting an order together or something. Oh yeah, and I agree. And I love the chat too, because the chat, whenever someone like just comes in here wilding out, like I don't really see you guys ever bark at each other just for disagreeing. I mean, even if it gets like a little bit passionate, you guys are still friends the next time I see you guys in the chat. But when something comes out of left field in here, everybody's just like collectively like, huh? So always love that. It's much appreciated. All right, we finally walking back in. And I do have the sound on, just checking there. If you guys remember, if you guys need captions, there are none available on the court feeds. You got to turn them on, like underneath this video on my channel. Somebody in the gallery just wiped their nose. Uh-oh. Oh, 773 Pisces. I think there's a big reason why we don't often see like obstruction of justice charges. I mean, I don't know, like statute of limitations, what that would be in that jurisdiction. But I do think in part sometimes we don't see those types of things brought in as a security blanket, because at the same time that premise would involve like, hey, these investigators just took your word and ran with it, and we'd have to come out. We didn't really do much corroboration. We didn't do the things that we were supposed to be doing. Right? So by prosecuting something like that, it would require the members of the state, law enforcement, to fall on their own sword. Oh, that's what's up, Yoda. Thank you. So I've been busy the last couple weeks. I've been doing like a project, like a work gig. It should be over soon. When I came back, I had a bunch of notifications on a video I published. Someone thought like me on the screen was AI. Like they said I was like a bad virtual AI. I was like, what? They thought like that victim impact statement we just watched a few minutes ago. They thought like that's what I was. I was like, what? What are we doing? And it was a comment somewhere, so it was never like in a chat, like a live chat. I couldn't believe it. I had to read it a few times to get what they were saying. Sheriff Chuck says, I'm conflicted. I feel like Keefe made this up, but still kind of hoping for a false conviction because he did it to himself. Yeah, I mean, like, and again, the lawyer that he apparently consulted with while planning the idea for this book is no longer alive. But it would have been kind of interesting. I'm assuming that any privilege would have been waived for the attorney to be able to speak to Keefe D's behalf if that's what he wanted. But like, did he go to an attorney and be like, look, I have immunity, so I can write this in a book, right? They can't get me for it. Or, hey, this stuff is fake anyway. I said it was fake back then. Could I face exposure now, present day, for making a false statement in 2008, 2009? Right? So either way, either scenario, there's a reason that one might want to speak to an attorney. and they're no longer alive. I think they just passed away from old age. Nothing odd. But it would have been interesting. It would have solved my curiosity. It would have solved my curiosity. Yeah, catbot. I can make one. All right. Court volume's not on for you guys, is it? It's not just me. Do you guys hear the court? I don't think there's any noise. And I have my stream on a 1-minute delay, so that there's time to generate the closed captions for you guys. So by the time you guys answer, I've been sitting here for a minute. I duplicated the window. I don't hear sound. Okay, yeah. I opened it in another window and didn't hear it either, so it's not just something bugging out. There we go. There we go.
Okay,
Thank you, chat.
And now I'm trying to mute. And now I'm trying to talk. And now I'm trying to mute.
Any difference?
I thought I did. Okay, I'm talking, and now I'm muting. I'm keeping on mute. Can you hear me? I'm on mute. I'm pressing the mute button.
We can hear the door.
Working when we hold up beside you. All that left, everything was fine. Yes. That much, that more. So it's fine. Oh, you guys wired the joint. Yeah, right.
Okay, we're on record in State versus Davis, C-337-407. We've gotten through some of our technical issues. Anything else we need to address before bringing in the jury? Okay, let's bring them in.
Stand for jury.
It's fine. Did the parties stipulate to request the jury?
We do.
Okay, you may all be seated. At this time, the state may call their next witness.
Becker.
All right, Mr. Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to have my clerk swear you. Please raise your right
Yes,
hand.
ma'am.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Brent Becker, B-R-E-N-T-B-E-C-K-E-R.
Thank you.
Sir,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, you're retired these days. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what'd you do for a living before you retired?
I was a police officer for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what years were you with Metro?
All right, guys, just FYI, that is the court feed that has that echo. I'm sorry.
I was there from 1984 to 2011.
And in September of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective with the homicide section.
Do you recall how long you'd been with homicide when you, in 1996?
I got into homicide, I think it was November of 1994.
Did you have a partner in 96?
Yes, it was Mike Franks.
And who was your sergeant?
Kevin Manning.
He's gonna, hold on a second, all right, he's gonna work on the echo.
Oh, they're gonna fix it. Thank goodness. Love that. W's in the chat for whoever's fixing the echo. Holy moly.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On September 7th, or into, I guess, technically into September 8th of 1996, did you get called out for a shooting that happened, well, ultimately determined to be happened at Flamingo and Cobalt?
Yes, Sergeant Manning called me. It was about 12:30 in the morning and I was asleep, so it would have been September 8th. And so it was around 12:30, so by the time I got up, got dressed, and got there, it was probably about 1 o'clock in the morning on the 8th.
And when you say you got there, what scene did you go to?
Initially, from what I recall, I went to Harmon in the Boulevard because that's where general assignment and everybody was at to get debriefed on things and get some of the notes. And then from what I recall, I went over to Flamingo and Koval to kind of look at the scene, but they had some witnesses from the car that supposedly was directly behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur back at Harmon and the Boulevard that I needed to interview.
Can we talk a little bit, first of all, Tupac Shakur is still alive on September 8th of 1996, correct?
That's what I was told. He had already been transported. He was not at the scene when I got there.
Is it somewhat unusual for homicide to be involved in a situation where there isn't a deceased victim yet?
That was very unusual, and normally we don't get called out, at least at that time, we didn't get called out unless there was a deceased victim. So it was unusual. I think when we arrived at the scene, we were told that because of the nature of who the victim was, general assignment, he wanted us to come out to it.
Let me ask you, we've heard from a first responder today. Back in those days, what was general assignment? What does that mean?
General assignment was in essence, the night detectives. They worked swing shift and graveyard shift. So they were the night detectives that if something needed a detective to respond, they were the ones that got called out to the scene.
So they would have been at this scene before you, and then they made a determination along with, I assume, the command staff that homicide should be called out to this investigation.
Correct. Actually, uniformed officers would have been the first people called to the scene of anything. And general assignment, I'm sure, was monitoring the traffic. So if they had heard the call, they may have been responding, but they would have gone out, assessed the scene, and eventually determined if someone, the type of scene it was and if someone needed to come out to it. And in this case, I guess someone must have called Sergeant Manning because he's the one that called us.
And your partner, Detective Franks, do you recall where he responded to?
I believe he got sent directly to a University Medical Center, the hospital, which is where Shakur and I believe Suge Knight got sent to.
And your responsibility, was there also crime scene analysts that were called up to the scene?
Yeah, my initial response was to the scene to start handling things directly at the crime scene, yes.
And then does at some point crime scene analyst Dan Ford show up and document the scene while you're present?
Dan Ford was already there from what I recall. They were called CSAs back then, I believe. Yeah, Dan Ford would have already been there. Usually CSAs, because CSAs were assigned to each shift. So I'm pretty sure he was that particular shift CSA. He would have already been out there doing whatever he did for the scene, marking it, taking photographs and such.
When you, at the end of sort of both the two scene investigations, so the Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, as well as the Flamingo and Koval investigation, essentially, what was the facts you were dealing with?
Well, according to the witnesses that I had interviewed, Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, Katari Cox, and Yafu Fula, and I'm just doing what I remember the pronunciation was. They were in the car behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur. And what they described was that a white car, and from what I recall, they described a white Cadillac pulling up alongside Knight's car, and someone inside that white Cadillac opening fire or shooting into the car that Knight and Shakur were at. Their descriptions varied a little bit, but from what I recall, I believe they all said it was a white car and more or less agreed that it was a Cadillac. And there might have been a little bit of a variance between 2 and 4 occupants.
And what direction after the shooting does the vehicle head?
After the shooting, it would have turned south on Koval. That was at Flamingo and Koval, because the Knight group was heading eastbound on Flamingo, and the Cadillac would have originally been heading eastbound, but then it turned southbound on Koval.
And the nature of the bullet holes that are in the BMW that's located at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, all those bullets appear to be coming in from the passenger side of the BMW?
The impact strikes that I saw were all on the right rear passenger door, the right front door, or the right front passenger door. I believe there was some sort of a mark or impact on the windshield. Those were the strikes that you could see. It was you couldn't tell if anything had been a stray of any kind.
So at your scene, you have bullets being shot from south to north into the passenger side of Suge and Tupac's car, but you have no idea how many actual bullets are fired because you can only see the strikes which are in the car.
Correct. All I can see is what the actual impacts are. That doesn't mean that's how many shots were fired. That's just how many struck the vehicle.
And I think we have another witness who's going to testify to this later, but there are a number of casings, or cartridge cases, expended cartridge cases, that ultimately get collected from the southbound lanes of Flamingo right before Koval. Is that correct?
Yes, without seeing the report, I know that there were fired cartridge cases recovered from the street. I do recall that the number of fired cartridge cases recovered from the street did not match the number of impact strikes on the vehicle, which wouldn't have been surprising considering what traffic probably was on Flamingo on a Saturday night, and probably the delay of anybody arriving there, at least from law enforcement.
What happens when, in your experience as a detective, there's a bunch of cartridge cases laying in a busy street and cars driving through? What can happen to those cartridge cases?
Well, especially prior to the uniform officers getting there, cars are driving over them. They're either getting caught within the tread of the tires, or they're getting thrown down the street or thrown into a rain gutter, or, I mean, they could go a lot of different places. We've investigated numerous shootings within streets where you've had fired cartridge cases scattered all over the place. And you never know for sure if you've got all of them, because if something gets caught within a tread of a tire and it doesn't get ejected, unless someone tells you about it later or it gets ejected somewhere else, who knows where it ends up.
In addition to that, when you have your shooter inside a vehicle, are there times that you found casings have gone into the vehicle that the shooter's shooting from?
Yeah, that would depend on if the shots were fired with the handgun inside the window of the car, or if the handgun was outside of the window. Obviously, if the handgun is outside of the window, there's a higher probability. If it's a semi-automatic pistol, there's a higher probability that all those fired cartridge cases ended up outside. If the handgun is on the inside of the vehicle, you have a higher probability of some fired cartridge cases ended up staying inside the car. If it's a revolver, then everything is going to stay within the handgun.
Eventually, I'm kind of jumping forward here, do you have those casings forensically tested?
The firearms examiner ends up testing them. I believe they were able to determine that they thought a Glock, it was going to be a 40 caliber. They were able to determine the caliber. And I believe, because I guess I'm not the expert, the firearms people are, but that a Glock has a particular marking that shows up, and I believe they determined that they thought it was a Glock that fired the weapon, that fired the cartridge cases.
So now you're looking for a white Cadillac occupied somewhere between 2 and 4 times, heading south on Koval, and a Glock 40 caliber firearm.
That was the information we had eventually at the time, yes.
After speaking to the witnesses, did you have any suspect information?
The only thing we had was 2 to 4 people, probably already all black males. The shooter, all we had was a black arm. There was a question of whether it was out the driver's door window or out the back window. There was a lot of questions. And this was strictly coming from the 4 gentlemen, Alexander, Greenidge, Cox, and Fula, from the car that was behind them. You got to realize, as I learned later, there was an entire convoy or entourage, whatever you want to call it, that had been behind them. And none of those people were around. Everybody had skedaddled before we got there, or at least by the time I got there. And so the only information we had was what General Assignment had acquired from, I believe, a couple of witnesses that they had talked to, and some of the people at the scene. I think Detective Franks talked to some girls later on that had been at the scene.
Now, during the course of this, you've mentioned Frank Alexander. Do you know what Frank Alexander's responsibility was that night in the car behind Shogun Tupac?
Frank Alexander said he was Tupac Shakur's bodyguard.
And Fula? I'm not even going to say his name right either.
Fula and Greenidge and Qatari Cox were supposed to be part of the Outlaws. I guess it's like the group, I don't know if you call them the band, but the part of the group that performed with Tupac Shakur.
And those are the only 4 that stuck around by the time you got there and you were able to take statements from.
I believe they were the only 4, plus I know there were a couple other guys they're mentioned in the report. I think Kevin Woods was one of them, and I think they must have got stopped by general assignment or somebody when Suge Knight had made the U-turn to flee or drive away and ended up at Harmon and the Boulevard. Everybody else was gone.
I want to fast forward a little bit. Did you learn of an incident that occurred at the MGM casino shortly after the Tyson-Selden fight?
We eventually learned that. No one claimed that night, but yes, there was a videotape that came about and information about a fight that was caught on videotape where a person was kicked, beaten down by Suge Knight and a bunch of other people in that group. Tupac Shakur was in the group, and Frank Alexander was off in the side.
When you learned about that, did Metro initially know the identity of the victim of that beating?
The only thing we had, I believe, was the first name of Orlando. One of the officers that was at the fight that night, I think they were working off duty, because we also saw some video where they had talked to the person. He was wearing a football jersey, and I don't believe there was a written down ID where the ID was obtained, but the first name of Orlando was on there. That was all we had at that time.
Did you make efforts to talk to Suge Knight?
I know that night at the hospital, Detective Franks attempted to, he said, and then I know that for 2 to 3 days after that, we attempted to, and finally were able to get him in and conduct an interview with him.
How did that come about? How does Suge Knight wind up at Metro?
Well, the first couple of attempts weren't very successful, put it this way. He didn't come in. In fact, I think the one time he was supposed to come in, he didn't show up. And then the night he did, I think it was 3 nights after, it would be in the report. When he did arrive, he showed up with David
report?
Kenner, David Chesnoff, and George Calises, who were all 3 attorneys who were his representatives, which we thought was weird because Suge Knight was a victim. And I think Reggie Wright Jr. might have been out in the lobby waiting. And then that's when we were finally able to conduct a taped interview of Suge Knight with his 3 attorneys present.
And what were your impressions from that interview?
Suge Knight was not the Suge Knight I expected. Everything, we had done a lot of research in the short time we had been involved, and Suge Knight was not a very timid person in the previous interviews we had seen of him. He was a very boisterous, in charge kind of guy. He was very timid, and to us, his interview was very practiced, and he was very timid, and I thought he lied to us. He just didn't know anything.
Your impression was he was withholding information about what happened.
He just basically said he didn't know anything. Couldn't recognize anybody.
A few days, or maybe a week even, does there come a point in time when you get contacted by law enforcement in Los Angeles area, whether it be LAPD, LASO, or Compton PD, that assists you in your investigation?
Tupac Shakur passed away on September 13th. We attended the autopsy, and we were later contacted. Well, I think there was probably some contact with other people within the homicide section.
So just catch that. It seems like law enforcement was present during the autopsy.
You got to realize there are people higher up than us, but eventually Tim Brennan from Compton PD, I think a Mike Coet, and I don't, Fontenot, something like that from Los Angeles County Sheriffs came down to exchange information, and that's when we showed them the videotape from the MGM.
And once you showed them the videotape from the MGM, were they able to identify for you, first of all, who Orlando was?
They immediately recognized Orlando Anderson. They told us that's Orlando Anderson.
And do they also identify some of the people that are with Suge that you didn't know might have been with Suge?
They recognized Suge Knight. I think they did by monikers, if I remember right. There might have been names. I think Buntry was in the picture, a guy named Buntry. There may have been some others that would have, again, it would be on the report because we did document all this.
Does Trayvon Lane sound familiar to you?
Yes, Trayvon Lane does sound familiar.
What about Neckbone?
They ended up identifying a bunch of people because we ended up getting a substantial amount of information from them.
Does there come a point in time when they let you know that basically there's something happening in Compton that might be really indicative of who may have killed Tupac?
Well, we learned that they had had a series of shootings occurring in Compton, and we're getting a lot of information from informants that was interesting to us. The problem was it was all from informants. We didn't have any actual people that would come forward and testify. So it was information we could use, but we didn't have any witnesses that would be willing to talk to us. It was all hearsay for us.
And before I get too far into the time you go to Compton the first time, were you able to identify that Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, and their entourage was staying at the Luxor?
Well, yeah, we knew that after the beatdown at the MGM, they had all gone because the MGM security had videotaped or filmed the group going through the casino and exiting, and we got information that they went over to the Luxor where they had rooms because we observed or saw some videotape down in the valet area after they had changed clothes and were meeting down there for some vehicles where they had left to go to Suge Knight's house there in Las Vegas.
Judge, I have in my hand a certified record from Luxor of the reservations. It was 124. I'd offer it.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
So you mentioned something that I guess I should get to. Suge and Tupac's group leave the MGM, go to the Luxor, and then did you have law enforcement outside, not for this purpose, but did you have law enforcement working security near Suge Knight's house here in Las Vegas?
We did not. Homicide did not. Apparently, there was an off-duty assignment at Suge Knight's community. I guess it's a gated community is where his house was at. And they were working off-duty because of whatever the event was.
And so, did you learn that after the Luxor, they went over to Shook's house?
Yes, we learned that they went over there. There was, I think, a gate log or something, and we learned that several people had gone over there, gone inside, and we eventually acquired that gate log. And then sometime after they had arrived at the house there, they departed, and
That's when the incident occurs.
that's not long after that is when the incident occurred.
All right, let me get back to Compton. At some point, you get told that the Compton Police Department is going to execute search warrants on all of the Mob Piru and Southside Crip residences that they could identify as part of their investigation into the ongoing war now that's happening between Mob Piru and the Southside Crips.
It was kind of twofold. We were told that they were serving search warrants on all these locations for these different groups or gangs, but that there was also at least one murder warrant for Orlando Anderson that they had there in Compton. So it was our understanding that they were going to be arresting him on an outstanding murder warrant there in Compton.
Were you present in Compton when those warrants were executed?
Mike Franks and I did travel down and were present to witness the search warrants being served by Compton and I believe the I don't know if the Los Angeles County Sheriffs participated, the actual deputies. I know that their jail facility people were there.
And you talked about this before. That warrant, had you seen a copy of the affidavit for that warrant?
Yeah, I saw one way back in '96, and I think I've seen one here recently that you showed me that kind of refreshed my memory.
And within that, all of the witnesses are identified as CRIs. Do you know what they were calling CRIs?
What I was told is that it was called a confidential, reliable informant. I don't
They put the word reliable in the acronym? Come on.
recall any person being named as a testifying witness to anything. It was all based on confidential, reliable informants that the search warrant was being based on, which I guess in some cases that's not unusual. I know narcotics cases do that quite often, but eventually if you're going to successfully prosecute a case, you need to have somebody willing to testify.
So on October 2nd of 1996, were you present on Burris Ave when Orlando Anderson's residence was, when the police hit it and searched that residence?
I can't tell you if it was Burris Avenue. I remember being somewhere where Orlando Anderson was arrested, yes.
And during that, did you find out information as to where Orlando Anderson was staying when he was in Las Vegas?
Well, yeah, we kind of had an idea before that, but then when he was arrested, we kind of confirmed it that he had been staying at the Excalibur Hotel. We knew he'd been in Vegas because we had him on videotape, but yes.
Judge, I have in my hand state's proposed exhibit number 125, which is a certified copy of, or it's a certified record of the Excalibur. I offer it at this time.
You want to get your approach?
Yes.
All right, so they're approaching the bench there. And again, we're still on direct with this witness. And we're starting to get into some, it's a bit hard to follow, but not surprising that a lot of this is like well, how did you find out? What did you look at next? Well, it's like, well, we already had some information, but it was coming from somebody that we couldn't get to testify at whatever proceedings we need them to. So we had it and we had to find another way to be able to get this information in and move it forward. So this is coming
Okay,
in.
now, I'm going to try my best here to share my screen with you.
Oh boy.
And see if we can, I want to show you just one little portion of this particular record. Oh. All right, share screen. I guess I should have it up. All right, are you seeing my screen at all?
I see you. I don't see the document. Oh, wait a minute. It just flipped.
You see that document now?
Okay, yeah, I do see a document. It's a affidavit of custodian of records.
Okay, I'm going to roll down here to page 2.
Okay,
All right,
it's
so
a receipt.
I'm pausing because they have more than one file open right now, and you can see the tab. It looks like they have a picture of Big Dre. It says Big Dre PHOT like photo. Maybe they shouldn't have that sitting there.
From Excalibur.
And I'm going to zoom in here, maybe. Oh, that's the search button.
Oh boy.
There we go.
I see some writing down there. Yeah.
That's
Okay,
right.
it zoomed.
Yeah, I'm just going to get to that writing now that I've zoomed in.
Okay.
So on page
All right.
2 here, there's
I
some
see.
handwriting on there.
That's the Stardust and Monte Carlo.
You recognize that handwriting?
That's my handwriting.
So how does that handwriting wind up on this record? What do you do?
Well, without seeing a report, I wrote it on there. There's no doubt that I wrote it on there. The question is why I wrote it on there. It's dated September 8th. Says they're local calls, and I put Stardust for one phone number, and then the Monte Carlo for the other phone number.
Does that suggest to you you were looking to see who Orlando Anderson was, what other hotels he was calling?
I'm wanting to see what the phone calls are, and the Stardust call is at 9:41. It should be if it's correct, 0941 is 9:41 a.m. and then Monte Carlo is at 0946. And then right after that is the Stardust again at 0947 again.
Now, there's been some discussions, and I guess we'll get to that when we get a little bit farther, but why don't we address some of that now? Was there a problem at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department of information related to your investigation being leaked publicly?
Well, I became aware that there may have been some information being leaked. I couldn't say who specifically was doing it, but I was becoming concerned to the point that in our office we had shelves not behind my desk, but there were some shelves where a lot of the case files were stored. And once this case continued and the nature of who the victim was, especially when he passed away, there seemed to be a lot of interest in it, outside interest, especially with the media. And I became concerned about it. So I started locking my case files in my desk because I didn't want them to be available. Because I had left things on my desk, and a couple times I had found things different than when I left him, and it just bothered me. So that's why I locked him up.
Did there come a point in time when you started saving your reports to a different type of medium than
Oh,
just
boy.
a computer?
Are they explaining
Well-
how they went missing?
Yes, there were some reports that I ended up not sending off to records because I was putting them on what we had then was called a floppy disk. I guess today they've got a lot different technology, but back then we had a thing called a floppy disk. Because we actually did some reports early on
Oh boy, here we go.
that I still don't know where they are. We did a PIN register early on that I guess nobody can find. We did, we went looking for a vehicle on another guy that nobody can find. There's just a lot of things that disappeared. And some of them are reports that were before I even put them on floppy disk. So yes, I had some concerns.
Were you aware that some Metro employees sold a Polaroid of Tupac on the autopsy table to the Daily Mail?
I was, after we did the autopsy, I was outside the autopsy room. I cannot say that I saw a person take the Polaroid photo of Tupac Shakur's body. I saw somebody walk into the autopsy room where his body was at with a Polaroid. And then I don't remember how long after that a book was published by a Kathy Scott that had, it was a Polaroid photo of his body. It wasn't one of our photos of his body from the autopsy. It was quite obvious it was a Polaroid photo afterwards because it was not a photograph that we took. We didn't take those kind of photographs at an autopsy. We had no reason to.
But needless to say,
So who took it?
You yourself had concerns about the security of the information as it relates to the investigation.
Yes.
Now going back to exhibit number 125, it says on September 8th at 9:46 a.m. it appears the Monte Carlo was called, correct?
Correct.
And Judge, I have marked state's proposed exhibit number 126, which is a certified copy of a record from the Monte Carlo I'd offer.
Any objection?
If I can have a moment, please.
Yeah.
All right, so they're approaching. I'm just stunned by the language of, just a lot of things that disappeared. A lot of things disappearing. So much disappearing. And some of his answers, he's getting into this discussion of things disappearing without being asked.
All right, Detective, I'm going to try and do this. Change the screen for you and now put 126 up on the screen. Ooh. Apparently screen sharing has stopped. Put it up first and then... Now I'm going to go back to you and hit share. Can you see that now?
Now I do. There's a little delay, but it's a affidavit of custodian of records again.
Now this is the Monte Carlo, and I'm going to jump down to the first page. There's a name, Corey Edwards.
Corey Edwards.
1301 East Sloan.
Okay.
And it looks like he arrived and departed the Friday night before, the Friday the 6th into Saturday the 7th of September of 96. You see that on the right side?
I see that.
And I'm going to roll down here. A few pages in. Do you see? I could zoom in a little bit here for you.
No, I can see the writing. The Excalibur. Well, go back.
Yeah, I gotta go back.
It zoomed too much.
There you go.
Okay, Excalibur, Sahara, and Luxor. Though that's my handwriting.
And so, does that suggest to you that you took this record and checked to see
Where those phone numbers?
the local
Yes.
phone numbers that are being called on it? And I'm going to roll down.
Yes. So the Excalibur was September 7th at 10:01 a.m. Sahara, September 7th at 10:26, and Luxor was at September 7th at 10:32 a.m.
Now, initially, did you have any idea who Corey Edwards was?
I did not have Corey Edwards' name until Compton gave us that name.
So now you're in Compton. You've executed search warrants. You learn about the Excalibur. You learn about the Monte Carlo and Corey Edwards. I want to kind of fast forward now. Well, you mentioned something about a pen register. Does there come a point in time when you guys learn about an individual by the name of David Keefe that might have worked at the MGM?
Yes, we learned about him. Well, it would have been related to the pen register because it goes back to, I want to say, Yafu Fula's description when I took his statement. He gave a description that I recall. He described the driver of the Cadillac having a bitch face. That's the term he used. And I may have misunderstood the terminology at the time. I might have thought bitch face meaning a younger looking face at the time, because there were some names coming up, and we had developed the name of Davion Brooks, who apparently was a Southside Compton Crip. And he was a fair-skinned black male, and we thought he kind of was a bitch face.
He laughs.
He was the person that the pen register was related to in a place. It was south. I can't tell you the address right off the bat. It was south of Tropicana between the Boulevard and Koval. Because all we had, I think, was a cell phone or something, and we did the pen register, but David Keith's name came up somehow in that as a worker in Las Vegas. And for some reason, I'm going off the top of my head without the reports. He had I thought a full-size Blazer, because I used to own a full-size Blazer, and there was an address in Las Vegas and I know we went out and checked that address, but it turned out nothing was there. We couldn't determine anything, but that's how that all came about, David Keefe. And I know that we ended up, because we couldn't find Davion Brooks, at the time, I don't know what they got now, we had a thing called Scope, which the people would get their sheriff's cards or criminal history would go in there, and we could flag a person. So if they were stopped by officers or arrested, that we could be notified. And so we had flagged Davion Brooks. And I believe eventually we must have been down because I was out of town, but Mike Franks and Kevin Manning went and interviewed him.
So at this point, we have the names of Orlando Anderson, you have the name of Corey Edwards, you have the name of Davion Brooks, you have the name of Davy and Keith. Kind of fast forward, but in November of 96, well, let me ask you this. Of all the people you interviewed in that car behind, was there anybody who said he thought he could make an identification?
Yafu Fula, from what I remember, thought he could ID someone possibly. I thought it was the driver, but I'd have to look at the report. He's the only person that thought they could possibly identify someone. I don't recall anybody saying they could ID the shooter. Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, and Katari Cox were more or less more of the dark arm kind of thing.
When in November of 96 in New Jersey, did something happen to Yafula?
Unfortunately, Yafu Fula was murdered. We were notified, I want to say it was Orange, New Jersey, somewhere in that area. We learned that Yafu Fula had been murdered. This was after we had made several attempts because Death Row Records, David Kenner, who was the attorney, they had told us that if we needed to talk to anybody from the Outlaws or anybody, that we needed to contact them to make arrangements. And somewhere in the reports that there's several attempts were made to try to get a hold of Yafu Fula, and we got the runaround on that.
I want to fast forward to March 9th of 1997. Did you become aware that another famous rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as Notorious B.I.G., was killed outside the Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And LAPD was responsible for that investigation.
Correct.
At some point, do you have contact with Fred Miller, one of the lead detectives from LAPD?
Yes.
And then shortly thereafter, March 17th or so, did you attempt to contact, well, let me ask you this, did you contact Frank Alexander to do photo lineups?
Yes. Mike Franks and I went down and we met Frank Alexander. If that's what the report said, it was around March 17th down in Orange County somewhere, California. And I had taken probably, I think it was 10 photo lineups that we had prepared because I had since the shooting and all, Frank had kind of turned around. I think he had gone cross with Death Row Records and things turned around and he was willing to meet with us. And that's when I showed him the photo lineups.
Judge and I talked to Mr. Sanft about not having to lay the foundation with each one of these with Mr. Sanft, but I have in my hand those 10 photo lineups, which are marked 76 through 85.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection to admission?
Yes.
All right, they'll be admitted then.
This is 6 months after the shooting.
Which is
I believe.
85.
What did they say that Frank Alexander was the driver in the
Yeah,
vehicle
going in and
behind,
out
or just a
here a few
passenger?
But each of these photo lineups that you have done here, did you have a reason why you had these particular people in photo lineups?
Main players that were in these photo lineups were, well, obviously Orlando Anderson was in there because of the beatdown at the MGM. I mean, and because of the information we'd acquired from Compton. Then the other people, I think Darnell Brim might have been in one of those because his name had come up. Duane Davis's name was in there. Terrence Brown, Smith. There's another Davis. I think it's Duane Davis's brother, or he's related to him somehow. Is it Kevin Davis, I think?
Let me just share my screen and we'll go through each one by one, okay?
Yeah. I just remember there were 10 of them, and there was each person that was in the lineup. There was a reason for them being in there, just to cover our bases. We had particular people we were looking at, but we wanted to cover the basis of everybody that had come up.
Hold on. So he said there were 10 sets of lineups, and we're going to see how many are on a lineup page at a given time. But he said more than once now that the only inclusion in these lineups were persons of interest in some form or another. That's not how lineups are supposed to be done. They had no random control, totally unsuspected random people in this lineup for someone to, if someone just went bloop to any old picture without thinking, without even trying to figure out if they recognize somebody, they just picked a random picture on that page. There was no chance that it wouldn't be somebody that the police were already kind of suspicious of.
So on these lineups, this is page 1, page 2, and then on
So
the
6
bottom,
person.
page 3 has the names of the people that are in each of those positions. Is that fair?
Those were the lineup records, yes.
And so it shows on March 17th of 1997, you would have created the photo lineup record that's your name down there.
Yes.
And this one, the suspect is number 6, Duane Davis.
Yeah, and I guess I probably spelled his name wrong.
And if we go to picture number 6,
that's Duane Davis. He's younger. I mean, obviously, it's been a long
30
time.
years ago, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Now, at this point in time, when you're showing these photo lineups, did you have a theory as to who was in this vehicle?
We had an idea from information. We didn't have anybody stepping forward to say anything in particular.
Okay. And who was it? Who did you think was in the car?
Well, the 4 names that we were leaning on was Duane Davis, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson. Those were the names that we've been leaning on. But again, those are just the names we had.
Right. You had no live witness to tell you.
No.
You all had confidential, reliable, the CRI
we personally didn't even have that. I mean, I guess everybody else did, but we didn't have a name that would step forward to say anything. And I believe the CRIs were even throwing out Darnell Brim and other people.
I'm going to kind of go through each one of these, but there's one I want to show you, and you've looked at these 10 photo lineups recently, right?
Correct.
And then there's another 6 photo lineups that you have where there's just a handwritten log that goes with them, right?
Yeah, and after looking at those, I'm wondering if those are photo lineups that I did later, because the 4 girls that I think Mike interviewed that night at the shooting scene, I had attempted to get in touch with them, and I think I talked to a couple of them, and 1 or 2 of them lived in the LA area, and I think it was LAPD, we had sent some lineups to them to look at. Those might have been the lineups we sent to them, actually, because it was, 97 or 98? And I think technology might have got a little better by then.
So let me click out here. Judge, I have in my hand the log of the 86, and then State proposed exhibits 87 through 91, which are the other 5 lineups, excuse me.
No objection. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No objection.
They'll be made.
So let me start with the log for you, and then we're going to go back to the other ones for just a minute, but let me pull up the log first. Oops. I'm sure there's more technologically advanced if you were younger. If I were younger, we could figure out how to do this easier, but...
You're doing better than me, so.
These are the logs. This is the logs you wrote for each one of those lineups, right? So you had Orlando Anderson in one, Darnell Brim in another, Roger...
These are probably notes that I wrote down because we were just trying to put something together to send off. Because I'm seeing, well, Roger Williams would have been, wasn't a Southside Crip. From what I remember, he was a mob guy or something. He was the opposite of everybody else.
Roger Williams, do you recall his nickname being Neckbone?
Yes, because I think we got to talk to him briefly down in Compton.
The name Jerry Bonds was the name that was
Jerry Bonds was a name that came up very, very early on. And I think Compton had it. And as time went on, Jerry Bonds' name kind of was fading out. I think he's a South Side Compton Crip, but as things went on, his name just started disappearing, even from the informants.
And then the last one on there is Big Dre or DeAndre Smith.
DeAndre Smith, who is the guy that we think was in the back seat with Orlando Anderson.
Now I'm going to go to the DeAndre Smith photo lineup, and that's 91. And he'd be in position number 3, correct? Oh wait, you can't see it. I didn't share it with you yet.
Nothing's popped up yet, so.
Let me share it with you. But if your log has him in position number 3, that'd be him in number 3, correct?
Looking at it, yeah, that face kind of looks familiar. And that number 15 would be my writing. So this is one of the later photos. Yes. And this this is definitely one of the later photos. This is one we had early on.
So now I want to go to photo lineup that you wrote as number 1, which is State's Exhibit number 76. Can't believe I have to stop the share every time, but. I'm going to zoom in here on number 2 and then share it with you here. Maybe. The person there in number 2, that appears to be DeAndre Smith, correct?
Yes. That's probably an early photo because what I'm looking at, I think, is probably, I don't know if those were California DMV photos or what, because from what I recall, we had to cut the pictures out because the backgrounds were all different colors, and we were trying not to make different colors on the photo lineup so we didn't come into conflict down the road with anybody. I think Mr. Sanft would agree. If you have a yellow, red, blue, that causes issues. So that's why we did this. And this is all we had that was available at the time.
So I want to roll down here. The weird thing about this record is
number 6 didn't have a name.
number 6 didn't have a name, but also number 2, even though it's a picture of DeAndre Smith, the record you have written is Andre Norton. Is that possibly an AKA for Mr. Smith?
Probably. We're talking what, 97? Yeah. Andre Norton. I'd have to look at his rap sheet. I don't know. But because there's no ID number over there, that's probably what it is. Because usually if there's an ID number, that's a Metro thing. And DeAndre Smith, whatever, wouldn't have had anything, because I don't think he had a history with Las Vegas.
Now, as I go through each of these photo lineups that you have, let's go to number 2, which is State's Exhibit number 77. And we roll down here. Well, I guess I should share it for you so you know what I'm talking about. We roll down here, and position number 3 is Orlando Anderson. Is that right?
Okay, you're right.
And position number 3 is Orlando.
Yes, that's Orlando. He had a pretty recognizable face. And again, that would have been a similar deal where the backgrounds were all different colors, so that's why we had to cut him out.
I'm going to share with you 78. And then show you down at the bottom. Darnell Brim's in position number 1.
Yeah, when I saw the picture, it looked like him up in the, something about the faces that kind of remember.
But that'd be Darnell Brim.
That would be Darnell Brim.
Why is his head so big compared to everyone else?
Let's go to number 4.
You shouldn't really do that either, because your eye will naturally go to like the big face on the screen.
And if we roll down here, position number 5 would be Jerry Bonds. And if we roll up here, in position number 5 we have Jerry Bonds.
Correct. Yes. Okay.
Number 5. Number 5, we roll down to the bottom, which is State's Exhibit number 80.
That's Davion Brooks. Yeah.
Davion Brooks in position number 5, and if we roll up here, that's Davion Brooks in position number 5.
Yeah.
And that's the potentially young kid, based upon what Yafula said, that caused you guys to do the pen and all those other things.
He's the guy we did the pen register on. Yes.
Number 6. Oops. And this will be State's Exhibit number 81. I gotta share it with you. We roll down here. David Keefe is in position number 1, and so that would be David Keefe.
Yes, and the reason we put the tape on there is I think those were probably ID numbers or something, so we were again trying not to create problems with the different booking photos or something. And I don't know if this is a booking thing or a sheriff's card, but we just covered them up to lessen the conflict.
You learned during the course of your investigation that Mr. Keefe worked at the MGM, which meant he must have a work card, ergo he must have a photo.
At a minimum, he had to have a work card, yes.
Hold the next one. Oops. Number 82. Go. We roll down 82, and in spot number 5 is Kevin Davis.
Kevin Davis, yeah.
And number 5 is a photograph of Kevin Davis.
Okay, yes.
And your understanding is that Mr. Davis, Kevin Davis, is Duane Davis's brother.
I think that's what it was. I knew he was a relative. For some reason, I thought they were brothers.
You recall a point in time when a .40 caliber Glock was found on Mr. Davis?
I don't remember if it was on him. There's 2 firearms that I can recall. I know that Mike Coette from the LA County Sheriff's Office had a firearm. If that was on him, then that would be it. He mentioned a Glock 40, and I had him enter those cartridges into what we had was drug fire then. I don't know if they still have it. And then I had our firearms people do the comparison on that.
And ultimately, that wasn't your murder weapon.
The firearms examiner said it was not the weapon.
And so, drug fire, which is, I think, the jury will hear later, is now called NIBIN. But drug fire was a way for photographs of casings to be put into a computer, and then somebody somewhere else could check casings that were found and see if they matched the same gun, casing to casing.
Yeah, the forensics guys that do all those firearms things, they know how to do all that stuff. All I know is if I get the information, I ask the people to enter it in to drug fire at the time, and then those firearms people know what to do. I depend on them.
So we only got 2 more here. Let's do your number 8, which is going to be my 83. In position number 2 is Terry Brown.
Terry Brown.
You see that right there? It says Terry Brown.
I don't see the photo lineup yet. I just see the lineup record.
Yeah.
Haven't.
Terry Brown would be in position number 2, correct?
Yeah, he's going to be in number 2. Okay. And I don't. Oh, there he is.
And
yeah.
Photo number 2 is Terrence Brown.
That's the old photo. Yes.
And then the last record I have for you, Detective. Oh, I share my screen with you. Excuse me a second. State's Exhibit number 84. You have Corey Edwards in position 3.
Okay.
And when we roll up here to position number 3, that'd be Corey Edwards.
Yeah, does he always have that beard? I don't remember. It's been so long, but yeah.
Now, when you showed Mr. Alexander these photo lineups, was he able to pick anybody out?
He said he could not.
And do you know where Mr. Alexander is today?
From what I was told, he committed suicide, so he's deceased.
Did you attempt to show those photo lineups to Malcolm Greenridge?
I think it was the next day, because what started this was a newspaper article. So we went and met Malcolm with Reggie Wright Jr. And I think I learned later, because there's a report, that there's some other guy came with him. We met them at the Compton Police Department, and we sat down with Malcolm and we offered to show him these photo lineups. And Malcolm said he never wanted to see the lineups because he said he could never identify anybody. So basically, he declined to look at the photo lineups.
You mentioned a news story. What was in the news story that caused you to think you should go probably talk to Mr. Greenridge?
There was a reporter named Chuck Phillips that was working for the LA Times at the time that was, well, that's my opinion. Anyhow, Chuck Phillips was writing an article claiming that there were 2 witnesses that the Metropolitan Police Department were refusing to talk to, Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge. When we got a hold of Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge, they both stated that the words that Chuck Phillips used were not their words, that they had never said those words, and that Malcolm Greenidge said he said he could never identify anybody, so he had no reason to look at the photo lineups. Frank Alexander basically said the same thing, that the story was not the way he had told it.
Now, you were a homicide detective in Las Vegas, Nevada, Clark County, right?
Correct.
This crime appears to have come from Compton and returned shortly thereafter to Compton, right? All the witnesses, everything is there, correct?
Everybody that is related to this crime that we know of is coming from California, yes.
And so, are you a peace officer in California? You got the same powers you have here in Las Vegas?
No.
And how many times did you trip to California, generally, in an effort to talk to people about this particular case?
We made 10 to 12 trips to California. Not all of those trips were with law enforcement, because there came a time where we weren't necessarily wanting to deal with law enforcement. So we went down there that many times to try and to contact different people. In fact, every time we went to California, we tried to contact Death Row Records, but got the runaround, so.
So ultimately, were you left with any avenue to further your investigation?
The only thing we ever got was we ended up the revocation hearing for Suge Knight, where I ended up providing a videotape of from the MGM for the DA's office down there.
Let me ask you about that. Let me ask you about that. So, Suge Knight, at the time that he is involved at this fight with Orlando Anderson at the MGM, He is on probation, both federal and state probation in California, correct?
That's the way it was presented to us, yes.
And at that particular hearing, did he call a witness in his defense to claim he was trying to stop the fight?
Orlando Anderson was subpoenaed as a witness for Suge Knight, yes.
And did he testify that Suge Knight was trying to help him, not hurt him?
Orlando Anderson apparently, because I wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but apparently Orlando Anderson testified in court that day that Suge Knight was trying to help him.
And then were you the witness that laid the foundation for the videotape that disputed that testimony at that revocation hearing?
Because I had talked to Orlando Anderson in Compton the day of the search warrants, and he told me differently, I was there as an impeachment witness in case Orlando decided to tell the story that he did tell. And I testified that Orlando told me otherwise, that Suge Knight and Tupac had basically beat him down pretty good.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Sanft.
Detective Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just need to follow up with a couple of things. Let me start off with this. So you talked a little bit about your powers as a police officer in Nevada. And you had mentioned that those police powers end at the border of Nevada. Is that what I heard before?
Yeah, our basic law enforcement powers are within Nevada.
And as a result, what that means is when you enter into another state, you're technically not a police officer per se. I mean, you are a police officer, but you don't have a jurisdiction. Is that how you would frame it?
Correct. If we were, say, to want to arrest someone in another state, I mean, you could have someone arrest them, but you'd have to go through an extradition proceeding to bring someone over to Nevada. And that takes time. It's not like you can just go grab a guy and bring him back to Nevada.
Right. Now, in terms of your work here on this case, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on a couple things. We went through a lot of photo lineups, right?
Correct.
And you had referenced to me a little bit about the photo lineups, and fair to say, of course, you know, as a defense attorney, you want to make sure that each photo lineup does not suggest the answer to the question, right?
Correct.
So back in those days, you're cutting pictures, you're actually cutting photographs out and just pasting them in such a way to try to eliminate backgrounds and so forth, so that the person that's looking at the photo lineup won't be suggested as to what the answer is.
That's what our attempt was, yes, sir.
Now, just for the jury's edification, when someone is being shown a photo lineup, they're in a room, they see the photo lineup, and then at that point, you wait for them to respond and see which one of the 6 people in there they recognize, right?
Well, you'd show the lineup and ask them if they recognize anybody in the lineup. You don't say who in this lineup, you know, do you recognize? You just say, do you recognize anybody in the lineup?
Right, and the reason why you ask that question that way is you do not want to suggest an answer to your question. Or
correct. You don't want to try and make them lean towards anybody in particular.
Right, because there are instructions that are part of those photo lineups that say there may not be a person at all that we're interested in the 6 people that we present to you, right? You could have a photo lineup with nobody in it that you would have as a target. Fair?
That's a fair statement, yes, sir.
Now, in this particular regard, once a person sees who that person believes to be somebody associated with whatever investigation you're looking at, they typically would circle the picture and maybe put down a percentage of how sure they are of that person being the person that's involved in something. Is that how that works?
Yeah, typically what I would do anyhow is I'd have them initial the back of the photograph, the particular photograph of the person.
Right.
And if there was a percentage, yeah, I would have them put that on there, say it 80%, 60, whatever that is, you know, or 100%, whichever.
Now, of course, during this time period, as you are putting together these photo lineups, the majority of the individuals that the state identified in each photo lineup are people that are associated with Southside Crips. Would that be an accurate description?
I believe everybody was, I don't remember, was Roger Williams one of them? Because he's not a Crip. He's a Pyru or mob guy, so he's a Blood. But everybody else was a Crip, yes.
Right, and so because you were under the premise that there was a gang war, that the Southside Crips had actually shot at Tupac and Suge Knight because they were Pyru Blood, and so you were identifying just Southside Crips and putting them into photo lineups. Is that how that worked?
Yeah, we were using Crips because that was the information. Again, we were basing a lot of things off the information we were getting from Compton.
Right, and even so, even as you're receiving this information from Compton, even as you sit here right now, sir, you weren't comfortable necessarily with all of the information you were receiving from Compton, right?
We weren't comfortable with certain things in Compton, yes.
For instance, the way they were conducting their business as law enforcement in Compton was not the way you would recommend or know that Metro would do here in Las Vegas. Fair?
We witnessed a couple of interview techniques that we weren't comfortable with, yes.
Yes, sir. Now, in addition, as you are having these photo lineups, did these photo lineups ever go to anyone back in Las Vegas? For instance, we've heard some testimony from some females that were in a vehicle, some other people maybe that would have been at the scene. Were those photo lineups ever shown to anyone that was, like the girls in the Sebring or anything like that?
That's where I'm wondering. I think there was 5 photos later on that are shown, not the original 10. I don't remember the exact number, but there are 5 later photos. And I think I mentioned it during my earlier testimony that we sent to, I believe, someone in LAPD. And I know that of the 4 girls in the Sebring, I only think 1 or 2 said they were willing to look at the photo lineups. And I think photo lineups were sent to LA so they could show them to those.
And do you recall what the results were of those photo lineups being sent to the girls in LA?
I don't believe they identified anybody.
And fair to say that in this particular regard, the photo lineup that shows Terrence Brown, no one, as far as you know, no one identified Terrence Brown as being in a vehicle, even in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996?
Yeah, if Terrence Brown was in one of those photo lineups, then he wasn't identified, correct.
How about DeAndre Smith? Was he ever identified by anybody in a photo line and his photo lineup as being present in Las Vegas, Nevada on September 7th, 1996?
I don't recall anybody being identified in a photo lineup.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony was that you were the primary detective on this case originally.
Myself and Mike Franks, we didn't really have a lead, but yeah.
All right. You drew the short straw basically on this one, right?
I guess I'm the guy that's name is all over everything, but yeah.
Well, congratulations. Let me ask you this question though. As a police officer, did you write reports of all of your activity that you did during the course of this investigation?
Anytime we did something, I did an officer's report. I know Mike Franks did several reports too, yes. And
would there ever be a time during the time that you were handling this investigation that you would have chosen not to have written a officer's report?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
No. If we'd had a trip, especially any trip we did out of state, anything where we went out and did anything, I'd have done an officer's report. Back in the day, apparently they do things a little different. Even if it was a one paragrapher, we did officer's reports.
And as far as you know, based upon your knowledge of what happened to your file after you left, is the file complete in terms of your reports and what you did in this case?
When I left, it was, yes.
Is it now?
I don't know. I've never seen the case file, so I don't know what it looks like now. I've heard rumors.
Now, the district attorney's office had forwarded over to you some documents to help you with your preparation for testimony here today, right?
Correct.
Were those documents all of the officers' reports that you wrote while you were on this investigation?
No.
Now, in addition to that, sir, you had testified a little bit about the Luxor, I think. You had mentioned something about there was some information that Tupac and Suge Knight had both had rooms at the Luxor. Is that correct?
That's the information we had, yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, was there any video that was captured of the vehicles that had gone to the Luxor to pick up Tupac while he was at the Luxor?
I don't remember a specific video of the vehicles. I mean, there was hearsay of vehicles, but I don't remember specific videos.
Now,
off the top of my head, I don't.
Right. And because you were the lead detective, of course, you're accumulating all of the information that's being gathered, sometimes from other police officers in furtherance of your investigation, right?
Yeah, if it's given to me, yes, and it's put into the case file, yes.
Right. And so with regards to the Luxor incident, you learned and you had put into your officer's report that Tupac Shakur was picked up with some people, looks like around 10 o'clock at the ballet. Do you recall that?
I don't think I did an officer's report reference the ballet, no.
I have a document here, looks like your signature is at the bottom as the officer.
If you could show it to me, like I said, I've seen some documents from this that I don't recall, but if you have it, show it to me, I'd be happy.
Do you want me to run it right over for you right now?
Run it.
Yeah, if you
I'm
could
kidding,
show
I'm
it to
kidding.
me.
Let me do
I just don't
this.
recall it.
Now, I believe that we had submitted some documents for your review as well. Do you recall the documents that we reviewed?
I remember, because I remember you showing me a document from LA that I didn't remember too, so.
Right.
But it's been a while, so.
This would be titled the Murder or Attempt Murder Supplement. Do you recall that document?
Okay, wait a minute, is this the report with Beard on it?
Correct, that's right.
Oh, okay, that report. Now I remember that report, yes.
Right. And I apologize if I wasn't clear enough.
Okay, I remember that report, yes.
And in that report, for instance, there was a discussion about the number of vehicles that had pulled up to pick up Tupac, and one of the vehicles that was there was a Cadillac that was white with 4 black males in it. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. So the way we're looking at it right now is Tupac comes out of the Luxor, he gets picked up in a long caravan of cars, and the last car is a white Cadillac with 4 black males in it. Right?
Correct.
Okay.
So already before.
That's based upon your investigation.
Right.
Huh.
In addition to that, we talked a little bit about the pen registers. Can you explain to the jury what a pen register is?
Pen register isn't the same as a pen register is more or less, you're getting a number and you're more or less recording those numbers. So it's not quite the same as you're recording phone calls and listening to them, where in that particular case, you actually have people in a room and they're actually listening to calls, and if the call is not pertaining to your investigation, you're supposed to turn it off and not listen to it. It's something that's not pertaining to it. And that a pen register is more or less information to record calls. It's a tool to assist you in your investigation if it turns out to be something that's valuable. That was the intent.
Right.
When we did the pen register, we never got to do it because we did the pen register. You have to file it with the county, and lo and behold, the next day it was in the newspaper. So basically, it was a waste of time.
Well, I mean, for instance, the pen register would be, you would target someone's phone number, right? And so the
Correct. That was the intent.
And the pen register would record the numbers that were either going to that phone number or that phone number making phone calls out of that to other phones.
That was the intent.
Now, in this case, can you tell us, for instance, what Keefe D's phone number was at that particular time?
I couldn't tell you. No.
And with regards to the phone records that we had received, there were some numbers that were either from the Monte Carlo, and I don't know if it was from the Luxor, but do any of those phone numbers register back to a pager? Because this is 1996, right? So it's got to be a pager or maybe, I don't know. I don't know what was around 1996 besides the pager.
I believe those phone numbers were actually the phone numbers to the hotels themselves.
Right. And so outside of that, we don't have any fact that Keefe D's pager or phone number was either dialed to or received in from either the Luxor or the Monte Carlo is what's been shared here today, right?
Not on those calls, sir.
Now, in addition to that, you had mentioned as well the search warrants that occurred in Compton. Now, these search warrants that occurred, fair to say that they also, they were doing these search warrants to try to retrieve firearms to help quell or to suppress any potential violence in Compton. Is that the reason or purpose for those search warrants?
I don't know what, it was their search warrant. I can't tell you what the purpose, other than my understanding was there was an arrest warrant for Orlando Anderson. All that other stuff, that's Compton's thing.
Yeah.
It was their search warrant.
And in terms of that search warrant, did you ever see the results, or was Keefe D's house or residence in Compton searched as well?
I don't remember. I'd have to. The return had so much information on there. I'd have to sit there and look at it again. I just don't remember right off the top of my head if Keefe D's house was on that return or not.
No worries, sir. And in terms of your investigation, did you ever have to deal directly with Reggie Wright Jr.?
The only face-to-face, and it would have been brief, would have been at Compton when he brought Malcolm Greenidge in, but I don't think there was any talk. And the reason we probably didn't talk to him was because his dad was a lieutenant at Compton.
And what did that mean to you as to why you wouldn't talk to him because his dad was a lieutenant?
Right, wrong, or indifferent, our feeling was, well, if your dad's a Compton lieutenant and you're the head of Death Row Records security, I just have a problem with the communications line there. Maybe I'm being distrustful on that. I just worry about what's being said between the two parties.
Were you aware during the course of your investigation that Reggie Wright Jr. instructed his people to lie to you?
I was told later on by Frank Alexander that he said that, yes.
In addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the video footage that was captured at the MGM. Did you at any point when you looked at that video footage observe or see Duane Davis, Keffe D in that surveillance video?
No.
And then finally, your recollection is, so you wake up in the morning, you get the call, you arrive on scene, and when you get there, you had said, and this might be an old Nevada thing, but everyone skedaddled before I got there. You remember saying something like that? Did you, during that time period, ever observe a white Cadillac sitting there waiting for somebody inside to talk to either yourself or any other police officers about what happened at the scene?
No.
And then finally, you had mentioned a little bit about Suge Knight, and you had said that you believed that he was timid or afraid when he showed up with 3 attorneys to talk to you.
Yeah, I think he was rather timid, yes.
Sure. And it would be fair to say, of course, that you don't know why he was timid, right? I mean, he's walking in with 3 attorneys. I mean, is he worried that he's going to get caught doing something wrong, or is he there because he's worried about something else? You don't know, right?
I don't know why he was. It's just I'm sitting there thinking, one, why the victim showing up with 3 attorneys? That was just an odd thing to me.
Right. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Duckman? Okay.
First redirect so far.
Of course.
Hey, Jim. I think this is spicy. We have like missing reports. This detective said he turned everything over in his case file. Goes over to a Detective Long. Detective Long changes the case number, according to the defense opening. And things are missing. Things are missing. And apparently LAPD gave Detective Long, who we haven't heard testify yet, a fake gun to test. The most recent lead
All right, detective.
didn't turn a report over until 5 weeks ago.
I'm going to jump in here just a little bit with you. Hold on 1 second while I get ready so that we can share some screens here. And of course, now I can't get that thing to come up where I can share the screen because it was in the way. There it is. I found it. Here we go. I want to start with an aerial that's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 1. I'm going to put it up big for you here. Can you see that?
Just a minute. Okay, yeah, now I do.
So, your understanding is that Suge and the entourage were coming down this way, westbound on Flamingo towards the 662 Club.
Yeah, Flamingo towards Cole, yes.
And after the shooting, what's your understanding as to what Mr. Suge...
Did you say westbound or eastbound?
I'm sorry, they were heading eastbound towards the 662, correct?
Correct.
What's your understanding as to what Suge and the majority of that entourage do after the shooting?
My understanding is once the shooting happened, they made a U-turn, went westbound on Flamingo, southbound on the boulevard, Las Vegas Boulevard, and came to a stop. If that red dot is at Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon, that's where they came to a stop.
And it wasn't just Mr. Knight's vehicle that was stopped at that location. There were a number of other cars that were part of that entourage that remained at the scene for photographing. Is that correct?
My understanding, because obviously Frank Alexander and the other three gentlemen were there, so their car must have been there. If Kevin Woods got talked to, and I think there was somebody else, so I'm guessing their car was there. If there were other cars there, no one said anything about it. So I don't know how many. I remember the car that Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were in was there in the intersection.
Right. And two of the wheels have been blown out from hitting a curb.
The rims were banged up from going over the median there in the middle of the Flamingo.
So, and then the entire crime scene would have been taped off by initial patrol officers, correct?
Yeah, I remember the street was pretty well taped off from what I recall.
And when they put crime scene tape up, they put crime scene tape up around the entire area they're trying to protect. Whether or not the people that were in those vehicles stayed at that location, there are more than one vehicle that's taped off in this scene. Would you agree with that?
They should be. They should be taping off a wider area than a smaller area. It's easier to come in than to go out.
So this is going to make me kick me back in and out every time, but let's go through this.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're going to tape off an area, you'd rather make it bigger than start smaller, because it's easier to start bigger and close it than to start small and make it wider, because once you made it small, you got looky-loos, everybody coming in, and it's tough to get people out then.
So now I'm going to share this photograph. That's the rear of Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight's vehicle, or at least appears to be, correct?
This is at the scene, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I see the tape in the distance, okay. And then,
That's exhibit number 6.
okay, is this on the boulevard?
I believe the testimony is that this vehicle is Las Vegas Boulevard in Harmon.
Okay, I see the black and white up ahead just because I see the reflective from the door.
I'm going to go through exhibit number
What's that white car?
Well, we're going to go through all of these for you
Okay,
in just a second.
okay.
I want to know too.
Of course, I got to do this the hard way. So now I'm going to show you number 20.
Oh, you think there's going to be jury questions for this witness? I hope so.
Give me a second. I don't know why this thing won't roll up for me when it's photographs. There's obviously a different black BMW that's inside. If you look real close on the right side, the crime scene.
Okay. Okay.
There is 22. Oh, I'm going to click out of this.
I'm guessing that license plate number is on the report, so.
Just click through. That's 23. Now we're looking at 24. Share my screen. There's a black Lexus within the crime scene tape.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
So all those cars that are in that line to the side is just regular traffic being going by, I take it.
Then within the tape, this is State's exhibit number 24. There's a silverish Mercedes.
Okay. So is Kevin Woods is probably in at least one of these.
And then 26. There, 26. Also in the tape, there's white. I think if you zoom in really close down here, which I don't know if I can do on here.
Yeah.
Oh, I can do this. There you go.
And it's probably the license. Oh, it's a
Dodge Avenger.
A Dodge Avenger. Okay, and the license plate number. Because I remember on the original crime report, there are license plate numbers on vehicles, and I'd have to look at it to see what they match up to.
And then Mr. Sanft asked you questions about going to the Luxor.
Okay.
You recall those questions?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory as to exactly what you found out at the Luxor to review that report that you generated?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Just an uh-huh.
There we go. Why is it not coming up? Stop. Share this one more time. Let's see if this works. There we go. All right. All right, here we go.
Right, Brian Beard, yeah. Okay.
So the beginning is just sort of a little paragraph that you wrote about what the investigation is about.
That's just a very brief synopsis about what happened the night of the shooting, yes.
Now, you indicated you talked to Brian Beard, who was working security at the Luxor.
Correct.
At about 10 p.m., he saw Mr. Shakur with a large group of people at the valet. Shakur and his group entered numerous vehicles and drove onto Las Vegas Boulevard around 10:30.
Right.
Beard recalls a black two-door Mercedes, a dark-colored Hummer, a two-tone van, and a black four-door Mercedes or BMW in the entourage.
Yeah, and the Hummer was supposed to be MC Hammer. I remember that.
Okay. And then you also talked to Angel Zabalza.
Right.
Zavala. He was working as well. His recollection of the vehicles were there was a white Dodge Caravan, a black BMW Mercedes, and two other black vehicles. Two white vehicles were also behind the group. Zabalza said he thought the last car was a Cadillac or Buick with four black males, was what he reported.
Right. Yeah, correct.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing further.
Okay. Any requests?
Just real quick, Detective Becker, with regards to that last line, the last line is that the last white vehicle was either a Cadillac or a Buick, right? So the Cadillac was a white Cadillac.
Correct. That's the way that's worded, yes.
All right.
Either a white Cadillac or Buick, yes.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing
Oh,
no
boy.
hands, thank you. You are excused.
No questions.
Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's
All
see
right,
how quickly they can shut down the Zoom.
Any additional witnesses for today?
Will we approach them?
Come on.
Do they not have more witnesses ready? Please don't tell me we have no witnesses on day one. Because remember, this is Pacific time. So right now for me, it's 6:14 p.m. But for them, it's 3:14 p.m. in the afternoon. Let's see. Let's see. Right. Maybe that's why they're estimating 4 to 6 weeks.
All right, we're going to take another 15-minute break while we try to get some Zoom things going. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back 3:30. Please rise for the jury.
All right, so we've got like 14 minutes. And I paused for like 5 seconds earlier to the dismay of one person in the chat. So we have like 5 minutes we can forward. So sorry about that, but see, we caught up. And it's all okay. And shout out to our friends over in London. They are up late for this trial. 11:15 p.m. is crazy. Crazy. It's like prime time. Prime time over there. But yeah, they said they're going to get another witness, but they're going to have Zoom trouble. So that seems to be a whole thing this trial. You guys were saying in the chat, I saw some Shaq mentions, a callback to Shaq Kokomo from the YSL trial, who would save the day, really, for anybody in that courtroom who was having tech issues, right? It was open to helping anybody who needed it, keep the courtroom going. Oh, my goodness. Sabat is rating the judge hair here. Yeah, lots of name calling. The Hammer Time thing, funny. The MC Hammer, he enthusiastically remembered that. He was like, I remember MC Hammer's car was supposed to be pulling up, or however it was worded, because it was in the valet area. Just very enthusiastic about that detail. Always love to see it. Also, got to show some love now that we have a break here. KP was in the chat. He got to hang out with us earlier, and I haven't seen him mention anything in a little bit, but he was sniping these gifts very generously. So he went boop, 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 and turned some people green. If you just got a gifted membership in like the last, like 30 minutes or so, 40 minutes or so, make sure you say thank you to KP. It's super appreciated on my end. It helps support the channel, and on your end, it gives you access to the channel emojis we do. I don't know if we're going to end up needing channel emojis for this trial. Well, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Maybe we need to get some new emojis just for this case. But it's something that we do. Make the chat more fun. Anytime there's like a mention of something like a rule of evidence, something, rule 403, something would be cumulative, or you got to do the balancing test. Would it be more probative than prejudicial, or the other way around? Would it be confusing or waste the jury's time? You can quickly react to those types of arguments by dropping the 403 emoji. Also, anytime you hear a question, I think we're going to get a lot of them in this trial, about reports going missing or reports not being found because the detective that took over the case from the guy we just saw on the stand, Mr. Brent Becker, who's now retired, he says he handed everything over in his case file when he left. Well, a lot of things disappeared. A lot of things disappeared. The next guy, we haven't heard his testimony yet, Detective Long. We heard through opening statements. He changes the case number. And in effect, the case file gets hidden. It's a lot going on there. But anytime there's a mention of missing reports, if anyone in here followed the YSL trial, you might remember that was the frequent question for attorney Max Shart, who represented defendant Shannon Stillwell. Where are your reports? So anytime a report's mentioned, you can drop that emoji, and it just makes the discussion more fun. Sometimes these cases, you have the downtime. Sometimes it's like a drag because of the presentation. Sometimes it's sad because of the content of the case itself. But those emojis, I think it gives us a fun way to keep it going. So KP, thank you for supporting me, and thank you for doing it in a way that's fun for everybody else. And then gifted 5 more to round it out. So big thank you. Big thank you. Ghost in the chat says he gathered it. Another reference. So many references. This chat will never forget the YSL trial. Oh my goodness. Every once in a while, someone will either be watching the YSL trial for the first time, or they'll mention that they're rewatching old footage, but they'll be commenting on like the old trial streams that we watched when it was happening. They'll watch it today either as a throwback or for the first time and leave a comment. And it's so interesting to see people react to like the same thing that we were seeing and out of context, really without that kind of like community to walk them through it. They're still coming to these like facepalm conclusions about the way the YSL trial was investigated and prosecuted. Just a hot mess, just a whole hot mess. Kristen, oh my gosh, Kristen, stop it. Kristen, thank you so much for all your support today. Another 5 gifted. Let's show some love to Kristen. We're gonna have to get you a channel emoji. It'll be cute and pretty like your avatar. Big thank you. I see Freedom Ring in the chat saying, where's the McDonald's video footage? We never saw that either in the YSL trial. There is, do we still have the McDonald's sweet tea emoji? I think we do. I forget, and I can't see on StreamYard. I can't pull it up real quick. But, and I'm on like a minute delay to make sure closed captions are enabled for you guys. But in like a minute, we'll see if any sweet tea emojis make it to the chat. But another reference to how McDonald's seems to find its way into every case. So far, no McDonald's coming up in the Keffe D trial. Yet to be seen. Yet to be seen. Let's see. Mike thinks all the podcasts and blogs are going to talk about this tonight. It's going to turn into a hot mess. I think it is a hot mess. I think it is a hot mess. It just is. I don't think it can be unmessed. And again, I don't want to like get back on my soapbox for like the 15th time, but it is disappointing to see a high profile case be such a hot mess, because what other chance does anybody else have? It was kind of refreshing to see the detective we just had on the stand say, you know, I didn't really like the way the other precinct was doing their thing. Maybe that's, hey, we messed up and we're going to point the finger at the other people that aren't our own home base. Who knows? But it was still nice to see. It wasn't just fully like everyone in law enforcement is so amazing and perfect all the time and there's never mistakes made. You know, some trials we watch, it's just like there is never, ever going to be a way that you get a detective to budge and say that something was missed or that something was, you know, it was a bad lead and we had the blinders on and didn't see it. Right? Yeah. Bench Jammin says, don't forget Walmart. They're always involved somehow. Walmart's only seem to be involved when there is like somebody's making a purchase on tape, like on the surveillance camera, for the items alleged to have been used to carry out whatever crime is charged, plus a beverage. There's always a beverage. There's always a beverage. Yeah, Factual Lie says the Waffle House. Yeah, we could get a Waffle House. I think we've watched 2 trials now that had a Waffle House reference, right? I think it's been 2. We had Wolfenbarger, and we had, I always switch his first name. Taylor, I want to say it's his first name, but that's his last name. And it's just my brain's doing that. My brain's switching it up. But in Tennessee, last name was Taylor. And my brain wants it to be his first name. Another thing that's crazy about this case is I had to reprogram. I thought Keefe D's name was 2 E's, 1 F, and then an E. And then everything I saw, everything was using 2 F's. So I'm like, okay, let me rewire that. And then today, his own attorney in his PowerPoint, his presentation in opening was Keefe, the old way I used to spell it. So now I'm going to like probably switch. By the time we get to day 3 or 4, I'm probably going to spell it differently in the title. I don't know. Maybe he just uses both. Blaze, thank you. So, yeah, and see Mobka's doing the other order, the wrong order. The order that my brain wants to lock in on. I don't know why. Just sticks that way. Let's see. I also wanted to, I started this earlier from Sabata, who's hanging out late with us tonight because it's already like almost 11:30 over by his way. he mentioned that Ingrid Stokes, who is the second witness we saw testify earlier, she was one of the broads, the quote-unquote broads, that was driving in the Chrysler convertible. She did an interview. She did mention in her testimony, like, hey, I didn't really, like, review or refresh my memory except for, like, these documentaries. Like, I talked with my girlfriend about it, you know, we were remembering what was happening. But besides that, I only spoke to the prosecutor, like, when I was at the doorway to the court for the grand jury testimony. Well, Sabata mentioned that there is a 35-minute interview that Ingrid Stokes did and said, hey, if you guys aren't aware, which I wasn't, she says Sabata says she is far more vocal in that interview. I'll tell you that. So that might be something to put on your radar if you're looking for more to watch. It doesn't seem like that's coming in because I would have expected that they would have brought that in while she was on the stand. But if you want to explore beyond what's coming in at trial, that could be something to go look at. Mavka says you had to have 2 Zoom witnesses on day 1. I mean, yeah. So, my goodness. All right. They're doing the pan out here. Are they coming back? Now we're going to zoom in on the desk. And the expressive eyebrow lady in the gallery, who I thought was just very shocked. But maybe that's just her eyebrows. So I take back my comment earlier that, wow, look, she's shocked. Oh, Sabata said it literally just dropped today. Oh, they are trying to, that outlet, smart move. They're like, hey, people are going to be watching this today. Perfect timing. Let's do it now. Mafka says Stokes was a useless witness to me. No idea why she was called. Kind of just like puts everybody going in that direction in a way. I think it's interesting that it seems like the directionals, like the testimony about where the shots were fired from, it seems like, and I don't know if we're going to have any of those witnesses testify from the vehicle that Frank Alexander was in and the 3 others that was behind Suge Knight and Tupac. Maybe we're just getting this relay from detectives that they reported at some point we saw the shots coming from this white vehicle, and I believe it was like from south northward towards the vehicle with Suge Knight and Tupac. And maybe that's the extent they have of this directional pinpointing of where the cars were. So, but we do have a little bit of corroboration with that with Ingrid Stokes, because even though she didn't see what was happening, she kind of knows generally that the car that Tupac and Suge Knight were in were to the left of her. And even though there was a turn lane to the right, you know, it seems like no vehicles were there in the moment, or if there were, they got out of there because they were able to get into that lane and drive away. So we do have like the slightest bit of corroboration through Ingrid Stokes' testimony that kind of makes what the 4 men in the car maybe said they saw kind of fit. So. Okay, and Sabata says that lady gave something to someone on the defense. Sorry, I wasn't watching. Since I'm looking at the chat, I just see like a little screen, and since the view of the court is tiny, it's like super tiny on the screen. Christine, good to see you. I've been taking notes on it, so anytime we're watching a trial, and I hope you guys can't hear my keyboard. I try to type quietly. If you do hear my keyboard, let me know. I can mute my mic. But I always take notes, especially like at least timestamps, the names of who's testifying, when it's direct cross, redirect, any recross, and then some bullet points. Today, since with the Zoom, I don't know if these witnesses are just slower speaking or they're speaking slowly because there were the Zoom echo issues. I was actually able to take pretty thorough notes as they were speaking. So, but they can't all fit in a YouTube description, so. But yeah. Usually like an hour or so after these live streams end, at the very least, I'll put the like timestamps, whether it's direct in the descriptions, and sometimes if there's room for it in the description, there'll be like a bullet point summary of what was included in that testimony. That way you can search it, jump to it, whatever. I was doing some notes over on X, but it became too much to like type accurately on X while trying to listen and also hang out with you guys in the chat. So I stopped doing tweets or X posts with updates for today. Sweet. Okay, Ghost doesn't hear the keyboard. Good to know. Good to know. I can find a way to maybe start publishing them. I'll have to think of a way to do that. That would be like not so much management, because I don't want to like find a way to transpose and do it daily for every stream, but maybe there's a way I could take notes somewhere that I leave as like a live access. So let me think of a solution for that, Christine. There was some strong pointing going on in the gallery. uh... Yeah, and also I think it's interesting testimony. Everybody sort of just skedaddled when we were there, and then we have these photo lineups, and I think that witness was pretty forthcoming about it. Like, hey, we had these photo lineups, and we ended up sending them over to witnesses after a reporter wrote an article saying that it seems like law enforcement wasn't following up with witnesses. I thought that was really interesting because you have this incident take place in September of 96. And then you have Frank Alexander, and maybe he seemed kind of forgetful. He remembered that he showed Frank Alexander and at least one other person who was in the vehicle, but he couldn't remember if he showed it to the third or fourth person. He just remembers at least two that were behind the vehicle that Tupac and Suge Knight were in. They show these photo lineups, but they don't do that until March of 1997. And then there's this guy writing an article for the LA Times, and it seems like Detective Becker had some thoughts about this journalist, and he opined that Frank disagreed and said that, hey, what he's saying that we said isn't really accurate. That seems like a whole mess. But then all of a sudden they're motivated to do these photo lineups. So is it a situation where a hit dog is hollering? Because if what this reporter is saying is so untrue, why is it article about not following witness and then suddenly we're doing these photo ID lineups and speaking with witnesses? Which one is it? So that was interesting to me. And then after all of that super long presentation where we introduce all of the different photo arrays, we have it spelled out for us that nobody identified anybody in these arrays. So that to me suggests the state's going to need to rely on the gang culture and say that, look, nobody wanted to talk. Just like we have the first witness on the stand, Garry Dale. He says, look, I tried to ask Tupac. He was still speaking when we arrived on scene. And we tried to speak to him the next few days before he passed away. And he just kept telling us, we'll take care of it. He wouldn't tell us who. He wouldn't talk to us. So the state seems like they're going to lean very heavily into the idea that, you know what, if nobody ID'd Keffe D from these lineups, it's because everybody was trying to be sush, like keep their mouth shut. I don't know how that would apply to the women who have no gang associations. But they say, look, you know, we were trying to unbuckle and switch seats, so we just weren't looking. We wouldn't have seen. And then we have an issue where the individuals in the car behind Suge Knight and Tupac, they give sort of inconsistent statements. But they don't even know if it's 2 to 4 passengers in the car that they say the shots came from. And maybe that's, all right, does it really matter? Well, in a case where you're saying that the individuals in the back seat were shooting, that could make a difference, because if it's 2 to 4 and there's a driver and a passenger, kind of important to know if there were people sitting in the back too. If that's supposed to be our argument that the defendant these details he gave in the book that he passes gun to back seat, guys in back seat figure out who's going to shoot, someone else shoots, but he planned it all. Keefe D planned this all. Kind of important to have a witness say that, hey, I can place people in the back seat of this car, definitively, because that's where the shots were coming from. Just like we had the detective say, look, when shots are fired from within a vehicle, you expect that the casings will stay in the vehicle. Maybe to suggest passing the gun around and whoever decided to take the shots, they weren't the person closest to the window in the direction they wanted to fire, and thus the gun wasn't like out the window where casings could eject into the roadway. So it's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, 1 to 4 people in a 4-door car. And now that doesn't eliminate that shots are coming from that car.
All right.
But it's not corroborating Keefe D's story necessarily.
Go ahead.
Oh, he's frozen now. Can you hear me, sir?
Oh no. Oh, no.
You're very faint, yes.
If I get closer to this microphone, is that any better?
There we go. I got you now.
Okay.
If you want
Here we
to
go.
question him sitting, I have no problem with that. That'll help with the microphone issue.
I'm just going to speak up because I'm capable of asking questions in my chair.
Okay. Just offering some suggestions.
No, I appreciate the suggestion.
All right, Mr. Sanft, are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We have everybody. Anything we need to address before we bring the jury back in?
Not from the state.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring it in.
Staff and jury.
All right, and thank you so much, Christine, being a member 3 months. And thank you, you've been hanging out with us much longer. So thank you for being like part of this community for such a long time. Always good to have you. Do you guys think it's going to become more clear with like the next few witnesses?
The party stipulates to the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, the state may call their next witness at this time.
Fred Miller.
Hi, Mr. Miller, can you hear me or are you frozen?
I can hear you, Honor.
Okay, great. I'm going to have my clerk swear you, and then
There
Mr.
seems to be a
John's going to have
pause.
some questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. If you please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Fred Miller, Fredmiller.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I used to be employed for the Los Angeles Police Department.
How long you were with LAPD?
Almost 30 years.
On March 9th of 1997, what was your assignment? What section were you in?
I've been assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, worked Homicide Special.
Were you one of the 2 detectives assigned initially the investigation into an individual identified as Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as the notorious B.I.G.?
No, I did not receive the responsibility for the case until approximately 60 days later. We received it from the Wilshire Division, and then we took over the responsibility for the investigation.
Why would a case be transferred from Wilshire to RHD?
I'm sorry?
Why would a case at LAPD be transferred out of the Wilshire Division to the Robbery Homicide Division?
Because of the magnitude of the investigation that it looked like it was going to entail, they did not have the manpower that we had at Robbery Homicide to work a case of this magnitude.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn how Mr. Wallace died?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe that for us?
Yes, he received, I believe, 4 9mm projectiles to his body that caused his demise.
And where was he when he got shot?
He was sitting in the right passenger seat of his limousine that was leaving the museum.
And was that the Peterson Automotive Museum in LA?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that, was there a vibe after party after some award show that he was in attendance before he was shot?
That's correct.
And the fire marshals, did they shut down that party and that's why everyone was leaving?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Did you have information as to a suspect vehicle that you originally received?
That's correct. We received Aqua Dark, newer Chevrolet S-Hub, four-door. It had very fancy rims on it. It was last seen going north on Fairfax and then eastbound on Wilshire Boulevard.
So I think what you just said was was a newer model Chevy Impala SS that was dark in color. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
And the race of your potential suspect, how was that identified to you?
Yes, it's a male black.
During the course of your investigation, did you receive information that a person by the name of Duane Davis might be a suspect in this homicide?
Yes, we did.
I think he's frozen just a... Okay. And in addition to that, did you learn that Duane Davis was present at the the Peterson Automotive Museum during the party?
Yes, he was.
Did you also receive information that he potentially had a motive to harm Mr. Smalls because of some sort of monetary dispute?
Objection, Your Honor, is the leading.
What's your response?
I'm just trying
There
to
was
lay a
some-
foundation through video.
Overruled. I'll allow it given the circumstances. You can answer, Mr. Miller.
Did he
He's not
freeze?
frozen.
Oh no. You let him off the edge.
I don't think we caught your answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Did you receive information that he potentially had a motive over money owed to him?
Yes, from several sources, we'd heard that there was a dispute between Mr. Davis and Tupac's organization.
Did you learn that Mr. Davis lived at a residence at 1524 California?
Yes.
Did you also learn that he had driven or received a citation driving a black Chevy Impala SS?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Can I have the party's approach real quick?
Uh-oh. Sounds like maybe this was litigated before trial.
Yes.
Oh, hold on. They said they're going to do this tomorrow?
Yes.
Well then. They clearly didn't fix the hot mic problem. Do we have to coach the prosecutor on how to ask questions? He's thinking about writing another book.
We're going to take a 10-minute recess to see if we can fix the feed a little bit. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourself or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. I apologize for the constant in and out, but we do need to try to fix this. All right, please rise for the jury.
We'll zoom forward a little bit. I mean, they did say it's to fix the Zoom issues, the connectivity problems. But let's see.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. I don't know what we want to do.
So, Jared, Jacob's going to call him and see if we can get him closer to his Wi-Fi.
Okay. Okay. If you guys want to try to play around with it,
Hello.
see if it works, and let me know
Yeah.
what you decide. Okay. All right, we'll be in recess. The jury is
Oh,
So this is like, we haven't made it through either of the Zoom witnesses without connectivity issues. And hopefully, there isn't a long list of witnesses that the state, or either side really, plans to call by Zoom, where we're just going to have this compelling non-testimony of downtime because of Zoom issues. Oh, man. Very productive. Hopefully they get it together. It's just day one. It's just day one. This is the freedom sign. It says exit. Run this way. Run this way. All right, so far with Fred Miller, it seems like what they were trying to get at. The prosecutor, right after a leading question objection, asks another leading question. Did you learn that Duane Davis had received a citation for driving a black Chevy Impala? Then the judge says, let's approach. So, I don't know. I don't know if we're ever going to get that question re-asked and an answer given without delay. But it seems like they're going to try to say that they can place Duane Davis at this location, perhaps through this information involving a black Chevy Impala being at the scene after this Vibe after party. And also knowing that, at least at some point, Duane Davis had recently been driving a black Chevy Impala because he got a traffic ticket. Got a traffic ticket while in one. They should use WebEx. I do feel like more courts are changing to that. So. Mafka says the witness was 2 minutes behind answering questions from 2 minutes prior. My goodness. My goodness. Yeah, Tupac's organization, interesting wording, and I'm sure that they were referring to, like, the record label rather than, like, organization, but maybe we should be more precise with our language because we are seeing an introduction of, you know, this idea that this back and forth was gang motivated. There was unsettled business, and the individuals that we looked at that became persons of interest, we did that because they were affiliated with X, Y, or Z. So to use the phrase organization in this context, I think very likely could cast improper meaning and improperly contextualize what they were actually talking about. So that certainly should have been a moment of better precision. If we're talking about a business, if we're talking about a record label, maybe be more precise. Because otherwise, organization sounds like you're talking about like organized crime. So, yeah. That's how I think it could be interpreted. But I do think that this guy was trying to say that there was a monetary dispute. I think it could go either way. And I think it needs to be clear. So, but the idea that very likely in this context, no matter what was meant, it's likely to be interpreted as Tupac's organization, as in this was gang stuff. To me, it's prejudicial to not be precise about, because then the insinuation is going to be there that there would have been motive relating to gang, which is an enhancement that's attached to the first-degree murder charge here that the state needs to prove. And there's supposed to be some type of bifurcation here, so to have a witness already before the jury's deliberating on whether or not the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder, before they have like a separate proceeding where they then determine if the government's met their burden to prove the enhancement that this murder was commissioned, orchestrated, planned for the purpose of benefiting a gang, I think it's kind of not right for a detective to use vague words like that could be interpreted directly to go to proving that element, that enhancement. So, yeah. And Savada, I agree, based on how he worded other things. So, this detective seems like he's going to describe everything in systematically, statistically, everything is already criminal by the time it comes onto my desk. So, I hope the state doesn't suck. This is a long time to spend on this case. If they end up letting it just like collapse, fall apart, never had anything in the first place. This is a big expense. So I hope they at least try to do a good job. And I miss it was, is Duane Davis? Is he not at the desk right now? Where'd he go? I looked over kind of late after it panned, but I felt like the seat was empty. Alright, they're panning back. Let's see. Because he was sitting here, wasn't he? What if they send him to fix the Zoom? Have the defendant fix the tech issues. He can do it. But yeah, I don't know. So guys, I do plan to be covering this for I'm East Coast time, so it's 12 to 8 for me. I usually put everything into East Coast time. Pacific time, that would be 9-ish, 5-ish every day, 9 to 5. So I do plan to cover it live every day. If you want to hang out here, I would love that. Appreciate it. Come hang out. Come see how this continues to go. But I'm curious if we're just going to have these early days. You know, I'm going to be like, hey, we're going to hang out these late nights. We're going to be here till 8, and then this happens. So we'll see. We will see. Mavka, were you in here? Or maybe it's Mavka, and I've been saying it wrong this whole time. Were you in here for opening statements when we heard that the current lead, Mr. Mogg, he's retired now, but he's doing contract work for the DA's office. Even though he started looking at this case in 2018, he never turned in a single report about this case. He just read the book into the record during his grand jury testimony, and then 5 weeks ago, he turned over a report. That's wild to me. That's wild to me. Like, even if you're going to do the bare minimum at your job, whatever your job is, I would think doing the bare minimum as an investigator would be like a report in 2018, like at least one. And then maybe another one in like 2019. Like, to have nothing, we haven't even reached bare minimum status. And I don't know. Maybe I'll drop a link in the chat because I think they're going to be coming back soon. Maybe they won't. I feel like as soon as I say, like, hey, there was another case I looked at recently where this was a similar issue, that's when court gets kicked back up. But there was a case, Keith Carnes, and he's exonerated now. His conviction was overturned twice, actually, and the state decided not to retry him. He is now back in the news. It's a continuing story because he rightfully so decided to file a civil lawsuit against the detectives and the prosecutor that played the role in his wrongful convictions. So once he filed this lawsuit, the detectives and the prosecutor, they ask the court, they say they do motions for summary judgment. They say because we were acting in our capacity as detectives or prosecutor, we should be immune through qualified immunity. The prosecutor also argued official immunity. And largely, the court said, no, I don't find your behavior qualifies for that type of immunity, and these causes of action can move forward.
Sure, let's do that.
Just with regards to this witness's testimony earlier,
Huh?
Okay.
Okay, I don't think it's going to hurt his feelings.
Okay.
The information that was garnered by the state specifically, I think, just goes towards a other bad act issue, and that is the testimony is that he's a suspect in a murder of Biggie Smalls, and there's some implication at this particular point. I know how the story ends. The problem is, though, is that it still infers a bad act in terms of him being the suspect in this case. So as a result, we just...
I have no problem, the court already admitted this by way of our motion of limine. I have no problem with the court instructing the jury that neither the state nor the LAPD believes that Mr. Davis is involved in the murder of Christopher Wallace. I have no problem with that instruction.
Did you want a contemporaneous instruction, or do you want that to be included in the jury instruction?
Now.
Mr. Sanft?
I think it should be some kind of an impression right now, so it
Okay.
contemporaneous instruction on it.
So the suggestion was neither the court nor LAPD believe
At this point.
That Mr. Davis was involved in any way in the death of Mr. Wallace?
Sure.
Does that work?
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, let's bring in the jury.
This is kind of wild.
Stand for the jury.
But long story short, the Eighth Circuit just affirmed in that other case, the Keith Carnes case, that a failure to follow up, a failure to even try in your investigation is enough for you to lose your qualified immunity privileges as a detective and or prosecutor. It's a bit more nuanced than that, but that's the short of it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Before we go back to Mr. Miller's testimony, I did want to admonish you as follows. Neither the court nor the LAPD believe at this point Mr. Davis was involved in the death of Mr. Wallace. I want that to be clear. Going back to you, Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed with Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
So you received information that Duane Davis could potentially be your suspect. Is that accurate? I think that's where we left off.
That's correct.
And you also receive information that potentially Mr. Davis feels like he's owed money by either Mr. Wallace or Puffy Combs' Bad Boy Records. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
You also learn that he was driving or ticketed on March 8th of 1997, a black 1996 Chevy Impala SS. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so based upon all of that, do you, along with, well, on May 27th of 1997, Compton PD executes a search warrant at 1524 California, and then on the 28th, you get a warrant to search the vehicle, the 1996 Chevy Impala, correct?
Correct.
And the vehicle was actually registered to a Patrick Parker. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Eventually, fast forward to June 20th of 1997, do you and your partner, Detective Poole, wind up having a conversation with Mr. Davis at his lawyer's office, Edie Fall?
That's correct.
Judge, I've had marked as 116 as well as, it's old school, so it's two sides of a tape, 108 and 109, which is transcripts. It's the audio and the transcripts. I'd offer them at this point.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, those will be admitted, and further, pursuant to your stipulation, we're going to play those after Mr. Miller's done testifying, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Sir, during the execution of that search warrant that you did, in the trunk of the vehicle, did you collect a Polaroid photograph?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to share my screen with you. Can you see that Polaroid?
Yes, I can.
And is that the Polaroid that you collected out of the vehicle?
That's correct.
I move to admit 66.
Any
No
objection?
objection, Your Honor.
So admitted?
I pass the witness.
Okay. Mr. Sanft, thoughts?
Mr. Miller, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
This Polaroid that's on screen right now, which is state 66 that you see in front of you,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. Can't hear you very well. You're breaking out just a little bit.
I apologize. So this exhibit that you see in front of you right now, do you see the Polaroid still, which is State's Exhibit 66 for the record?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what this means?
What it means?
Yeah, I mean, it's a Polaroid. Is there anything about this particular photograph that means anything?
I really don't get your questions right. It just means there's a group of guys together who enjoyed themselves, apparently.
Right. Can you tell us when that photograph was taken?
No, I can't.
Can you tell us where that photograph was taken?
No.
In terms of the clothing that everyone's wearing at this particular point, do you know if that was how Mr. Davis dressed normally?
I have no idea how Mr. Davis dresses normally.
Now, this photograph that was taken from the 96 Chevy Impala, that was pursuant to your search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were looking for evidence that would help you substantiate as to who was responsible for the murder of Biggie Smalls, right?
Yes.
So can you tell us how this photograph helps you learn any more information as to who killed Biggie Smalls?
It may not be the actual person who pulled the trigger, but it may be one of the people that lead us to who did pull that trigger.
All right. So who are the other people that are in the photograph?
I don't recall the names. Orlando Anderson was one, and I don't recall the others.
Okay. But fair to say, of course, if there was a Polaroid with these people in there, it would have been part of your job as a detective at the time to look into and identify who those other individuals are, correct?
Yes.
And that didn't happen in this case?
I believe we did find out there was who 3 or 4 more.
All right. And once again, did it help you solve the murder of Biggie Smalls?
No.
And fair to say, though, even though we've been talking about Mr. Duane Davis as somebody that was a potential target for your investigation, ultimately, at the end of the day, he was never charged with the murder of Biggie Smalls, right?
That's correct.
Now, in addition to that, fair to say that in your course and scope as a detective, when you do your investigations, you would have ran Mr. Davis's criminal history as part of your investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
Was there any indication on any of his criminal history that he'd ever been arrested or charged or convicted of any violent felony?
I don't recall.
Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony here is that you did an investigation on Mr. Davis. Did you ever at any point look into the actual Impala itself? You said it was owned by somebody else, a Patrick Parker. Is that correct?
It was owned by someone other than Mr. Davis, yes.
And with regard to that, did you ever interview Mr. Parker?
I do not recall.
And when you went to 1524, what was the purpose of going to that particular address?
I'm sorry, what?
You said you went to 1524 California. I apologize. That was my bad. But you went to 1524 California. Why to that address?
Because that's where we heard that Mr. Davis lived and that we'd had air units go by and check the location, and they observed the black Chevy Impala parked in the back. That's why.
Did you ever search the 1524 California residence in furtherance of your investigation?
I didn't. It was searched by the Compton Police Department.
Okay. And in their search of the 1524 California residence, fair to say that there was no evidence that was located that would have been helpful for your investigation?
Not at this point. That's correct.
Okay. What about the anything to do with a potential issue with Tupac Shakur's murder? Any evidence found at the 1524 California residence?
I'm not sure. That was not my case.
Now, at some point, your testimony is that there was a meeting between yourself, Mr. Davis, as well as Edie Fall, his attorney.
Yes, sir.
And in that meeting, it was recorded?
Yes.
And was that recorded surreptitiously, meaning it was done without their knowledge, or was it done with their knowledge?
I don't recall whether they were informed or not.
And just for our edification, where was the location of that meeting and recording?
Wow, I don't recall. I want to say it was at Parker Center, but I don't actually remember.
Is that where, would that have been LAPD headquarters, or are you talking about some other location?
No, it'd be 150 North of Los Angeles Street.
I don't know where that's at. Is that a?
It no longer exists. It was the old Parker Center, yes.
Okay.
The old police administration building.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness by the jurors? We do have at least one, so hang on with us, Mr. Miller, while we go through the question process.
The question is, can you hear me now? Hey, Jerome.
Can I have the party
Hope you're
sit
doing
down?
well. All right, so they're going to review the question, and then we'll see what the question is. I mean, this is a mess, right? Like, you have this suspicion, and sure, maybe Duane Davis was in this area. But you think that a photo is incriminating. It seems like you tried to hold on to it as meaning something. And you don't really look at the people?
I'm sorry, what, Your Honor?
Okay, excellent. A question from one of our jurors. If the car was owned by someone else, why weren't they questioned?
Oh!
I don't understand. I'm not hearing you correctly, Your Honor.
If the car was owned by someone else, why were they not questioned?
More likely he was, like I said, I do not recall whether he was interviewed or not. He was not by me that I remember.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Any follow-up, Mr. Sanft?
I do have one further question, Your Honor.
About that? Or about something else?
Sure.
Any objection to him reopening questioning?
No.
Okay. Mr. Sanft, you may proceed with a different question.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. Thank you to the state as well. Sir, you had told us earlier that there was some indication that you believed that either Biggie or Sean Puffy Combs had owed my client money. You recall that line of questioning?
I remember that question, yes.
Was there any evidence that he actually was owed money by either one of those two individuals?
Not that I'm aware of.
No further questions, John.
Any questions based on that state? All right, any questions based on that by the jurors? Seeing nothing at this time, Mr. Miller, you are excused. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think this is our last witness for the day. Is that correct, State?
Yes, although we can play that 1997 recording,
okay.
at least part of it.
I think we do have time. You said it was about 40 minutes?
I think part A is 40 minutes, and then there's a little bit that we may have to finish in the morning, but we can at least
Sounds
do
good.
part of it.
Let's get started.
We got to switch over to the.
Coffee or soda? Yeah, soda. Yeah, soda. What would you like? And soda. Regular diet. Imagine that. Remember? Coke. Coke? Yeah. Kind of warm today. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were out in the valley earlier. It's really hot out there. Yeah, it's the worst. Is you okay? It's fine. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Davis, Detective Miller, my partner, Detective Poole. Mr. Davis here with Attorney Paul. The easiest way to do this is tell you what we're here and what we're all about. We are working the Christopher Wallace murder. Christopher Wallace is the vice BIG. During the course of the investigation, as you know, you've been through hundreds of these, as I have. Many clues come in, anonymous calls.
What?
Investigation.
Hold on, let me make sure that was just law and crime that blipped like that. Right? I think it did that thing where it refreshes after it's been streaming, so I think let's go back 30 seconds. It does that after the stream's been on.
What we're here and what we're all about. We are working the Christopher Wallace murder. Christopher Wallace is the vice BIG. During the course of the investigation, as you know, you've been through hundreds of these, as I have. Many clues come in, anonymous calls.
Okay, it's their feed.
Just to try and run down and everybody. People say, was it a party? May have seen something, whatever. I mean, there were 1,700 people at that party. That's right. So, what we're trying to do is contact those people we can, find out if they saw anything. That's what we're coming with. I'm aware of your traffic warrants. I could care less about those. I'm not a traffic cop. Okay? And I got Mr. Paul aware of that. So, during the time period when he got killed, Chris got killed, until today, like I said, we received lots of calls. Originally, when this murder went down, there was a description given of a dark, possible four-door car. Okay. Some of the witnesses said it was Chrysler, some said it was Chevy SS. That's part of the investigation. To this day, I can't be positive. I can't tell you if I'm positive or not. So, that's where we're at, and that's why you're here, to find out. We heard you were at the party, you were an SS, a dark one, you know, just like about 85 other people we talked to that had dark Chryslers or Chevys. So, let me ask this, were you at the, I guess it's called the after part, full training work party tonight?
After part.
Okay. And, were you alone? Did you ride it with somebody else?
Okay, I was riding with a few friends, but, you know.
No, it's fine. You can do that.
Yeah.
Mr. Paul explained that to me. And I'm sure he's already advised you. My thing is you. All I want to know, if you saw anything, what happened there? Did you see anything unusual?
I didn't see anything unusual. I was, when he got shot, I was up under the parking garage, waiting on the valet man with my car. You know, the whole crowd just started running up under the parking garage. You know, talking about Biggie got shot, Biggie got shot. I said, Lord. So, about 3-4 minutes later, the man pulled up with my car. Officer in the middle of the thing, waving us out of it, you know, waving the cars on. Get up out of here, you know.
From the parking structure, you mean?
From the parking structure.
Okay. It may be advantageous at this point sometimes if one of these witnesses with him just to verify. And like I said, right now, I'm not going to ask the names. I'm sure that we need him, you know.
Yeah, sure. At this point, his main interest is to tell you where he was,
right,
what car he was in, to exclude any suspicion that his car was involved or that he was involved.
I was in a green Cutlass.
Okay.
Green.
Newer, older?
It was 95 Cutlass.
And how many people were with you?
It was 3 altogether. Me, Wendell Prince, and that's all.
Okay.
I don't, you know, his name Wonder Mike. I don't know his last name.
Wonder Mike?
Yeah.
Wonder?
W-O-N-D-E-R?
Okay, let me back up. Let's start at, what time did you arrive at the party? Do you recall?
Maybe about 11:30, 11 o'clock.
11:30?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you arrived there, there are 2 entrances to the location there. You know, that little street you put on?
Yeah.
With the park structure on one side and the museum's on the other?
Yeah.
Okay. You heard you come down Fairfax or down Orange? To enter there, or?
I came down, what's that side street there?
Orange Drive?
Orange Grove?
Orange Grove?
No, on the big one, Fairfax.
Fairfax?
Fairfax, yeah.
Okay. And then pulled into the lot there?
Pulled in, yeah, got my car valet. No, I didn't get the car valet. It was up in the corner. It was ready, parked right up here in the corner.
Okay, there are 3 levels to that parking structure.
Yeah.
Do you remember which level you were on?
The first
level?
In the corner.
Okay. Up front towards the museum or on the back side?
I was on the back side. When he pulled, no, I was valet. He pulled the car up and the man told us, waved us up out of there, big tall cop, he was going like this.
Okay. When you pulled out, did you pull out on Fairfax or did they make you go out the other way?
Pulled out on Fairfax.
Okay. When you pulled out on Fairfax, what did you see? Did you see anything? I mean,
I didn't see nothing.
not when the cars parked in the street.
Looked at a lot of limos that go to the right.
Along the curb there on Fairfax?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the cars that Biggie was in?
I seen it when he was up under the parking garage.
Okay. Did you see that car in the street, you know, when you left? Or did you see it out there at all?
No, it wasn't out there.
No, it wasn't? Okay.
The crowd just came running up under the parking garage. Everybody was running. Said, Biggie got shot, Biggie got shot. Lord, and then we went to our car, and the man just waved us up out of there. Usually time they just like hold everybody here.
Right.
Yeah, because I was over here at the airport hotel, right there by the farm.
Right.
And it was a gang shooting up in there, And they hold everybody there overnight in the hotel room and all that, you know.
Well, I'll ask you a couple questions, then I hope I'm not even, but what kind of business are you in? Are you in the entertainment business? I don't know.
No, I'm not in, no.
Okay.
I do hydraulic cars.
I'm sorry?
Hydraulic cars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You have your own business?
No, it's like a co-business.
No, partnership.
Yeah, partnership, yeah.
And where do you live?
Where do I live?
Yes.
1524, California.
South California.
Okay.
And the phone number?
638
638.
9042
And is that 818?
3132.
Okay. And the business address?
520 Long Beach Boulevard.
520. And your phone number there?
I don't know the right offhand. It's just like seasonal with the hydraulics, you know. Like in the winter, it really don't work. So, you know, when it get hot, that's when.
What's the name of the business?
Compton Hydraulics.
Okay. So you arrived there between 11:30. How long were you at the party before you left? You come in here?
About an hour.
Okay. And while you were there, I'm sure you're roaming around. Did you see any problems in the museum? Anything unusual?
No.
No.
There was a lot of stars there. Football players, basketball players, just a whole lot of stars there.
Yeah, we got some. We've been, like I said, there was probably 11 or 1,200 people there at one time.
Right.
So
The fire department closed it down because I think it was overcrowded or something.
right. Okay. Did you see Biggie there or Puffy there? Did you know Puffy Combs is?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Did you see them at the party?
Yeah, I seen both of them there.
Okay. Do you know them?
Do I know them?
Yeah. I mean, were you sitting with them or drinking with them or anything?
I wasn't sitting with them. No.
Okay. Do you recall who was with them when you saw them?
Him, Puffy, the little Caesar, and it was his entourage. You know, his bodyguard and stuff.
Okay. And Little Caesar, you know what his name is?
I don't know what his real name.
Was he a rapper?
Rapper, yeah,
Okay.
he's a rapper.
How old is Little Caesar? I mean,
He a kid though. He's 18, 19.
do you know what company he sings for?
Bad Boys.
Bad Boy?
Yeah. Little Caesar.
Anybody else that you recognize was there at the table or around him? I said there were so many people that are celebrities.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not thinking if you can remember seeing him at the table or anybody he was talking to. That's no. Okay. Did you go up and talk to him, or did you sit at the table?
No, I didn't sit at the
Did you talk to him? You know
He
him?
came by and spoke. How you doing? Gave me Don very on. That's all.
Who did you talk to?
Chatt.
Oh, okay, Combs. Okay. Do you know Combs?
Oh, I know him a little bit.
Business associate or
Basically, he wants to talk about where he was and what he was doing at
Right.
that time,
Okay.
as opposed to his relationship with any individual.
Okay, that's fine. Do you mind telling us where you were prior to the party?
Was in Compton.
In Compton?
Yeah.
And you came from Compton up to the party?
So we went to the state basketball championship.
Where was that at?
That was at the pond. At the pond. Wow.
I understand you got a ticket to get in. Did you have a guest pass to get in?
Yes, yes. Yeah, we had like, I had like one,
And my child, who you got that from?
No, I didn't think I was forgetting him.
Oh. Okay, when you pull out of the parking lot on the Fairfax, you would turn left or right, do you remember? After the party?
No, they was making sure everybody go right.
Right?
Yeah, they was making sure he was right there. The officer, big tall officer, he was like waving
Was
everybody.
everybody north on, or
Yeah,
right on?
going right,
Fairfax?
yeah.
Okay.
He pushing everybody the other way. I guess he didn't know what happened or nothing, you know. He just waving everybody out. Cars was coming out, and I just followed, the cars.
Okay, when you were leaving the party, you said you saw Mr. Wallace in the parking structure or in the parking area?
He was on the stairs. He came down, got in that truck, and it was just.
What was the truck at?
It was right in front of the parking area. Right, as you come down the stairs.
Right.
Yeah, it was right there, parked right there.
Okay. Did you see any problems or anything unusual out there when you're walking down?
I didn't see that.
Okay, and you came down the stairs, went in the first level, got your card and pulled in there?
No, everybody was out there talking, boom. They left out. Then, about 5 minutes later, everybody started running. I didn't even hear the shots or nothing like that. I didn't even hear the shots.
Were you in your car? I'm sorry. Were you in your car when people came rushing back, or?
No, I was outside.
You still standing outside?
Still standing outside. Yeah.
Okay.
Got it on surveillance camera too. You could just check them out. Got on a blue jumpsuit, blue Michael Jordans.
That's what you had?
That's what I had on. You check the surveillance camera. I was right up under the parking lot.
And you said that Mr. Prince was with you?
Yes.
What was he dressed in, do you remember?
Oh, yeah. All I know, I had on Michael Jordan. They came out like a couple of days before then. It was blue, yeah. I brought the blue jumpman, the blue shoes, tennis shoes, and the blue jumpsuit. And over to the basketball game. My little friend, he played basketball in the meantime.
Okay. Your friend, what's your friend's name?
Saint Tayshawn Prince.
Tayshawn?
Tayshawn Prince.
Is he a senior?
He was a junior.
At the time this thing happened, he was a junior?
Yeah. Crowd just got to running. It was, a lot of people running.
Oh, yeah.
They was running, and he just pulling hard up. I just got in my car when he pulled up, and the officer was leading people out like this. And just made a right, went on to the freeway. Went to what was that place? Garry's Deli out here in the Marine.
What time do you think it was when you got to Jody's? You have any idea? Okay.
You say it was a police officer. Was that an LAPD police officer?
I know y'all didn't heard it before. He waited everybody up about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get the time, because the police didn't get there until about 6 minutes after the shooting. But you certainly were sitting there.
Okay, it was about that
That's why there's just so many people there that people in time, as you know, it's difficult when there's a small period of time to try and put everything together, so. Was it your car, the one you drove there?
No, it was a rental car.
And
The green Olds is a rent-a-car?
That was, yeah, it was
Two-door, four-door?
It was a four-door.
You know what model?
A little bitty one. I don't think SL or something like that.
Who rented it?
My mother.
Your mother's name?
Oh, we have it on paper.
Yeah. Bernice Davis, that's my stepmom.
Right.
Bernice Davis.
Did anything unusual or fancy about that car? I mean, just when you put out the videotape, the security camera.
No, it's a rental car.
Yeah.
96.
Okay.
95, 96. Green rental car.
Dark green?
Dark green.
And you said there was 3 of you in that car?
3.
Okay. Was there any particular reason that you left the party after being there an hour?
Because they closed the party down.
Okay. Who closed it down?
I think the fire department, that's what they said on the thing, turned on the lights and said, party's over, and said the fire department closed it down or something, overcrowded.
Did you see any of your friends there at the party?
My friends?
Yeah. I mean, you went with 2 other friends. Did you see some more friends that, say, from your neighborhood where you live? Or...
You mean other people he knew?
Yeah, friends.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to get into that. Again, he wants to limit himself to what he did or what he did not do.
Okay. The reason why I asked, we're trying to identify everybody who was there so we can interview and see if we can't find out some more information about this.
Well, you only tell you the truth, okay?
Okay.
Y'all barking up the wrong tree, you know what I'm saying? Y'all wasting a lot of taxpayers' money. Every time something happens, y'all just blame that little neighborhood over there. The guy from Compton Police, Brent, he got y'all on the wild goose chase. Really.
Well, as you're trying to explain, I'm sure it's explaining. We get hundreds and hundreds of clues.
Well, okay.
We can't, if we don't do something, we'll do something in court.
The next day after it happened, next day after Biggie got killed, he pulled over one of my nephew, said, "We know you did it," and Carli, that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I understand.
All right, so I'm going to pause this quick just because I think it's really relevant to highlight if you're having trouble hearing. So Davis is volunteering here that the day after Biggie was shot, he's saying, like, you pulled over, I'm assuming he means law enforcement generally, pulled over my nephew right after the shooting and was like, "We know you did it." So let's run that back. I think that's real important to listen to.
Everybody was there so we can interview and see if we can't find out some more.
Oops.
Okay.
Y'all barking up the wrong tree.
I think I messed up my play button.
Every time something happens, y'all just blame that little neighborhood over there. The guy from Compton Police, Brent, he got y'all on the wild goose.
There you go. So he's saying that guy from the Compton Police, he ran it every time they come over to this neighborhood over here, and he just got y'all on a wild goose chase.
Well, as you're trying to explain, I'm sure it's explaining. We get hundreds and hundreds of clues.
Well, okay.
We can't, if we don't do something, we'll do something in court.
The next day after it happened, next day after Biggie got killed, he pulled over one of my nephew, said, "We know you did it," and Carli, that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I understand your problems, and that's why, you'll find.
I know he called y'all to say, "Come take These guys out.
No,
It's wrong, man.
no, I didn't meet him until here probably 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, when he pulled that new over, he probably was the anonymous tip. He's so obsessed with bringing somebody, you know, to jail. I don't know what's his problem. He said we could have paid 3 times.
Well, see, that's a problem I can explain to you. We get on.
I'm 34 years old. No. I'm not gonna piss on cotton, man. I've been had 3 strikes before the law came out. Straight out. I'm not gonna piss on cotton.
Okay, I just want you to know, we haven't picked you up from anybody. Now, we have.
We have taken on you to relax. If we thought you were involved, we would have done it a long time ago. Yeah, you would have put me on TV. Well, why? That's what I said.
We went through your attorney to have you come down here just because somebody gave us a clue that you were at the party. That's the only reason why you're here.
Let me tell you his concern. You're hearing some type of anger or frustration from him. The reason being, we're talking about something very dangerous. Once word gets out that you are associated with certain crime, your life.
Watch your head, man.
Your life.
I know. I understand. That's why we try. I understand what you're saying.
That's why your life is in danger. I'm like,
that's the situation. You understand? The reason we're doing this is because not just the governor, because so many people have put the connection supposedly between Tupac and this one. Well, I don't.
Okay. And he wants to come here because we know you're not Compton PD.
No.
We know you're not Brennan. Okay? And we don't have to hide anything. You probably had everything about Brennan and his family.
No.
The thing is, he thought if he comes to LAPD, answer your question as to where he was, what he was doing, hopefully that will quell the rumor that was out there.
That's what we believe, because nothing
that he believes Brennan poured in the rumors.
And he doesn't want to get involved. That's what, I knew you had warrants, we could come down to your house and drug you out and all this. I'm too busy to play silly little games. I got, believe me, lots of people to talk to. And because of the anonymous calls, people call in and say, hey, checking this, checking that, and in your car, I have to eliminate it, I have to talk to you. And that's why we went through your attorney. And like I said, we could have done this, zoom down there, but, the appointment schedule works great. Because everybody has a busy schedule, okay? If you're my target, you've been booked by now.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well,
that's why we've talked to lots of people prior to you, and, they say, hey, we saw Keefe D there. We're just trying to confirm this and find out what people saw.
They seen me up under the parking garage.
Well, see, that's when we learned something new. We now know where you were at.
We can play this camera, man. I'm in a blue jumpsuit, North Carolina hat on, and some blue jumpmen. Jordans.
That's what I'm trying to do. As much as you can tell us, it makes it easier for us to try and eliminate people or put them in spots so we can see that. That's all I'm trying to do.
Well.
Okay? So that's what. Just relax.
Okay, the last thing you said was we're barking up the tree. Is there a direction that you can lead us in to help us out? I mean,
you guys know, you know what I'm saying? I ain't,
talking about Suge Knight?
I ain't saying nothing, but y'all know.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Let me, everyone may have their own theories. Theories are just from facts. Here, you should just limit yourself to facts. Things you know, things you don't know. Don't get into what you think, because I don't want you to get into what you think.
Well, I was up in this parking garage. The car ain't been moved 6 months. GE, I've been looking for the car since January, December. You call and check with them too.
Let me go back now. When you're in the parking structure and when you hear these people coming back or
running in there,
where were they coming from? Did you recognize anybody, or
they were just running,
possibly anybody that came running from on Fairfax in that parking structure that you knew that may have been out there? So I'm saying, so they may have seen it. Did you recognize any stars, anybody that was running around?
Where did you go then after that?
What's that?
I mean, what was your destination after you left the party?
dropped one of my, we went to eat, then I went and dropped one of Mike off.
Where'd you eat at? Curious. Jerry's? In the marina?
Yeah.
Okay, and then where'd you go from there?
We went to went to drop one of Mike off. Then we dropped in.
They live in Compton, or that area? I'm just gonna try to direction of travel.
Yeah, one of Mike in jail. In jail.
I mean, where you dropping him off?
He's in jail, yeah.
Where you dropping him off? I mean, was it Los Angeles, Compton?
Compton.
Okay, so you left Jerry's and went towards Compton?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then the next?
Then I dropped window prints on.
Okay, same area?
Yeah.
Okay, then what?
Went on and went to bed.
Which address?
1524.
You didn't talk to anybody else at all after? Just went straight home?
Yeah.
About what time was that?
What time was that? Maybe about 2 o'clock. 2 or 3 o'clock.
I have you here.
No, you're on call.
Oh, you have me on campus.
2 or 3 o'clock.
Went to bed between 2 and 3?
Yeah. Yeah,
That's AM, right?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, I guess I'm gonna have to talk to both of you about his car. Because I understand it was picked up in connection with your investigation. At some point, I would expect that you would either rule the car in and then keep it for evidence, or rule it out and have to, you know.
The GMA made a claim against the car.
They have made a claim.
Yeah, they came and got it.
Okay. Okay, they made a claim. Okay, that's fine.
Whose car is it?
It's GM's car right now.
Okay, GM's car, but how did you purchase the car?
No, I did not.
You get those pictures, let's make sure we're car. We've been trying to keep the car out, so you're aware. This is this the car? That's yours?
Looks like it.
Okay. That's it.
Okay. So that'd be one of the California license plate 3 New Orleans Mary Robert 071, is it on it? Yeah, exactly. Okay. Who purchased the car?
You know who purchased it.
You don't wanna get into it.
Well, I need to find, what's the history behind it? Is it registered to you?
No, it's not.
Who's it registered to?
I think the registration.
No, it's a public record.
It's a public
Yeah.
record.
That's the thing. What makes it your car? That's what I'm trying to find out here.
He had possession, he had control over that car. Now, if JMAC, who is the lien holder, is making a claim, of course, he's gonna respect that claim. You know,
That's between you and him.
Yeah, right, so we don't wanna get into that. But the car is registered, that's another public record.
Okay,
No.
the question is, he didn't purchase the car, he's in possession of the car. That's what we're trying to find out. How does it make it your car? Did you buy it from somebody?
Again, that car was parked in a garage or backyard, in the backyard, and he parked it there. He had use of that car before this incident.
You see, how long? A simple question. How long have you had possession of the car? Or how long has the car been in your possession?
What, July last year.
July 26th? Okay. Has it been involved in any accidents or anything like that? Since you've had it?
Have I had?
Yeah.
That I can remember.
And again, Detective Poole, our concern in terms of my not allowing to answer more questions regarding how he got control of the car and so forth have nothing to do with your criminal investigation. These are certain civil aspects of certain transactions that I don't want you to comment on. It's entirely civil. It has nothing to do with your criminal investigation.
Well, Mr. Fall, we're here just to get the truth, okay? And it's strange to me, something as simple as a possession of a car. It appears to me that what's there to hide? If it's your car, tell us how you got the car. That's what I'm saying.
But the point is, he has already informed you. He was there. He said he had control of that car.
Correct.
Around this time period. So, if he was trying to run away from anything, he would say, I have nothing to do with that car. It's not in my name. It's not registered in my, I have nothing to do. But he's telling you that he had some control over that car. So that means he's not trying to hide anything from the point of view of your investigation.
I'll make the determination whether it's...
Okay, that is fine. That is fine. But he's here voluntarily talking to you. But in terms of any contract between GMAC and him and someone else and so forth, that's a question of contract between him and he just doesn't want to get into it.
Okay, we'll go on another track there. How many sets of keys are there to the car?
That you know of?
Yeah, that's your aware of, yeah.
Just one set.
Okay, who has that key?
I have a key. Y'all got it now.
Okay, that's the key that, what was her name?
Paula?
Yeah.
Paula.
Is Paula your girlfriend?
Yes.
What's her last name?
Clemens.
Oh, we talked to thousands of people.
Okay.
It's ridiculous. When was the last time you drove the car?
I pulled it out about 2 weeks before y'all came over here. My niece drove it to the prom.
Oh, okay, that's what somebody said. Paula said it, asked you. Went to the prom or something.
Yeah. And that was the only time that car being used.
For how long have you been parked back there, would you say?
To be tell you the truth,
Yeah.
it was up under the thing since August.
August of '96?
Yeah. Up under the thing, if you know
That awning there on the side of
that.
the...
Yeah. It was up under there. Then GMC came around the corner at my parents' address, knocked on yours. They came looking for the car with the repossessors. So I pulled it in the back and shut the gate and locked. And he pulled up out of here, period.
Did you cover the car up or something when it was back there? I mean...
Well, when they first got there, it got covered over. Got covered up, but I didn't have a long enough.
Oh, stretch the cover?
Yeah, I didn't have a long enough cover, so the car was dirty anyway. I just kept it off.
And to your knowledge, who else had driven that car other than you? That you're aware of, that you remember. Who else has driven that? Other than Patrick, I know he drove.
Yeah.
How did that fly as a successful way to throw off if GMC was sending people to this address where the car was parked to repossess the vehicle? How was that enough for them to not see the vehicle there? Like, maybe I'm missing something.
Okay. I mean, did you ever loan it out to anybody for a couple of days or anything like that? Okay. Anything else in the file?
I have a lot of questions, though.
Well, yeah, I know. I was going to ask you something about the, if you know, when the car was purchased, did it come with the sunroof?
No.
Okay. Then this side, Let's just talk about that, if that came with it or not. On the side, I'm gonna give you the driver's side and rear. There's, it says Impala SS. Oh, here's a better picture, I'm sorry. Did that come stock or? I've seen it both ways. That's right.
You got the purchase it.
Oh, you do? Okay, when you bought it, this, the ones I've seen that are on the cars are black. So this didn't come with it, or?
It's black, that didn't come with it.
Okay, so you put this, you had the, okay.
Well, it did, and the car did get wrecked though before too.
Oh, okay, what damage, you know what part of the car was damaged, or, well, there's no damage to now, it's fixed apparently.
Yeah,
Okay.
the driver's side.
Okay.
The man just backed up and came down the street, so wide, swat.
I gotta ask you, how much did you pay for those tires? That's gotta be expensive. Did you see those? Those are beautiful.
It's a show car.
Yeah, no, it was very pretty. Anything else about?
Just a comment that such a beautiful car sitting in the backyard, collecting dust. Why is it?
I got a lowrider, got chrome, everything, everywhere, and it don't be what we need it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, a daddy truck I was in one day, driving down the street, get shot up. You know what I'm saying? A daddy truck. So I just.
What kind of truck is that?
Is it
a new truck?
Yeah. And they got shot up. They dropped the police note, and I ain't been in no car where nobody know where I be in at all. Cause I, forget all this press, all that, man, that's just putting my life in danger, you know.
Well, what cars are registered to you? Do you have any cars that are registered to you at all?
No.
Do you just rent cars, or do you own any cars?
No.
Okay. Do you drive other people's cars? Like, does your girlfriend Paula have a car?
Yeah.
Do you drive her car?
Sometimes.
Oh, which car is that?
A 240, sometimes.
240 what?
The 240, little 240 Nissan. Little 240 Nissan.
240 Nissan?
Yeah.
240Z?
No, that other little car. SE something.
Okay, when we were over there was a Toyota Land Cruiser or something. Whose car is that?
That's her mother's car.
Her mother?
Yeah.
And this Nissan 240 is Paula's?
Yeah.
The Land Cruiser is her mom's.
Right.
Were you at any time involved in the purchase of this car at all?
What part?
This Impala.
I think it's the same question that I told him Evans.
I didn't do all that. If you just think about what I'm trying to get from you is you call anybody, in that parking structure area when you first heard Biggie was shot or whatever. I mean, entertainers, anything you would call anybody, it might have been in that area where you were at, Might just start being, they may have seen something,
But answer the question is.
Okay, when he was walking there towards his car and he saw the people come running back around, my question is, did he recognize anybody, stars, whoever might have been running there, so I can talk to them and see if they need a witness, because they're coming back towards that parking structure. They may have been walking up the sidewalk on the east side of Fairfax towards the Wilshire, where the cars are parked, and my hope was, well, you might find somebody that may have witnessed something. My concern. But, we've identified a lot of people and talked to a lot of people already, like I said, they didn't see everybody, they only knew a few people. It's like me, because you may know one or two people, you won't know everybody was there. So we have to ask everybody the same thing to see if maybe they can lead us to another possible witness. Is that fair?
Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? I know, that's beyond the scope of what we had in mind. What we had in mind was, I'll come and tell you what he was, where he was, what he did, everything about him. But he made it very clear, he doesn't want to be involved with other people. And that question is about other people.
Okay, I think we're here to try to clear up some questions here, and there's several questions that up to now have been unanswered and that I'm not satisfied with. I'd like to just interview him one time, because we still got many other people to talk to, and I got many questions to ask, and I mean, we're here all to get the truth. If he's not involved in anything, I don't see any reason.
No, I'm not involved in nothing.
Well, that's why I'm saying, well, why not answer some of these very simple questions?
Because I think you know the reason, Detective. You know the reason. There's some. He doesn't want to be involved. He doesn't want to get involved. He does not want to get involved. He believes that he knows he was there. He was not involved in this crime, and he doesn't want to be dragged into it in any...
So we should just drop all investigations?
No, of course not.
Say, hey, the hell with it.
No, you're doing the right thing. You're doing your job.
That's what...
I'm not faulting you at all. You're doing your job. You're going out, locating people, talking to them, and I hope you continue to do. I don't have a problem with it.
But I'm saying, I was going to say, I didn't, like I said, my concern is just to talk to these people. I can care less what they're into. Most of them we know were entertainers or something.
Yeah.
My concern is, did they see something?
He doesn't want to be in a situation where word gets around that he said
Yeah.
this,
Do
he
you
said that.
think we told you where he got his name, or who told us about it? We don't do that.
No, the impression I have, this is my first time meeting you. And
No,
I do
second
have,
time.
second time. And I do have a good impression of you, and I have no reason to question either of you. But he's had very bad problems with the Compton Police Department, and where things have been leaked out, putting him in a bad light, and he's very concerned about.
I understand that. That's why
it has nothing to do with NLP.
That's why we took that time and consideration and went through you. Because, like I said, if he was a suspect, you know he'd be right now. Okay? He'd be in jail, and all I'm trying to do is, I do the same thing if it was your brother or your cousin, whoever got killed. And you can imagine some blood would talk shit to me if they stood right there in front and saw it. Well, people got to get out of this fucking mentality and start realizing that human life was destroyed.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay? And that's all my concern is this could be just a kid or any other guy, but have to be somebody that's making my job different.
Oh.
As a human being.
This is the second time. That's the second time the feed did it. Chopping off like that.
As a human being.
Why don't let me suggest something. Let me work out and have a chat with him, and we'll come.
Sure, it's fine.
Because I have not discussed this with him. And one thing, the condition he made clear to me.
Oh, no, I understand. That's why I said that so that you two could talk.
He did not want to do anything that goes beyond talking about himself. Now, I understand what you're doing, and I again, I have no problem with it, but let me take a moment to chat with him, and then we'll stay.
Give me a chance to lay down. You can go right in the next room, or you can sit out here, wherever it's comfortable.
We're back in court.
4 minutes to spare. All right, we're going to take a recess for the evening. We're having everyone back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial. or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Please follow Marshall's fees. Please rise, please.
It's a loud microphone pickup.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Or they're back. Hey. Okay.
You want to put me brooch?
Sure. Come on in. Up.
By the way, they said court will be back at 9. Remember, this is Pacific time. So if you're used to watching me, and I am egocentric when it comes to time zones because I mess them up easily, I put everything in my own time zone. I live in Florida. So 9 a.m. start time for Pacific time over here in the East Coast for me would be 12 noon. So we've been pretty much watching in real time today. They'll be back. They started like 30 minutes. They started like 12:30 or 9:30 this morning, but she's starting on time tomorrow. So we will be back. It'll be 12 Eastern. And they're approaching, but let's see if they have any housekeeping before I jabberjaw over here. And what's kind of cool, Ian Runkle does his Monday night like law show, and he's talking about this case, but it'll be interesting because of the time zones. I'm going to redirect over there after this. It'll line up nicely because this is Pacific time and he starts his streams right when this will be ending. So we'll see what he thinks, see what Runkle thinks. Maybe when this is either on a break, maybe deliberations, or when the trial's done, whatever. Maybe we'll do a big panel.
You're not in trouble, don't worry. Come on up.
Oh. Maybe this is media people? What is happening? Oh, we're calling more people forward. Does this seem kind of intense? Oh, is that a privacy screen? Someone was just holding something that looked like tinted on the left side. The drama, the drama. Oh, is my mic really loud? I'm sorry. I'll whisper, whisper. All right, did anyone see the defense go up there? Is it just, maybe he's over on that left side there? Okay, Skillet doesn't think it looks tense. Oh, their mic, okay. Whisper, whisper. Okay, there is the defense attorney. I was like, where is it just the prosecutors up there with them? Look at Keefe D just in the corner, like, oh my god. Anyway, that recording, you guys, I think the significance of that was to show, like, in the state's interest, since they agreed to stipulate that law enforcement doesn't believe that Keefe D had anything to do with Biggie getting shot, that this questioning, maybe they were showing that because it's relevant to show that he had cars that may have had some damage, body defects, may have been shot at previously, or otherwise been in some accident, and he added features to them, he did some body work to them, or had somebody do the work, that changed the way it looked. Didn't typically drive cars in his own name, would move cars at least for the purpose of hiding them from whoever might be looking to repossess them. Yeah, so I don't know if the state wants that out there to show, like, hey, we never recovered, we never found the vehicle that was involved in the shooting for Tupac. And this could explain why there's that gap. He intentionally hid evidence because this was his coordinated plan. In my opinion, that's my interpretation of why that recording is something the state wanted to play for the jury. And I wonder if this is just like moving the camera because it's picking up sound at the tables or something. I don't know. Oh, hey, that ill kid Jay, long time no see. I think they're letting the public in the courtroom. It looks a little crowded, but it looks like it cleared up later in the day after lunch. So good to see you. I hope you're doing well. But I'm pretty sure the public's allowed in there with no issues as long as there's space.
We're starting at 9. All right. Anything else we need to address outside the presence?
No.
We'll have a check tomorrow on what is visible, what we can hear, things like that.
There you go.
I'm going to contact IT to have them here as well. So if you guys are here on 15, I have no calendar until Wednesday.
Wednesday might be a late start, actually, because she just said she has no calendar. So tomorrow, it seems like we'll be on time. So they're Pacific Coast, 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. noon. We'll be starting on time. And then it seems like she might have a calendar call. She's got other cases to call quickly. And sometimes that's quick. Sometimes it's just like an hour. So and maybe she says it here. It looks like it's going to cut off. But yeah, they cut the sound off here. So we'll find out Wednesday if that's going to be the same time and figure out any other like late starts, early afternoon recessing. We'll have to see how that goes. And it seems like based on what she said, tomorrow we'll figure out any like sound issues. It seems like the issue might have been the position of where the media pool is. It might be an issue that it's picking up some of those whispers we're hearing that seem to be coming from the parties, the attorneys, the defendant. They're trying to navigate how they can maneuver around that without it being an issue. So that's, to me, my conclusion on what that was. I do want to give a big shout out here. Thank you, Ernest, sending over the 20 on Cash App, supporting the stream. Thank you for making it happen. Thanks for being here. Reactions to day one, you guys. You guys have heard mine. And I'm pretty much where I was the last time we had a break. He put this in a book. It matches statements he gave previously. Surely this will be a clean prosecution, right? Surely there won't be issues. And I don't know. I feel like we've got some issues. But we'll see. We'll see. You know, maybe the state's going to come out and show us how they can show that Duane Davis was not just in Vegas that day, but there's a better reason to believe he was in that vehicle than just his own words. I want to know, was Orlando actually in the hospital around this 11:17 p.m. time frame where the shooting happened? What witnesses are we going to get? You know, that we didn't get any indication at the end of the day here, like scheduling, but maybe we'll get like sneak peeks tomorrow and the next day who the state plans to call in upcoming days. Just to get a better gauge on, just because someone's on the witness list doesn't mean they're going to be called. But once the state's like, hey, we plan to have these people tomorrow, it's a good chance that they're actually going to call unless something out of the blue happens. So looking forward to it. I think this is like a crazier mess than I expected. And then again, I feel like the general thing over on this channel, whenever we get together for a trial, that's the way it goes. So I shouldn't be surprised anymore. But it still gets me every time. So big thank you for going along for the ride with me, you guys. His Ernest giving the advice here also. Get in there early if you want to go in person, that ill kid Jay. Pam says, yeah, earlier we were able to hear Keefe D and his attorneys whispering. Yeah, it was like stern, loud whispering, audible whispering. Like a level 10 whisper. Good to see you, Pam. Hope you are doing well. It's been a minute. Pam, one of my favorite creators. We've done some collabs. It's been a minute. But she used to come in even when we couldn't be on the same page to collaborate together. Always love hopping back and forth between the chats, see what your thoughts on trials are, and hopping over on your channel. Pam does more than just trials. She also covers like big entertainment news, movie releases, and follows more like pop culture, legal space overlap. So I love it over there. If you need some more to follow, Pam has my endorsement. Good to see you again. Hope you are doing well. Jerome wants to be low, but I do want to thank you out loud for this instead of just thanking you in the chat. But I know you want to be low, but thank you for the kindness. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the support. And also just again, good to see you hanging out here whenever you do pop in and say hey in the chat. Kristen's getting out of here, says good night. It's so interesting seeing this be a later night. We had our friends over in like UK time zones, who I think most 5 hours ahead. If you're in like France, I think you're like 6 hours ahead. It's a little bit late for you guys because of this trial being Pacific time. So thank you for sticking it out. Tomorrow we'll be back. This is going to redirect to Ian Runkle. He's going to be talking from his thumbnail. Looks like he's talking about this case and Lindsay Clancy because the state rested their case in the Lindsay Clancy case. And those are his two topics for his regular Monday night streams. If you guys would be interested in like a Tupac trial debrief, you know, this is expected to run 4 to 6 weeks. But I'd have no problem sending out a StreamYard link, invite a bunch of people, and get some people up here to talk about this fun, interesting mess of a case. If that's something you'd be interested in, let me know if you think it'd be better to do like before verdict, maybe after deliberations. I don't even want to say verdict in case there's a hung jury, but closure of some kind of this trial proceeding. Let me know when you'd prefer to have a panel show, before or after. So, other than that, you guys, I am very glad that you guys came to watch this. I myself am glad we are watching this trial. I don't know. There were so many cases happening right now. I thought about doing the Mario Fernandez, who is the co-defendant of Shayna Gardner. And I was like, you know what? I think I'd rather prioritize this trial. And for Mario Fernandez, even though I'm interested in Shayna's trial, we'll have to figure out how to compress that in some other way because I'd rather watch this one first. So I'm glad you guys seem to like this case. Feel the same way. Hope to see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, guilty for writing a book with no evidence would be wild. You know what? I still think it's always an uphill battle because people are, I think, inclined to think you wrote it in a book. Surely they investigated it. And what I think is the most surprising is on day one, I think the defense is doing a good job at putting it out there that maybe they didn't actually investigate it because the guy just read the book into the record for the grand jury, didn't offer any like investigative report to show, hey, we went and corroborated any of these details, and then turned in some report 5 weeks before trial, even though he'd been working on the case since 2018. So it's just one of those things where saying this a bit in jest, because the idea that the state needs to do more than just, hey, you wrote a book, you're guilty. Like they have a better burden than that. Their burden is different than somebody's opinion that, hey, I looked at that book and I think he's telling the truth in that book, which means he's guilty of this, orchestrating this murder. It's a different standard for the government here. That can't be how they push their case. And I'm shocked that it seems to be playing out that maybe that is their case. So we will have to see how this continues to play out. It is only day one. But we've watched some trials where it doesn't get any better. So more to be seen, more to be seen. His Airness, his biggest trial since OJ. There's a lot of coverage on this case because it was such a big deal when it happened. And maybe the fact that it's being prosecuted 3 decades later adds another reason why it's a big deal. So, oh, Kristen, sorry. Kristen says if you do it after, UK people might not be here. I didn't mean like time, like doing it late at night after one day. I guess what I meant more of was like, unless the jury like goes to deliberate and comes back with ample time. You know, the idea of like day one of verdict watch, maybe we could do that. Or we can wait until there's some type of closure, whether it's a verdict or a hung jury because they can't decide, and we do a debrief after whatever somewhat closure it is. So day-wise, not our time of day. Sorry about that. But yeah. And at the end of the day, man, I'm always going to be a critic. I honestly think if somebody is truly guilty of something and the state messes it up, I think that's the worst outcome. Because not only do you not get to the truth of something, but you fail to bring justice. I think it's awful when somebody is wrongfully accused just because a detective wants to close the case. I just don't think that a sloppy investigation does anything for anybody. So, you know, if you're not new to this channel, you guys probably know that about me by now. But I still, you know, I'm open if someone's guilty. You know, I don't often cover cases that are like one-day trials where someone just gets convicted and that's the end of it. You know, something has to be interesting about it. And I think we found another one. So let's call it here, guys. Let's get back again together tomorrow for day 2. Let's hope there's no Zoom issues. Let's see what Ian Runkle over at Runkle of the Bailey has to say when he gets into this case. He's talking about 2 cases tonight. And again, let me know your suggestions for, you know, before or after a verdict or mistrial, whatever, debrief panel. And if you have suggestions on who you, hey, I see someone else over here is covering this case as well. You know, I'm sure some would be familiar names you already know. I would invite them, I would hope. But if it's someone that's like so left field that you think I'm not aware of, please suggest. So that way I know to put them on my radar and send them an invite. So you guys, take care. See you tomorrow. And we'll be back tomorrow for day 2 of another train wreck.